In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp. BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Okay, let's all presume we didn't see these guys walking out. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. And we are so excited to begin the day. You just saw what BW is all about. Let me quickly give you, under the leadership of Dr. Anurag Batra, the chairman and editor-in-chief, BW is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With 15 niche business communities and 8 magazines, we are proud to be in the business ecosystem starting from the top to the bottom. And we are absolutely happy to have more than 100 of our own intellectual properties. You are sitting in one of these, and I would like to welcome you all. My name is Ravin. I'll be your host for the day. And before we take things forward, before we get to the sessions, I want to thank you all once again for turning up so early in the morning. I understand you had to wait a little bit because of the traffic issue outside. So thank you so very much for being so patient and so kind. With this, let's quickly dive into the spirit of entrepreneurship. Well, the media platform writes about the startup ecosystem, including founders' journey, investors' news, and other growth hacking strategies. BW Disrupt is the fastest growing online publication with special focus on technology, social, and digital startups. BW Business World and BW Disrupt TechTors is a search for India's most innovative tech companies, products, and brands. Better than me telling you more about it, I think it suffices we have the video on the screen for you to understand more. Can we please have the AV?
I think it's a very good place to encourage entrepreneurs to come and submit their applications, and then this forum has very wide audience to whom this category of entrepreneurs are showcased. So I think it's in a way fostering the technology startup category in the country.
I think it's a great platform because it does encourage people to really get motivated and do much more and more once they get recognition from someone like a brand like Business World. Right? So it's very encouraging to see Business World doing this because it's an extremely great motivator for entrepreneurs who look forward to these kind of endorsements and validation of their plans.
We have a great set of individuals and organizations such as Business World, which is giving these ideas and entrepreneurs a platform to tell their story in a way that it motivates more people and in a way that it motivates the founders themselves.
I must congratulate Business World for this. This is an amazing platform for tech entrepreneurs, and I believe that every company should be participating in that, and winners definitely get to leverage it because they network with a lot of budding entrepreneurs. They get to see a lot of investors. They get an opportunity to meet a lot of city partners also through this platform.
Quite impressed with the participants who've been there. Some of them, I think, surely have a shot at making it big and large. I think overall it's been an extremely enriching experience. Doing our mundane jobs, we don't realize that there are so many innovative ideas that are floating around.
Get your ideas patent, that's very important. Don't delay it. Second thing, when you create a differentiator, make sure that differentiator actually converts into a good flow of revenues, and then the cutover into profit margins happens quite quickly.
Thank you. So make sure that you are here at 6 in the evening because we'll be celebrating a few powerhouses that have won the hearts of this super tough jury that you just saw. And we have so much planned for the day. Of course, as I said earlier, it's a humble request. Let's spread the word outside and share the experiences from this room with a wider audience and with the help of your expensive smartphones. Please go on your social networks and use the hashtag BW TechTors, and we'll be really happy. We'll be really happy if you do so. Before we begin, I want to thank all our partners for making this possible. This day was not possible without the help of everyone, including the presenting partners, JumpNet, thank you so very much, Smart Lighting partner, Havels, Real Estate partner, Bhutani Infra, Co-working partner, Spring House, Knowledge partner, Primus Partners, Outreach partner, 10 times. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the man of the hour and of the decade right here who just walked in. I would request you all to put your hands together and join in helping us start the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra. Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Ravin, good afternoon. Please give Ravin a big round of applause. Please give Ravin a big round. You'll see him. First of all, my apologies. I owe an apology for being late, but today is beyond me. Though I buffered time, I did all that. But just to tell you, from Defense Colony, it's taken 55 minutes. Yeah, but I should have buffered more. Normally it takes 20, so I said 40 minutes. My team told me to come at 12:15. But anyway, I'm here and let me not waste time. First of all, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Rohit Bhana. He's an enabler for entrepreneurs, runs a fund. I'd like to welcome all the jury members, all the entrepreneurs, or all the applicants of the TechTors. This is the second year of the TechTors. Let me give you a background to TechTors, how we started. My colleague Chetan is there. Chetan and an ex-colleague of ours, Rohit, really came to me 2.5 years back and said, we don't talk to technology companies. We don't talk to technology companies that are yet undiscovered. We don't talk to technology co-founders. We tend to focus on the entrepreneur who may or may not be a tech person. So at the end of the technology, trends are impacting our lives. So we should recognize technology founders, co-founders, and the technology leaders, both entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. That's how TechTors was born. So really this is the second year, and like we do with all our Exchange for Media and Business World initiatives, especially Business World initiatives, we do our awards in a very process-oriented way, jury-led. You've been part of jury, so you know that it's not a spiel, it's not something that I say on the stage. You know, Nitish just passed us. You know, Nitish was part of all the entries, and we spent time looking at each entry. Just to tell you that it takes, just to look at it in a cursory way, it takes 20 minutes. And then when you get interested, another 10, 15 minutes. So if you have a 200 entries, you know the shortlisting takes time. And we started to do shortlisting ahead of jury meets. Give enough time for shortlisted people to show up. I have another request that my team has made. You know who the winners tonight are. Please do not tweet now. The list is not yet public, so you know that you won. Some of you know because you're out from outstation and so on and so forth, but the list is not. Now, I'm not a technology company. I started Exchange for Media to build a Commerce One or Ariba for the media industry, and then I became a publishing and a media company. But let me quickly justice to the topic that Chetan, Noor, and everyone gave me to speak on the technology trends that will impact our lives or are impacting our lives. And as I said, I am, I keep a watch out for what's happening. It's my job. First of all, we've been talking of artificial intelligence application in every sector. I think this year will be the breakout moment of artificial intelligence in manufacturing. Artificial intelligence is a part of our daily lives, whether we look at Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant. In 2020, emotion recognition and computer vision will scale, and AI will have a breakout moment in manufacturing. There are US startups like Vicarious, Kindred, Osaro. They're already using AI technologies in a big way in manufacturing. Kindred's technology used to automate part of distribution for apparel brands like Gap. Vicarious is another huge technology company that is attracting investments from the likes of Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. If these three have invested in a company, they must be seeing something that is really a game changer. Second, again, within the last 3 years, I would say we've been talking about IoT. But I think 2020 is the year when the practical deployment of IoT will happen in all aspects of our lives. IoT is hot, but there are not as many mainstream applications today as we predicted some years back. We anticipate that with 5G, and in India 5G has been launched, the number of connected devices and mainstream IoT applications will reach a scale that will impact every part of what we do. Just to give you an example, Amazon recently launched Amazon Go, a system that uses IoT and machine vision technologies to enable consumers to shop without a manual check. Without a manual checkout. Environments will use more sensors and vision technology, enabling more scalable IoT solutions. Startups like Standard Cognition of US, Excel Robotics again in the US, Trigo in Israel, Grabango in US, AIFI, AIFI, US, provide similar services as Amazon Go. Trend number 3, increased demand for edge computing processing power. 2020 will see the need for a higher performance from edge computing hardware, since better sensors and large AI models now enable a host of new applications. There is a growing need to infer more data and then make decisions without sending the data to the cloud. In Delhi, we don't like the cloud these days. It delays flights, but normally we like cloud. Chip startups like Samba Nova, which is again an American company, GraphCore in Europe and UK, Cerebrus in the UK, Wave Computing, and Syntiat have developed architectures to handle increased demand. High-performing AI chips known as neuromorphic or brain chips mimic the structure of the brain and process top AI applications. Fourth, commercialization and usage of quantum computing usage on a mass scale. We expect 2020 to begin the quantum computing era. I mean, quantum computing is mostly about enterprise in the way, but now a lot of large majors like Google have announced quantum computing TAP. I think it's a game changer in the way the whole ecosystem of technology works. And I can give examples. Corporations like IBM, Google, Intel, Microsoft have moved up the quantum computing ladder. Startups like Rigetti, D-Wave systems in Canada, QCware in the US, are disrupting quantum computing in a way that will show its disruptive impact on our lives and the enterprises that we are part of. Now, the technology will grow as it becomes easier to use with platforms such as AWS. Fifth, evolution of aerospace technology. I mean, we talk of drones in the commercial application of drones, and you know, even in Delhi, when the CEA protests were happening, and in other parts of India, the police and the security teams were able to send drones to look at what protesters had put on their rooftops without actually going in there. Now, that's really an application of drones, but when we talk of the aerospace technologies, I meet a lot of entrepreneurs and I end up asking, so who do you look up to? And some big ones, invariably they say Elon Musk. Maybe because he's on his third wife, he's remarried his wife. Maybe it's other reason, Rohit. But Rohit and me are classmates, so that's why I keep referring to him. Rohit was a topper in the class, and I have to tell you the story. My father is a professor of chemistry, so I used to do well in chemistry till Rohit came in the school in 8th, 9th, 10th. We were together in a convent school, and Rohit got out of 70, I think got 69 or 68 marks, and I got 63. And the next 1 week at home was a little tough, to put it mildly. And I've known Rohit since I met him in 85. He came to my school in 85 and became our school. And so now we've been talking about Elon Musk, so we cannot not talk about SpaceX in Blue Origin. Since the cold water technological advances have slowed, notable companies now making aerospace achievements are a household name. SpaceX is developing the rocket Starship, which will reuse the entire vehicle body. Starship may shorten intercontinental trips. You know, humankind is always looking for new interesting things to do, breaking new frontiers, exploring the unknown. That will become a reality. Starship will definitely shorten trips to 20 to 30 minutes via space. So if you're going somewhere, you go via space, a very long journey can be shortened by 80%. In China, the government and private enterprises, for example, there's a company called Link Space, are making progress in space. It's an area which is again in the stealth mode. Most companies don't talk enough about what they are doing, so I'm just sharing what is available in the public space. The sixth trend, new era of the internet, deployment of 5G and Starlink broadband internet technology. We have a broadband company as our sponsor, JumpNet. 5G competition between US and China is entering the main stage in 2020. I hope 2020 is about collaborative relationship between US and China and not a combative that has been in the last 3 years. There will be new competition on who can propel 5G faster into mass consumer base. And the Starlink broadband business planned by SpaceX, and they want to go commercial this year, may change again the way we really think of connectivity. It will go to another level. I know in India connectivity is not as good as it should be. Until 2020, as many as 2,500 satellites. In this year alone, in 2020, 2,500 new satellites will be sent into space. 2,500 new satellites. And it will, over the next 2-3 years, this 2,500 satellites is likely to, Chetan is giving me the time, look, so I'll finish, will be 30,000 satellites. And the last 2 points are, again, on the genome level, what's happening in healthcare, what's happening in agriculture. Agri-tech is becoming big. So really, I won't even talk of autonomous driving technology, but the last point is, again, for the last 3-4 years, I met a very large investor. He's a very large investor in India, and he's an Indian who lives in Silicon Valley. And I said, if I had to tell me what is one area I should focus on, I met him 3 years back, and he said blockchain. And you look at the application of blockchain in every sector. If your editorial platforms can become that editorial platform. But I really believe 2020 and beyond is about putting blockchain to practical use at a scale that we've never done. And really, America and China are 2 countries. Of course, you can't keep Israel behind in any of these initiatives. Really, they will introduce blockchain to prevent large-scale information leakage, internet fraud. And, if you look at, in China, the largest bank is ICBC, the China Industrial and Commercial Bank. You look at Alibaba, you look at the China Southern Airlines. Blockchain has become part of their DNA. And I think this will be the year that really blockchain will become mainstream. I don't want to stay between you and Rohit. Rohit for the last 11 years, 12th year, has, ran a fund. He's backed early stage companies. Lumis was a services play. He has a ringside view on what is happening in technology. I'm sure he looks at 10, 20 proposals before he funds. So he will tell us what is he betting on in 2020. I just want to take this opportunity to mention that tomorrow we'll announce the launch of our co-working, co-living initiative. It's called Super Spaces. We believe they're the new super spaces. Anuj Puri is the chairman of our jury for the co-living and co-working awards. They're in the first week of April, we'll announce tomorrow. Second is last year we launched our annual Women Entrepreneurship Summit and Awards. We call it Visa, WESE, Visa. It's easy. So that happened in February. And again, the nomination for the award entry is open. We continue to do new things. In April, we also launched our new conference on data centers. If we talk of technology, data centers have to be heart of that technology. And again, there are lots of new players coming. We're trying to discover new players in every segment that we are in. And as an editorial platforms, bring the new technology leaders and enterprises to you. In the evening, we will unveil our list of TechTors. We got about 270 nominations, pruned finally about 120, down to 80, 66 were invited to present. I think 32 or 34 physically came. The rest sent entries through videos or their representatives. We met on a Saturday. Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal of Helion was the chairman of the jury. Mr. Nikhil Vorai, is Nikhil here? Nikhil Vorai of Sixth Sense was on the jury with him, and there were other jury members, Mahendra Saroop, Sadia Naseem, Ravinder Pal Singh, Prashant, Ghanshyam Tiwari. I mean, most of you see him as a political spokesperson, but he's a IIM Bangalore and Howard alumnus and runs an EdTech platform. So really we had an eclectic jury, and what you've seen in our juries, we really have no agenda except making sure everyone gets a fair chance. Vivek Tiwari walks in. Vivek is the founder of Medica Bazaar and was one of the shortlisted entries for TechTors. So really when you see that list tonight, it's a list that has real winners. They are leaders of future. You'll see these companies and entrepreneurs grow. We discovered at least 10 new companies that we hadn't heard of, and we'll do a special issue to kind of feature their vision and their stories. So when you see the list tonight, I think there are a certain number of winners, and the jury has done a special or TechTors to watch out. So they were close, but the jury has chosen less than 20 TechTors and about 5 TechTors to watch out for. They were very close, so really out of the 200 odd, we've gone down to about 20. That's a good ratio that we follow. 10% of what is applied is a good number for us to kind of look at really the best of the best. And other companies are promising too, but as happens with jury, we are all human. So whatever was presented to us, and again I want to say that if you're entering an award, make time to come and present. You, the founder, should come and present. It makes a difference because nobody carries the passion that a founder carries and the vision, and to be able to answer the queries of the jury. We ended up spending 20 minutes, 30 minutes on some entries in the jury meet. So really it was a very involved, detailed process, and we thank you for participating in TechTors. I look forward to Mr. Bayana's speech and look forward to meeting you in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. So with this, we'll quickly start with the first session for the day, and I would like to invite the first speaker, the co-founder and managing partner, Lumis Partners, who is going to tackle the difficult subject of gearing up for 2020s, how entrepreneurs, startups, and investors for tomorrow can be future fit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rohit Bayana. Come on, Delhi, I know you can do better than that. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? So, firstly, Anurag, had you been 5 minutes late, I would have stood up and said, I'm Anurag Batra. So, you took it away from me. So much for coming on time. So, it's a pleasure being here. Anurag was talking about blockchain. Let me just pick up one thing right off the bat on that one. We've all heard how much there have been accusations on electronic voting machines and rigging. Just think about this. Blockchain and electronic voting machines, just insert that little piece of code there. And right there, you have the biggest installation of blockchain anywhere on this planet. So that's what India is about in my mind. That is the beauty about this country, that anything we do, it just naturally plays to scale. So really, when I saw this topic, when Anurag and Chetan reached out and said, let's talk about TechTors and let's talk about Future Fit, I think what came to my mind is I literally flashed back in 1999. How many of you were seeing the transition from 1999 to 2000? How many of you are old enough to see the transition? Just show of hands. Not surprising, not very many. So it's obviously good it's a young crowd and it's a startup crowd. I remember that time. It was panic. It was panic. People are talking about Y2K. I don't know how many of you even know about that, but there was a transition from 2 digits to 4 digits, and hence lifts would stop and planes would stop and things would not work, and there was all that paranoia at that time. The moment Y2K went by, it was the morning of, let's say, 1st January. I distinctly remember how quickly we all humans changed the topic. Everyone forgot Y2K. The next fancy number was 2020. We're sitting in 2000. And we're talking about 2020. It was so simple because it rhymed well, 2020. So companies were creating 2020 plans. Investors were talking about, okay, what's your 2020 vision? Everyone was talking about 2020. You're 20 years away. What are you talking about? But time flies. We're sitting in 2020. What day is it today? 17th? Whatever. We're somewhere in the middle of January. It's 2020. We're right here. But what's happened in 20 years that have passed by is pretty profound. These 20 years literally created the foundation of the digital world we are in. Think about it. Today, you take so many things for granted, how reservations happen. Simplest. You're booking a flight, you're booking a ticket, you're booking a show. It's taken for granted. Somebody must be out there who's offering that as a service. To how IoT has taken over life, to how we're talking about enterprise being digital, to how supply chains are digital. Financial transactions are all digital. It's practically insane to think banks will even need real estate. Today we can think about that. It's all happened in 20 years. But what's also happened in these 20 years is, in my mind, founder startups. How many startups here, by the way? I love it, Anurag. Yes, you're a startup. By the way, I love that about him. You have such a dominant position, and thinking of yourself as a startup, Anurag, hats off to you. Great stuff. You have to disrupt yourself. Absolutely. So, and by the way, I saw Havels here. Huge admiration. So alongside Business World, huge admiration for that company. It's an old age company. It's a very fundamental old world company. How much has Havels innovated? It's incredible. I didn't know, by the way, that Havels was one of the sponsors here. Huge admiration for the company. So if anyone is from Havels, kudos to you guys. Coming back, so in these 20 years, literally the world has taken digital for granted. But you know what is now going to happen? Because it's for granted, velocity of change that's going to come on the back of the digital is going to be even faster. So if we thought we have lived in fast times and 20 years went by and here we're sitting on 2020, trust me, I don't think we can make a plan for 2040. We made a plan for 2020 in 2000. I don't think we can make a plan for 2040. I think it's going to be ridiculous. I don't even know whether I can plan when I do my fund outlay for 2025. I honestly don't think I can. I think what we will have to start getting ready, you founders, you startups will have to start getting ready for is, are you ready for change? Not are you ready for something? Because you cannot predict that something. So the only thing you can be ready for is how agile are you? How change ready are you? And it doesn't matter whether you're a digital startup, you're a digital enterprise, or you're a not digital startup, you're a physical brick and mortar enterprise. In all practical purposes, what really will be the real tipping point of your success is going to be, can you adopt faster than the next person to you, than the next company to you, than the next competitor to yourself? If you can, that's what people like me will be looking for. people like me will only be smelling one thing. And when I say me, I'm referring to myself as an investor. I'll only be smelling for one thing, which is how agile are you? How change ready are you? Can you really pivot fast? This word pivot has become part and parcel of our life. Just look inside yourself and ask yourself, are you comfortable with change? Honestly, it's not easy. And when I look at the mirror and ask myself that question, I'll be very candid with you. I'm not. I'm not. Change is tough. But you know what? People are going to expect that from you. Your employees are going to expect that from you. Your investors are going to expect that from you. Your competitors will be challenging you on that. And that's why I looked at Anurag when I said, I'm amazed, Business World or Havels, all these names, how have they expanded? How much have they disrupted themselves? So what I really wanted to get to, really the central part of my thought, and I don't prepare before I come to talk because I genuinely think that it's the morning of when you're going to talk that really matters. What thought came to your mind? This morning, literally the thought that came to my mind was, change, we are all building organizations when we think we're disrupting. We think we'll disrupt somebody else. I think you innovate for somebody else. You disrupt yourself. So flip it around. Are you internally a disruption force? Are you challenging yourself, your status quo, your employees? Why should your employees stay with you? Ask that question. I've had a business where we had a pretty decent or above average market position. And literally in 2 weeks, 60% of our workforce left us. We were gone. Practically shut it down. Practically, it's limping along. Practically shut it down. Why should your employees stay with you? Why should your customers stay with you? What did you do today? What did you do yesterday that they should stay with you? We're living in very, very fast times. So internally, you got to be asking yourself, what will destroy me? We literally had a phrase in one of the businesses we lived in. We used to call it DYB. How many have heard of DYB? Wow, nobody. DYB stands for destroy your business. Ask yourself what will destroy your business every day. And do it yourself. Turn it in and destroy your business yourself. Because if you destroy internally, you will innovate externally. We try to innovate internally and destroy externally or disrupt externally. It doesn't work. Nobody is here to buy your disruption. Nobody. Let me tell you. Nobody has the audacity to buy disruption. People have the audacity to buy innovation. So where you really control disruption is internally. And that really gets down to becoming very, very, very self-aware. Again, coming back to me as an investor, we look out for people, investors, as investors, and I'm sure I'm talking for other investors who are here. Literally, the single most important thing today is not how fancy your business is, not how great your unit economics are. It's not how dominant your market position is. It's how self-aware are you. So you want to be future fit, you got to be self-aware. You got to be internally disrupting yourself, your business. And that, to me, is the single most pivotal thing. The way this starts changing in a wrong way is where you start taking people like us important. And I'll explain you what I mean, people like us important. Most of you startups out here actually put investors as the number one thing. Absolutely wrong. We're the least, we should be number 10 on your list, because if number 1 to number 9 is what you're doing and how you're doing and how you're winning and how you're changing and how you're self-aware, number 10 will get taken care of. I really, really am surprised how important we are made to be. And the way this manifests in a negative way is when you make investors very important, you start playing to the gallery. You start talking things you're not. You start sounding those sound bites which are very acceptable, very conformist. Everyone wants to know the DAOs and the MAOs. Everyone wants to know about how your clicks are going up and how your impressions are going up. Honestly, it'll break apart in few months if you haven't got the fundamentals under control. And the only way the fundamentals are under control is if you know what business you're building and if you know yourself. So really my central message, my thoughts as you guys start today's session and as you go into the receiving the winners in the evening is look internally, disrupt internally, innovate externally. Have simple, your business will one day disrupt. I'm sure it will. But how many moonshots have we seen? Anurag kept referring to Elon Musk. Even today we have 3, 4, 5, 7 names. Are you telling me 3, 4, 5, 7 companies are successful? No. Thousands and thousands of companies are successful. The thousands that are successful are not doing loon shots and moonshots. They're not disrupting, they're innovating. So please be a great innovator. Please disrupt internally. Please build great business models. That's all I can say. I'm happy to take questions. I think we still have some time if Chetan and Anurag feel so. Happy to take any questions. Yes? Yep, absolutely I can. So, destroying your business, and I took the example of employees, so obviously that, I'm not going to take that one, but let me take the simple example of click and brick, right? How many of us started off businesses in a pure click environment and today are embracing brick? That is understanding that the brick competitors of yours are people, are businesses who are very sound. If you do not do something, either upstream, downstream in the value chain, either as partners or something, you're going to lose out to them. End of the day, let's take any retail business today, and we have Milo here, right? So one of those retail businesses. Take any retail business. Can you substitute reach? Can Amazon substitute reach? No, they can't. Nobody can substitute reach. End of the day, people like to touch and feel. Are you embracing that in your innovation? More as an internal disruption rather than saying, I'm here just to disrupt externally. Are you internally figuring out that the Kirana store is actually your biggest disruption? That figuring out how it comes in your delivery model is your disruption. And that will internally affect you, so therefore you might have it externally as well. And I'm sure all of you know the models are intense and there are many examples, but it all is about being open to realizing what you started off with will not stick around. So how are you embracing it?
Awesome. I love the way you started with destroy your business, but I preferred the way you ended, which is disrupt your investor. and the reason I say that is because we have no idea how poorly the investors are invested and entrenched in a technology that they understood made them money once. And they don't want to change that.
Yep.
And we had a lot of struggle like this, and I'm glad you brought back the 90s memories. Some of my boys who worked with me then are presidents in companies. But they're all surviving because they re-tech their investors.
Yep.
That the money that you've got and where you put it isn't going to be the same. And money has color, and money makes businesses. Tell us a little more about that. How do you re-educate your investors to look beyond that old little factory that's already gone, but you're dying to make money out of it?
That's a great question, and obviously it goes back
Natranjan Bohedar.
That obviously goes back to people like us, right? So when you talk about educating your investors, I honestly think you can't educate them. I think they will end up getting educated when people stop chasing them. And that'll start happening when you're building very, very simple, when you're building businesses on fundamentals. We don't build businesses on fundamentals. Actually, I'm going to take your question on a thread that I had in mind, but I didn't cover it. Today, when we are taking digital as a given, as a foundation, we don't understand that because it's a foundation, innovation in digital is not the business. The innovation is what you're offering. Digital is what you have. And I'll take a small example for that. Today, when you look at a Zomato or Swiggy and you're looking at your dispatch, right? That the courier has left. Now the courier is here. Now they're 5 minutes away. Now they're going to be outside your door and they're going to ring the bell and all that. That might have been an innovation a few years ago. Today, you take that digital widget or that digital component, and if you're a company which needs to know where the disposition code of a dispatch to an arrival is, you will deploy it in 5 minutes. That is not innovation. That today is taken as a given. So, think about it from an investor's perspective. Investors are actually trailing you all. They're not leading you. Investors make it believe that they are giving you a clarity about where you should be going. How many of us know where we are going? How will we tell you where you're going? You're here to set your own course. You're here to tell investors where you are going, why you will make money, why it's worth their while. And you know what? The one investor who will get it is the right investor for you, and the ones who don't get it, honestly, they learn at their own expense. But very quickly, this has already started changing. I genuinely think investors in the West at least have started becoming very, very, very sane. In India, I still think, and this goes back to my opening point, the scale and the volumes are so large that the hubris and the belief of large scale-ups still fools most of us. It isn't. India is millions of micro markets. India is not billions. It's a big fallacy that India is billions. We're building a business on billions. You don't. Well, some Ubers and some Olas and some Swiggis and some Zomatos will. Honestly, tens of thousands of us will not. Accept it, innovate for tomorrow, wait for day after. When day after, you'll see a big break. But don't die tomorrow. You got to live tomorrow to see day after. That's fundamentally what I think.
Yes. Thank you for your brilliant and out-of-the-box speech. It was very disturbing to some of persons like me who are from the public sector, because the way you have given the fundamentals of business, whether the government or the public sector undertakings are equipped to disrupt, to change, and to introspect. Thank you.
Yep, I'm sure.
You know, there are founders there who may want to scale up this business. Patlendra is there. He's doing something in the investing fintech space, has raised about $38 million. There's Trishneet in the security space. He's raised $32 million. 32 or 38? $32 million, raising another $40 million. And really, his investors are really blue chip. Samiran is the CEO of the India business for ICANN, the Internet Registry. So what do you, now they're looking to scale up. And in technology, what's hot today may not be hot tomorrow. You talked about how suddenly it becomes yesterday. You know, Y2K gone, 2020 seems like. And I was thinking, disrupt yourself. Maybe Rahul Gandhi is listening to you. But, there were other jokes that I'm not cracking. I only cracked with Trishneet. So what do you see in them? Give us a real answer. Like, what are the sectors? How do they scale up? A lot of them focus a lot on funding and not building the business. Give us some real stuff.
Yeah. Anurag, it's very difficult for me to give real stuff as a sector, and you did a far better job than I would, but I'll give you something else. I think increasingly, people would want to relate with people who understand what they're doing. For the longest ever, people have thought that outsiders come and disrupt, right? You think, oh, there's no status quo. You have no love for this. You cannot, the insiders cannot cannibalize a business. An outsider will be needed to cannibalize a business. You talked about Elon. Let's talk about Elon Musk for a moment. How many of you know that till the time he came out with the Tesla, and Tesla fundamentally built on better solar panels. Forget the transmission technology and forget the electric panels and forget all the electronics that went inside. The fundamental thing about a Tesla is how they compressed the lithium-ion battery and how they put it on the floor of the car, right? That's fundamentally what it is. Everyone accepts that? No challenge? Right? Very good. How many of us know that Elon didn't just wake up one day as a brilliant disruptor and manufacture those panels? How many of us know that for 3 years, he kept struggling selling those panels in a Home Depot store for people to buy it and put it on rooftops so they could do the regular residential rooftop conversion of electricity? He struggled with it. It took 3 years as an insider to figure that part of the technology, to figure the compression, to figure the panels, the thickness, the width, the whatever is called the latency of the velocity of conversion. All of those factors took 3 years. You had to be 3 years in it to figure out with all the resources of Elon Musk. And then we say, oh, the man's brilliant. He wakes up and he puts Tesla out on the market, or he puts a SpaceX on, or as a reusable rocket. No, there's a lot that's happened. It takes an insider to do it. So, Anurag, my thought is, I think every sector is going to see it. Biotech is going to see it. Clean tech is going to see it. We're going to see it in pharmaceutical, in healthcare delivery. I think Modi, in doing Ayushman Bharat, has created the most fertile ground for healthcare disruption. Healthcare at home, absolutely. All of that we're going to see. We're going to see insurance, therefore, how insurance is delivered, how insurance is priced. Now think about it. Obviously, insurance is a great example. India's insurance penetration is minuscule. It doesn't take anyone to figure out that India would be the world's largest market on insurance, digital or otherwise. It's about how you underwrite it. Insurance is about how you underwrite it. Then you'll figure out how you deliver insurance, how much technology comes in, how your dealer channels are, how your origination of customers is. All of that comes later. So again, Anurag, going back to that whole thing, it is about how much do you understand yourself and your space. If you as founders understand your space, any space, you might choose to be a milk manufacturer or a distributor, or you might end up being an insurance manufacturer or producer. If you understand it, the volumes are there, but you need to know your space. Sorry? Yeah, show the volumes, show you understand it, show you're doing.
Don't give us the name of the companies, but
Yeah.
give us a flavor of where.
So that is easy for me, and that's self-branding, self-talk. So that's easy. So I'll tell you one conscious decision we have made, just like I was talking. So conscious decision is, if we are going to work with startups and founders, we should understand a few areas better than some other investors, because at the end of the day, we are also in a competitive ring, right? So we did a lot of self-introspection. What are the 3 areas or 2 areas we understand really well? So we captured it as follows. We understand supply chain really well. We understand human capital really well. And we understand the intersection of IT and OT, information technology and operational technology, whether it's blockchain, it's IIoT, it's whatever. We understand that reasonably well. If we understand these 3 reasonably well, we are happy investing in those businesses which are innovating, not disrupting, who are innovating where any of these 3 are challenged: supply chain, human capital, or IT-OT intersection. These 3 are horizontals that cut across a lot of industries, so it gives us a lot of latitude to play in. We are not limited with one, so we'll go anywhere where these 3 are broken. That's how we look at it. Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Rohit, the way you highlighted about disruption and self-destruction, can we take the example of like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi and all these people also in the same category?
Yes, and Anurag will handle this question much better, trust me. Yeah. Anything else for me, Chetan? I'm done? Thank you very much. I enjoyed being here.
Hey, Rohit, there was one last question. I got the mic, but I didn't get the opportunity to ask.
Where is Mr. India? Can I please see?
Yeah, this is Mr. India. Thank you. So, Rohit, the question is like, I just wanted to understand from an investor's eye, we come across a question from the investor that, hey, you know what, I understand your idea is great, it's unique, it has innovation, but a lot of times they have a fear, there's a fear that a big player would come in and probably take on that idea at a much larger level because they have investments, they have funds, they have marketing. So how do you tackle such questions with investors?
And you're saying, asking this question to me as a founder to a...
As a founder, so I run a wellness travel company.
I really love this question. I think we raise our stakes very high. We make life a 1-0. So when 1 doesn't happen, the world declares us as a 0. And that applies as a founder when we would go to an investor and say, I'm going to take over this segment and be the dominant leader in this segment, and I'm going to just obliterate. I'm just going to disrupt everything in that segment. You make such tall claims, you make such tall 1-0 statements that one doesn't happen for sure. It never happened with anyone for sure. One will get delayed by 2 years, one will get delayed by 3 years, sometimes one doesn't happen, and therefore the only obvious that happens is a 0. And then you get declared a 0. So my suggestion is, expectation management with investors is very vital. It is perhaps the single most important thing. I'll tell you, I've come across so many investors, so many founders. A mature founder, and mature doesn't mean age-wise mature, by the way, so please don't take me on that. But a mature founder, even in their 20s, versus an immature founder in their 40s or 50s, so irrespective of age, would do expectation management extremely well. They will not oversell. So stop overselling. The moment you stop overselling, when the day doesn't come and you've still not met your goals, which you will not, you certainly will not, you'll still be okay.
Thank you. I'm sure that was an informative session, and the gentleman on the stage deserves a better round of applause for that. Yeah? Perfect. I would like to request on stage Mr. Vivek Tiwari, founder and CEO of America Bazaar, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating the gentleman on the stage for his valuable time and, of course, the wisdom that he just shared with us. Can I request you gentlemen to be in the center, please? Let's get in the center. Thank you so much, Mr. Bayana. Thank you so much for being here once again. Okay, for the next sessions, since we had a slight delay to begin with, I'll request the speakers and the panelists to please make sure that we abide by the time. You can see the clock right over there on the monitor. And we'll be taking 2 questions per session. I know you have plenty of them, but try and restrict the question to 2 because we are short on time and we'd really love to catch up on the time. With this, I will move on to the next session, and in this panel discussion we'll be discussing on balancing human and artificial intelligence. AI augments human intelligence, but there can be pitfalls in being enamored with the technology. I'm sure we all know that. How to create the right balance is the tone, and for this session I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kaushalendra Singh Sengar, founder at Invest19 and advisorymonday.com. You want to put your hands together? Thank you. Mr. Rasik Pansari, co-founder and CMO Get My Parking. You want to put your hands together and join me in welcoming the gentleman on the dais. Joining him is Mr. Trishneet Arora, founder and CEO TAC Security. The young man up on the dais, you deserves a huge round of applause. And of course, the session chair, Mr. Samiran Gupta, head of India Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. You know it by ICANN as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel, you want to put your hands together and welcome the dais. Samiran, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we only have 10 minutes. Is that right? Okay. So we have 10 minutes. So we are going to do possibly a lightning round for everyone. So I'm going to start from my left because there are more people on my left than on my right. So don't mind. So let's start with Trishneet. I'm going to be very direct. I'm going to just ask you very simply, it's the same question for everyone. So with artificial intelligence, where do you see regulation required and how much of regulation? Okay? Or are you of the view that there should be no regulation and it's for the market to find its balance? So over to you.
I think we are at the very niche stage on AI. Wherever it is, it's in Silicon Valley, Bay Area, or maybe India or China. So we are at a very niche stage. People are talking about they are doing disruption, but I feel we are at a niche stage. setting up a regulatory for AI, it's too early, I would say. The people who are going to set up the regulatory, they would set up something which will not help the companies or founders or innovators to do something out of the box. So I think it's too early to talk about the regulations in AI space. That is my take on it.
That was quick and easy. Rasek, so let's turn this question around a little bit and say that how much time do you think the industry needs, the AI industry needs to settle down in India? I mean, you're in the space, and where do you see this going? Will we actually have artificial intelligence creeping into the workspace, and what kind of disruption that might be?
Very
two questions.
Yeah, so very relevant questions. I'll just quickly answer the first one. So I think we are at the same space where data analytics and big data analytics was around 2006, 2007, when there was a lot of buzz around it, and very few engineers who can actually deliver on the promise, on the buzz. So all these so there's a scarcity of these engineers who can actually deliver on the promise, and they are all taken up by the big companies. So what you are seeing today is more of a buzz, and data analytics is being confused for AI, basically, today. But it's changing because there's so much demand, and hence the economics of supply and demand. There is now a lot of engineers who are training themselves in AI. There are a lot of courses online available to help newcomers learn machine learning. And with the supply of engineers in the market, the industry will slowly evolve to actually deliver on the promise. To answer your second question, how it will be used actually by Indian companies, I'll just quickly give an example of how we at Get My Parking use it. So we actually have a data science division, and we have a data scientist who has been a data scientist at Cisco for 7 years, and then there's an entire team under him. So what we are using machine learning for is because for parking enforcement in Europe, there is no human being at a parking lot. It's all mechanically automated. So some of the people do misuse the system, and they don't take the ticket or they overstay. So there's an enforcement officer going around parking lots giving fines and penalties, okay? But today the route taken by these enforcement officers is based on gut instinct. I'm standing in Karol Bagh, where should I go next? Which parking should I go next? There is a 5-kilometer radius around me. So yeah, so what we are doing in parking domain, we do so many things, but one of this, in which we are using data science, is to give an automated machine learning model-based route to the parking enforcement officer. Okay, depending on traffic, time, is it holiday, weekday, time of the day, and historical data analysis.
That's where you're bringing in AI.
Yes, and that has shown almost 20% increase in chance of giving penalties. And so that's a huge thing.
Thank you. Kushalendra,
Yeah.
you're the last, but I've actually reserved an important question for you.
Yeah.
Where do you see, what is it that humans need to do to compete with machines? Because there are two schools of thought here. If you read the available literature out there, one school of thought is don't bother trying, the machine's going to win, because it'll just learn how to teach itself better. And there's another school of thought, depending on who you're speaking to, which is that, there are certain things that humans still will continue to do better. So where do you think this will kind of go? Do you think the humans can actually compete?
So I think we have to maintain the balance between the AI and HI, and it's really important because as we seen that it's not that it's recently innovated these things. This AI has started from 1956 as far as I know, and that was not AI. It started from the computers, and artificial intelligence is the advanced stage of robotics, right? And as we know that artificial intelligence, when we talk about intelligence, so intelligence means we are talking about the brain, right? And we are saying artificial, so means robotic intelligence who is copying the brain. So artificial intelligence making machine learn through data, through patterns, through algos, and they are now becoming smarter than human, and they are competing the humans. So we have to use artificial intelligence, and we have to use a set of AI wherein they are till the state wherein they are performing best. And for rest of the things, we have to use human minds to make it more compatible and to to resolve the complex situations. And what I personally believe, like, means we have to, machines are, keep on, growing their knowledge and, advancing their levels on the basis of day-to-day learning and, recording the human behaviors. In the same way, human also needs to make them advance by, learning the emerging technologies. And what I think we have to maintain the good gap, good collaborations, so that whenever the AI fails to deliver the output, then human can take care of those tasks.
Thank you. So we have it from the three panelists over here. No regulation yet. His bottom line point. With Rasik, we found out how they're using AI. And of course, with Kushlendra, he talked about, where you draw the line. Although to me, it's kind of a moving line. So we've got, if I look at this clock, it says we've got 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Okay?
I just want to go to one more thing.
All right, sure.
Means it's better to use AI for those tasks which is a repetitive task or a robotic task. Means the laborer's job, which a job wherein you are repeating the same activity on a daily basis. But if you are looking for a empathy things or a personalized service, so I don't think AI will give you a better solution, because what is the mood of the customer? AI don't know that thing, right? So this is where human can give you the best experience.
I would disagree with my fellow panelist here. I really disagree with the fellow panelist.
So hold it. We are so short of time, but this is, this is such a great conversation. I tend to agree with him, but I also know that there's enough proof that the machines are doing a very good job of what they do, and people are setting aside the empathy bit. I'm not giving you my opinion, I'm just telling you what I've read. And of course, we have a fellow panelist who begs to differ with Kushalendra. So shall we just continue kind of arguing amongst ourselves, which I'd love to, or are there any questions? Yes. Right. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, you want to hear my point of view.
The line first. Yeah. I'll just drop below.
Sure.
This place I read a single line, and it says, artificial intelligence cannot be a substitute for human stupidity. Now we can carry on.
Just one line. My question to Trishneet, you talked about the enforcement officers. Who are these enforcement officers and how they interface with the technology?
So the parking enforcement officers are...
Sir, I'll give you background. So we are a cybersecurity firm. Earlier we were a service-based company since 2013. We are turning 7 in Feb. So from last 3 years, we are just focused on AI, computer vision, machine learning. So we are setting up a large team in Silicon Valley. So we recently hired somebody who was with Apple and NetApp for 8 years, that we hired him as a head of the product engineering, as a tech advisor to us now. So we have the Fortune 500 companies to have the score of their IT assets, cybersecurity score, right? But still, I believe, investing huge on it, we are betting huge on it, but I still believe no intelligence can be artificial. So I make this point there.
I'll just quickly add.
Therefore, I agree with your point.
We are on the same page.
So I'll just quickly add on to my points because of the question. So why I beg to differ is that the point made by my fellow panelists was that only repetitive tasks, robot tasks will get taken over by robots. That's for robots, for sure. But AI, I beg to differ at the definition itself. AI, machine learning is not robotic. Machine learning, for example, when you go on Amazon and it gives you recommendation what to buy next, there is no human being there. But it knows me so well. But
Amazon is recording the human behavior. It's learning from us only.
Exactly. So, but there's no human seller over there. Okay. So normally your salesperson job in a store is now being done by a machine learning model on a website. And similarly on Netflix, Netflix will know what to show you next. There is no program operator sitting in Sony or Star Plus deciding what should play next, right? So these are machine learning models.
So, so thank you. We got the look from the lady and the gentleman on our right. So we need to leave the stage. But if you want to continue the conversation, perhaps over lunch or something, some of us will be around. So thank you so much.
Can I please request Mr. Gupta to hand over our token of appreciation to the panel here? Can we bring out? Yeah, please. After the shot? Yes, sir. Gentlemen in the front, thank you so much. For the rest of you all, you can follow suit. And so that's the end of the panel discussion. Now we'll take a short break of 30 minutes for lunch. Absolutely famished and hungry. Please join us outside for lunch. We'll be back again in the room in the next 30 minutes. So that'll be 2:15 is what we're expecting you to join back for the next session. Thank you so very much. Please enjoy the lunch being served outside. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in the next 2 minutes with the continuation of our sessions. If you can listen to the voice outside, I'll humbly request you to kindly finish up the food as quickly as possible and join us. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello. I would request everyone to come back inside. We are about to begin. Everybody please take your seats back so that we can start.
Okay, I'm presuming that the voice goes outside as well. Thank you. So we'll be starting now. I'll request everyone who's outside to kindly step in. The sooner we do this, the sooner we reach the alcohol point. So help us help you. On a serious note, no, yeah, it's working fantastic, sir. They show me advertisements of things that I'm talking about. And it goes for a toss when they show me advertisements of things when I'm thinking about something. So that's probably where we're looking at the future. All right, I'll request everyone, if you can listen to the voice, please step inside. We'll be starting now with the sessions that we have here. So while the panel walks in and the rest of you grab onto your seats, let me quickly thank all our partners for making this possible. This is the second edition, and we are so happy for all the online support of all our partners and sponsors. Let's start with presenting partner JumpNet. Thank you so much for being there, and of course all your valuable guidance. Smart lighting partner Havels, real estate partner Bhutani Infra, co-working partner Springhouse, knowledge partner Primus Partners, and outreach partner 10 times. So we'll be starting with the next session, but before we get to that, okay, I understand we've had lunch, and post-lunch sessions are mostly about how do I fight not sleeping. So let me try and help you with that a little bit. Yeah, I still see some seats in the back empty. If you guys can get to the seats as quickly as possible. Thank you. Are we good for the next session, ladies and gentlemen? Perfect. Some of you with the phones out, humble request, please keep your phones on silent or vibration so that the sessions are the only ones getting the attention. Right, so before we get to it, can I quickly request you all to give me your 30 seconds undivided attention towards the stage. Everyone in this room, leave your smartphones. I know you have better looking faces on that rather than the stage, but 30 seconds is all I ask for. Yes? Okay, perfect. Everyone, can you raise your left hand, please? Great. Now with palm up like that. Keep your hand up. Yeah? Comfortable height, lovely. With one of the other hands, of course you have only one, finger pointing down, you want to do this? Great. Now you'll see somebody else's palm right next to you. What you want to do is you want to put your finger in the center of the palm of the person next to you. Yes? And I'll make sure nobody sues anybody for this. We've got BW legal, so I have a couple of things under my arsenal, right? Great. Okay, everyone, what we're doing is this. I'll give you a heads up, I'll say 3, 2, 1. The moment I say 1, everyone whose finger is down like this, you want to try to take your finger away. And if your palm is like this, you want to try to catch that finger, right? I just want to see your reaction time. That's about it. Let's do this in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. How many of you managed to grab onto the finger real quick? Can I get to see a hand? Congratulations, you guys are now the president of Congress Party. Well done. Bad joke. Okay, let's get back to business, ladies and gentlemen. The next panel discussion for the day is on how AI, ML are shaping next-gen products. Before I request the speakers to get on the stage, I'll rephrase this. So we have a timer right over there. Please make sure that we only ask 2 questions, and I'll request the panel to stick to the timer. Let's quickly invite on stage the next panel, the founder and chairman for RateGain. Please welcome on stage Mr. Bhanu Chopra with a huge round of applause. Joining him is Mr. Prashant Pitti, co-founder and ED of EaseMyTrip.com. He looked at me like, I'll see you outside. My answer on that. EaseMyTrip.com. Thank you so much, Mr. Pitti, for being here. Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, co-founder and CTO, Ixigo. You want to put your hands together for the gentleman coming up? Mr. Sachin Haritash, founder and CEO, Maven. And we have Mr. Satya Prabhakar, founder and CEO, Sulekha. Ladies and gentlemen, your session chair, Mr. Vivek Tiwari, founder and CEO, Medica Bazaar. You want to put your hands together for all these esteemed gentlemen on the dais. Okay, before I hand over the stage to the session here, one more thing. We all can clap together. Can we try and do that? Everybody in this room, once. Keep it going. A little bit louder. A little bit louder. A little bit more. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All yours, sir.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. And we'll try to keep it as exciting as we can because it's post-lunch and we have to keep you awake. While the topic is really interesting to understand how AI/ML is shaping future generation products. Before we get on to the topic, we all know how AI/ML is changing our lives across industries, across sectors. Just leave industry and sectors, across life, you know. We consume so much of different, experience throughout our day, whether we are actually looking for healthcare, or we are looking for some travel, or we are looking to be consuming any other restaurant experience or anything. We are consuming so much of experience throughout the day, and we never realize our life has changed so much. It's being more predictive. We've been more aware of information. We have been looking at information which is being driven by the future products which are available in the market. So AI/ML overall is changing life greatly, and the topic is really interesting. We'll keep it really, exciting, and make sure that all the panelists here can draw your attention to whatever they can speak about in terms of their knowledge and experience on the topic. Well, I have all the esteemed members here in the panel, and to start with, I'll just give a the brief perspective. Just take an example of a newborn baby. What's common between a newborn baby and an adult? What is the most common element between a newborn baby and an adult? Can anyone say that? Sorry? Well, eye is an organ. Okay, good. What is the most common trait? They're born with the same intelligence. Anyone knows that? It's only experience which differentiates an adult with a newborn baby in terms of, getting on to day-to-day activities. They have the same intelligence, and the differentiation in terms of the experience they gather over a number of years, they become more smarter and more talented and more skillful. That's the difference, essentially, what we are seeing in AI. What we see today, believe me, the things would be changing like an adult in future. That's what AI/ML product for future generation will look like. While to begin with the panel, and I'll just throw out a question, and I request all my panel members to take it up and speak a little bit about the product in the company they are operating. What's the state are they in? Are they actually deploying AI/ML today? Is the product today relevant from AI/ML perspective? Or they are thinking of AI/ML deployment in the future? While I'll start on my left, I have Satya here. Satya has been in his venture for last 12 odd years, and he can add a little more value to that, and then we keep on following on from there.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'll briefly describe what Sulekha does for a living, and we are a digital platform, is a marketplace for expert services. When we mean expert services, these are services where the skill and the quality of the service provider matters a lot. The value of the service is quite substantial, sometimes in excess of between 10,000 rupees to a couple of lakhs. Examples would be in the categories of home improvement, lifestyle, higher education, coaching and training, other things where the users would like to select from a shortlisted selection of service providers. So what Sulekha does is that it verifies and onboards service providers across these categories. We have in excess of about 50,000 of them who pay the platform for being on the platform, and we have another 50,000 that are in a freemium mode. So the real opportunity for us in using AI and machine learning is every need of the user is quite unique, is quite custom in terms of the complexity of the need, where the service requirement is going to be, what is the amount they want to spend. Say for example would be you're looking for an event organizer. Every requirement is quite unique. At the same time, every service provider is also unique in terms of what kinds of things to do. Some people organize large events, some people organize small events, some people organize corporate events, and so on. So the real opportunity to use AI and ML is in three ways. One is to find the right service provider matched to the right consumer, that is the user, that's one. The second, and that depends upon availability, the attribute matching and other things. The second one would be our revenue model is where the service providers pay us to get connected to a matched service request of a user. So, and our pricing for that connection varies from city category to city category. It can vary anywhere from 50 rupees to about 1,500 rupees per connection that we make between user, consumers and service providers. That is the second one. The third one is where we also use machine intelligence. We don't operate one platform. We have actually, it's thousands of little cells where every city category has got its own set of service providers, its own set of users. So at every morning when we wake up, there is an imbalance in the cells. We have either too many service providers or too many users or too few of each of them. So the marketing programs that we run is to use this intelligence to get the right users and to get the right service providers. So these are the three areas in which we use machine learning, where the algorithms try to fit the right function to the data. And we're quite excited about what all it can do for us.
Thanks, Satya. Rajneesh, can you share a few thoughts?
Sure. Hi, so it's Rajneesh from Ixigo. Ixigo is essentially the fastest growing mobile travel platform in the country. We add about 5 to 6 million downloads every month, which is also growing at a phenomenal rate for us last few years. We've been using a lot of data. We've been lucky to find the right kind of growth hacks at the right point of time, because when we started building our products, we were not really building transactional products. What we were building was utility products which were solving some specific problem, user problems. So there was no transaction around any of those use cases. What that led to was a lot of user growth, because those use cases were quite big. For example, taking example of trains, for example. Trains is a very, very large use case in our country. And because of those use cases, for example, checking PNR status or locating where a train is, etc., we witnessed unprecedented user growth, and in the process we started collecting tons of data about users. Like if you're doing PNR status searches, we know the PNR status, right? So what we started doing back then is, I'm talking about 2013-14, is that we started using that data to then start predicting PNR status. For example, one of the biggest pain areas of users was that before booking a train ticket, you want to know whether your waitlisted ticket will get confirmed or not on the day of departure, right? And it was a very basic use case, but traditional algorithms, it's almost impossible to solve it. But if you use machine learning, then it becomes surprisingly easy to solve this problem. Similar problems we solved, for example, we were able to predict airfares. Like a few years back, we built an algorithm which can predict airfares. So we actually tell people inside the funnel that you should not book today because the prices are going to fall. It's something, it takes a lot of courage for an e-commerce company to say something like that right inside the funnel, because you're essentially kind of making a user drop off the funnel, right? So, but we did that because in the name of user experience, it's something that we wouldn't have compromised that even if we had that option. So similarly, we started using a lot of predictive algorithms to start to predict, for example, delays in trains, and this is one of the biggest pain areas. So users have a feature called station alarm, so they just put an alarm and they sleep through peacefully, and they know that even if the train is running delayed, the app is going to tell me exactly what time to wake up and not miss my final destination. So these are some of the use cases, but we continue to use a lot of AI and machine learning. So we started using it back in 2010. So it's been almost 10 years since we have been using AI. Not all of deep learning, but I think within AI, deep learning is the biggest breakthrough within AI. So I think things have become a lot more interesting in the last 4 or 5 years once we started using deep learning as well. And then we were able to solve even more tough problems. For example, we could personalize hotel searches using deep learning to identify features within hotel images. And we could say that this hotel is more suited for couples or for single or for business travel, etc. And then finally, one of the biggest use cases that we have today is that a few years back we built a conversational commerce platform which we call Tara, which is travel assistant and recommendation agent. And what it does is that it understands any human query, both in English and Hindi right now, and it can answer you. I mean, it has to be related to travel, obviously, because we are in the travel domain. And then what we did is we even used the same technology to power customer service at our end. So today, we do about 80% of our customer service is completely automated using AI. So these are some of the applications where the AI has fundamentally impacted our business, made it a lot more operational. And the whole point of this resource constraint is what it is trying to solve for us.
Wow, Rajesh, you are really hooked to AI/ML now. We can relate to that. So now, Bhanu, how do you think AI/ML is actually helping you in your product stage right now? You're thinking of AI/ML deployment in future within your company?
So very quickly about our RateGain. I'm the founder of the company, and we provide revenue maximization, distribution, and also now social marketing solutions to travel and hospitality industry. It's a product SaaS company that we have. So we basically collect a lot of competitive intelligence data. So when you think about AI/ML, what is sort of the source ingredient that these models need is basically data. So we collect almost 5 billion price points on a monthly basis. So it has been sort of inherent in the company as we sort of built the company. But one of the examples I would like to talk about is how we are using it to implement what I will refer to as surge pricing. So I think everybody's sort of familiar with the model of Uber and Ola, how they basically increase the rates when the demand goes up. So we take a lot of data which is both internal and external to us and determine, for instance, for a hotel, what are the micro level factors that could be impacting demand at the hotel, right? And what are the macro level factors? So given we have so much data, we can extrapolate what are the clusters within a city that are experiencing extreme demand. We look at airport arrivals information. We look at what events are happening. So there's an event here today. Maybe Microsoft's going to have the global leadership conference in Delhi, and as a result of which the 5-star is going to see extreme demand as well. So we're able to factor all of this information to understand how does the demand look like in a particular city. And if you think about the potential, there is a large potential across the travel industry. So we do this for hotels. We're bringing it to car rental companies. Very recently, we also are doing it for a ferry company. So there is a ferry company in the UK which is transporting people, and cars because there are no land available, roads available. And if you think about the pricing there, it's always been static. But they could benefit also when there is a surge in demand, that they could charge increased pricing as well. So I can talk about other examples as well, but maybe I'll leave it for later.
Thank you, Bhanu. Prashant, one of the most successful startups, and you have been doing great. And I heard you recently filed for an IPO too, right? Great. So would you just take up the topic and say something about your product?
Okay. Hi guys, this is Prashant Piti from Ease My Trip. We are one of the third largest travel companies in India right now. One of the main reasons why people use us is we do not charge convenience fees on the flight rates. So when you book a flight, at the end, most of the OTAs add the convenience fees in the last step. We have a very fair pricing policy of keeping the price same from start till the end. Talking about how do we use AI and ML in our system. So first we actually use it to optimize our revenues. We try to predict the hotel price, and so an example could be, let's say you're going to book an hotel. The market price right now is, let's say, 6,000. We might actually show that price as 5,400 at this particular time because we know the price might decrease in the future before your travel date. So that is one way by which we remain profitable. We are one of the only profitable travel companies in India right now. So we are heavily dependent on the AI and machine learning tool to help us optimize our revenues for our company. The second use case which recently we came up with, and it is reaping off really good benefits to the company, is earlier, if somebody was searching for a holiday, they would come to our portal, they would fill a form. Let's say they want to go to Bali or they want to go to Maldives. They fill up a form and then our agent would actually call them. So the cost to acquire one lead at, about 6 months before was around 250 rupees. We did something using machine learning, and right now our cost is 8 rupees. From 250, we were able to decrease the cost to 8 rupees to acquire one lead. So this is the process we followed. Instead of asking customers to fill up a form, we realized that people are very impatient when they're actually, at least dreaming about their holiday plan. They don't want to fill up a form. So instead of asking people to fill up a form, we ask them to message on WhatsApp. So if somebody messages on WhatsApp, we have deployed a tool, a chatbot, which helps them with their query. And because of this particular tool, we have seen a tremendous decrease in our cost of conversion. The third place where, again, I can go on, we are using AI and machine learning algorithm at many other places, but another thing I'd like to highlight right now is, in fact, even to book flight ticket, and in order to check rates, you don't even have to visit Ease My Trip right now. You could even just WhatsApp us at 990330330. We have built the NLP tool using which it will automatically share you the current pricing for, let's say, Delhi, Bombay, 20th of February, you write it, or whatever you write, it's on the basis of NLP. It will show you the results, and not only that, it will also keep intimating you if the prices are going higher or lower on your WhatsApp, so that you are better informed and you don't have to even keep going on the OTAs to look at it. These are primarily the tools by which we're using, AI and machine learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Prashant. Sachin, you can share some thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Sachin Haritash from Mavin Digital Trucking Company. So we are from a space which is unorganized in India. It's not taken so much of attraction. I'm from a second generation of a Chetak group, which is the pioneer in the Indian logistics. And during that, my intern and my experience, I realized that it has to be converted into a digital trucking. And today we are providing a completely paperless, faceless, a trucking company. We are serving to many customers in India. All our e-commerce customers, FMCG customers we are serving entirely without human interface and without any paper. It is unimaginable by the companies when we approach them. And how we brought that by bringing the information, and the information, it helped me the past backup data which I got it from the Chetak pricing. So in our case, we bring a unique price as the airlines, these companies are bringing a unique price. We are bringing a unique price in our transportation. It was very tough for us because there was no data available. There is no primary data. The users are not there. So I have to digitalize everything. How we are using the data, if a truck is going from A to B destination, because GPSs are available these days are very common, so we can analyze and predict that how much delay it will. But what I want to bring in my customer care team, they should know or my data will predict on the basis of a driver behavior and a truck conditions, how many times it has failed, and it will give in advance that it might get delay. So that kind of a AI we want to bring in, but it's not easy. So first we need to have a data, then a big data, then the algorithms will run in, then machine learning will come in, and then the AI will help the users and my team and the truckers to know in advance that what will happen in future. It will give an option. So in terms of pricing to our truckers who are in India, that it will help them in deciding that how many trucks he may play on us in coming time. So in next 14 days, he can know that what price he will get, so that he can manage their ideal utilizations of vehicles. So we are doing it, and in India, we are the only company who is working on this AI-based pricing, and in worldwide, we and Amazon, only 2 companies are there who are working on this kind of technology and a unique pricing for the users. That's it, and we'll be taking more questions then.
Actually, Vivek, since you're from the healthcare industry, why don't you, let us know how do you use AI and machine learning in your operational parts of the work?
Absolutely. So, well, thank you, Prashant. So, well, in healthcare, I think AI ML has a great play. I just wanted to cover it, and Prashant has been kind enough to ask this. We may not be aware of it, but before I do that, let me quickly give you perspective on what we do. So as Medica Bazaar, we are India's largest digital procurement platform for hospitals, and we cover approximately 35,000 hospitals and medical centers all over India now, with more than 20 fulfillment and distribution centers all over the country. We have been able to hive off this entire digital platform to a more AI/ML intuitive procurement platform. We bring in a lot of operational efficiency. We don't realize, but our hospitals are under deep stress. I don't know how many of you know that hospitals are overcharging, and they are under always pressure and scanner and a lot of regulatory pressures for the hospitals. But the overall health of hospitals are not good. They are not able to deploy technology in terms of their operational efficiency. If you actually happen to go to any of the stores in a hospital, you will see that hospital stores are bigger than even warehouses. I don't know for what reason they need to store so much of inventory. That doesn't make any sense to them. And moreover, they maintain inventory of 60 days and they do not pay the vendors. So that's precisely the ill effect of not using technology, and they are making themselves so bad in the overall scenario. They run out of the capital or the cash to run the operations, and they keep on freezing patients and charging them or overcharging them in order to generate cash. And even government is not able to do great support in that, because even Ayushman Bharat, with a great promise, still is not penetrated well with private hospitals. So there is a lot of dependence on technology to bring efficiency in hospitals, because they are the health keepers of the nation. And if they are not doing well, believe me, health is of paramount importance. People can sell their homes in order to be treated, right? So it's very important for people to get that kind of healthcare at the best pricing they deserve, especially the population in this country. So healthcare has great impact of AI and ML, more from operational efficiency side. Also to look at the clinical side, I don't know how many of you are aware of IBM Watson. IBM Watson as an application even can give you predictive tool wherein you can just say that this person suffers from this particular disease, or even most of the dreaded diseases like cancer. So even in US it's been taken like a storm. Many hospitals use Watson prediction to predict disease pattern in patients. So even clinical outcomes, whether we talk about operational efficiency, there's a great AI/ML intervention at every stage in healthcare. So while continuing with the topic, thanks Prashant for taking it up. I think it was relevant to cover that. While we came to know that each one of us come from different industries, and we have been trying to build products which could impact overall society, greatly, positively. But beyond your own companies, we are now, especially from 3 or 4 sectors here, you are from AdTech or classified sector, we have travel sector, we have logistics supply chain sector. Can you just briefly touch upon any AI ML based applications and which is greatly impacting your sector overall beyond your company, which you are doing or not, it's okay, but you know, what do you think that your sector, like I said, in health tech, it's more clinical outcome which is going to impact the sector overall?
I can take it for the travel industry. See, the future is almost unpredictable. Things are changing so rapidly at this time that we don't even know where should we actually bet on. One day we hear that this particular segment is going to grow so fast, the next day it's the other one. Something which we are really, really excited about for the future is, you know, imagine a self-driving car, you know, which is of course using, you know, AI and machine learning algorithms, where there's no driver. So, and if there is no driver in the future, we do not even need the front window. We don't need the car shields. So it could be just a box. And imagine that box to be your hotel room. You get down from the airplane, there's a box. Inside the box, there's a, you know, there's a bed for you, you know, and you just, that box takes you from point A to point B. We think that could be a very, very relevant future where the privacy of a person is available since there's no driver, there's no windows to be needed as such. Similarly, there could be many ways by which we may not even need a coffee shop in the future. You know, a person gets in the car, picks up the other person, the self-driving car picks up the other person, and they both have a coffee on the go, and then the car just drops them at their respective point. So we're really, really excited to see what all future can bring in this particular industry.
Great, Prashant. Satya, your thoughts on the AdTech sector, you know, overall?
Sure. The people who we serve are the small to medium business service businesses, and the service sector is today it's about 55% of India's GDP, and also the fastest growing. And the major problem that the service sector employees, businesses have is they don't have enough work, they don't have enough capital, they don't have a brand recognition that you don't know of them well, and they don't have a medium that helps them grow their things. So the most important thing for them is, for the marketing spend that they do, are they getting the ROI for that on the platform? Because they're not really looking at the internet as a marketing medium, they're looking at it as a sales channel to get customers. You know, they're not interested in building a brand. So to be able to price the service based on the ROI that they're going to get is a constantly evolving, fluxy problem, because the environment changes, the availability changes, so multiple things are there. So we use AI mostly to increase the ROI for our customers. So.
Manu, can you quickly, Joe, we are getting short of time, but you can quickly touch upon this for the sector you're operating in.
Sure. So, you know, so what we do is basically we provide technology solutions that enable our customers, which are, you know, my co-panelists as well as hoteliers and car rental companies, different service providers, to be able to service their end customer, which is the traveler. And if you actually think about the whole traveler's journey, I'm sure all of you travel and take, you know, trips. I think the process of making a booking is somehow beaten to death. And I would say my co-panelists do that very, very well. You can, you know, you can go on Ease My Trip or Make My Trip or Ixigo and make a booking. But I think the real fun starts after you make the booking, right? So you land, let's say you're going to Bombay, you land to Bombay, and you've booked your air ticket separately, you've booked your hotel, but that whole journey that you go through, without getting into the details, and I'm sure everybody can relate to it, is full of friction. I think there is a huge opportunity to make that frictionless, and you know, we're spending a lot of energy in making that process frictionless. So how do you do that? You first understand the customer. So, you know, I have Mr. A traveling to Bombay. He's a business traveler. He travels there often. He usually stays at the same hotel. You know, can I give him an alert on the, you know, the Mumbai traffic or the, you know, the Mumbai weather much in advance so that he can plan around when he arrives there, when he gets to the hotel? It's really funny and amazing to me every time I travel, and I'm sure you guys can relate to this, the hotel, once you check in, will ask you the same set of questions, right? How efficient would it be that they know, given the fact that you've been there so many times, that they actually are able to organize once you arrive your favorite meal with your favorite beverage. You know, they know where you're going to go, give you advice. And so I think there is a huge opportunity to personalize. But I do want to make another very, very important comment that I see that is in place. They're sort of natural forces against play. I believe what we see today in terms of application of AI and ML, at least from a travel perspective, travel technology perspective, the forces is again adoption, right? So, and it really bothers and concerns me, and I think there is Sundar Pichai who mentioned about it too, is what would happen, because I do see, you know, 5 years, and it's not even that distant in the future, that a lot of these jobs that exist are going to become redundant, right? And there is a natural tendency when we go sell this, you know, to our customers, people are thinking, what's it going to do to my job, right? So I think there needs to be a organized response by, you know, the industry, by government. What are we going to do? I mean, we can sit here and talk about how great it is, but what happens to all these people? How do we think about reskilling them and making sure that, you know, so in our industry, we do see that as a natural force, especially when we are targeting B2B.
Well, thank you, Bhanu. And Sachin, would you like to say one or two sentences on the logistics sector also, because you're the only one from logistics tech here?
So in logistics space, as these days everybody don't want to talk, so everybody want to use the app. But in coming time, the AI, the ML, whatever we are talking right now, only those companies who will be sustaining, who creates their own ecosystem, and ecosystem doesn't relate only to the logistics services. So in coming time, we will be selling the insurances to the drivers, will be credit rating agencies, we will be financing companies, because when the consumers are coming, so we are not taking the data. So consumers are coming, their data is with us, and we are using that data and giving them the solutions. So a driver is using our app, we can provide on the basis of his behavior, on the basis of his past history, credit rating agencies. We offer them some rating agency, and then there may be health insurance companies providing them a health insurance service. There will be truckers who are earning from my platform. It started happening, we have started giving the information to the NBFC companies, and they are providing lower interest rates to my truckers. So you can imagine that it's not me, it's not a trucking company. So today we say that we are a digital trucking company. Maybe in 3 years we'll be saying a digital logistics company. And maybe in 7 years we'll say logistics for all. Logistics may have a car rental, bikes, long haul, line haul, anything. So only those companies will sustain who will create their own ecosystem, and why not we? We've seen that in morning that Mr. Batra has said that all the multinational names they have taken who are not Indians, but maybe in coming time you'll see that he may be taking a name of maybe that they are providing or are unicorn, not in India, outside world or within the world, even in US we will be available. So we should take a proud on us that we can be a global company. So we don't need to fear from anyone, because we are the best talent we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's where we have come to the end of this panel, and thank you all the panelists for such enriching thoughts and experience. I think you really kept audience engaged, and thank you once again. So do we have time to take questions, or 2 questions? Okay, wow, I see a lot of hands, but we can only take 2. So I don't know, you can just pass on.
Hi.
Or we can take few questions offline as well. Yeah. So 1 or 2 questions are good to go.
Right. Hi Vivek. Hi everyone.
Yeah.
You've got to shift a little bit here. Yeah, 45 degrees. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, of
there's
course,
a lot of light here.
What's clearly evident is that AI ML is the technology of the future. It's not just the industries that are being represented here. It's going to be adopted by a lot of other industries, right? So my question is more towards the ground in terms of where do you find the talent to do all of this, right? So somebody needs to code, right? So ML is not about just the tensor flows and circuits, right? So wait, I come from that background, and yeah, I'm just summing it up. So we're fishing in an empty pond, right? Because these technologies are kind of fairly new, right? So there's not enough talent available. While we want to walk that route, where do you find the people to do that?
Well, Rajnish, would you want to take this question?
Okay, I can take it. Yeah, I mean, AI or not, I think getting the right team, especially in tech, is the biggest challenge. I think everybody would know about this. And not just building the team, but retaining them as well. I think retaining is even tougher in today's world, especially if you don't have $1 billion to, give 200% salary raises to people who are in other companies and poach them. But yeah, like AI, the thing with AI ML is that it's fairly new. So basically you can just reskill your own people, and that's what works best. And we have seen like some of our own people become extremely good at AI ML. Like, I can imagine that happening in many other organizations as well. So for us, the only challenge is that people never, when we were a 10 people team, we still had one guy only taking care of research work. So it's hard to kind of dedicate 10% resources to something that can eventually build something disruptive. But if you don't do that, then remember that you are the company which will get disrupted, and you won't be the company which will be causing the disruption, right? So it's always good to have 10-15% resources on things which are more future forward-looking in nature, and to do that, you need to reskill your people and align them and have the courage to say, I'm going to, do that. But getting, hiring in general is a problem. I think everybody knows that.
So I'll just add a few more thoughts to this. I think you have a valid question, but more from management perspective, any technology goes through an S-curve. When we talk about S-curve, there's always trough at the bottom. There are always challenges to uplift the technology beyond a point, right? And obviously the challenges could be challenges with more skillful people, with more people driving and pushing the technology upward in the S-curve. That is how it happens. So it's a shift which will happen. I know when 10 years back e-commerce started, we hardly found any talent to do PHP or Magento coding, right? There was no talent. Right now, market is full of such talent, and even people are moving beyond that. There are full-blown software available. There's enterprise versions available. A lot of changes has happened in the way we look at technology. So technology always, keeps on shifting gears, and that's how we see these challenges coming up. That's what, essentially means. We can take one more question. I think we can see a hand there. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Versus the people who can afford the AI and ML.
So that chai wala cannot afford AI, but he will be still surviving. Don't worry. So there are some real life products which will still survive, but every business, overall, whether we see, you have to see the sector or the industry. We cannot just be specific to a product or a particular business. So overall, sectoral or industry, I think changes would happen. But that does not mean somebody not using AI in future will not survive. There are obvious, products or chances where coexistence may happen for the time, and then obviously that change would keep on happening. Anybody wants to add anything here?
Yeah. Actually, I think the question is pretty valid because, you can do as much data you have. For the AI and ML to be successful, it's the data. And as they say, the data is the new oil for this world. And I find this question to be relevant because I and Rajnish, we were discussing this earlier, that most of the tech giants, either in US or China, they hold the data. So there is a lot more chance for the disruption, at least on the AI and ML front, to be happening from those companies. And in future, we may actually see them to become even bigger than what they are right now, because of that added advantage they have. So I guess that's a question which we have to look within ourselves. How do we defend our particular industry and territory to sum it up? Oh, yes. Yeah. No. That's not actually coming from our side. So that is what I was trying to do. All right. Thank you.
All right, so sadly, that's the time that we had for this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to put your hands together for the panelists once again on the stage. Gentlemen, can I please request you to kindly step up and get a group photograph? And I'll request Mr. Tiwari to help us in felicitating the gentlemen on the stage after we get the picture done. So we understand you have questions. I'm sure the panel would be really happy to take offline questions. Mr. Tiwari, if you can please do the honors. So feel free to get in touch after the sessions. The whole idea of TechTors by BW is this, to have conversations going, and we're really happy to bring all of you under a single roof. So please feel free to put up all the questions that you have later on to the gentlemen that you see on the dais. Okay, so that was a great conversation. Now it's time for a power-packed session. Well, it's a couple of sessions combined together. We have the honor of having three of the most influential investors of this industry that are about to take the stage, followed by a fireside chat with none other than our chairman. So you need to stick around for this session. As soon as you get settled, we'll take it forward. All right, so it's time for the power-packed session that I talked about. We have three amazing gentlemen coming up and taking the dais. So with that, I think we'll start with the first, the Managing Director and Head for Fosun RZ Capital India, who's going to address the subject of funding tech-led startup, things to look out for. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Tej Kapoor on the dais. We'll start charging you GST in the back if you don't clap. Yeah, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tej Kapoor, can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, everybody. I'm just going to cover some of the topic here, which was given to me, which was what do you look when you fund a technology startup? So before that, how many are founders here? Just to take a, okay, great. Welcome. And rest are investors? Seems like 50-50 divided kind of audience. But anyways, so some of you are anyways, good investors and founders. So I'm just going to, and I'm talking this more from the perspective of Fosun, as we have been looking at the market. And I think for any investor, it is important that they come into a market which is pretty large. And India offers some very exciting opportunities now and going forward as well. So these are some of the stats that you might be familiar with. We're already going to be the third largest economy by 2025, and with a large base of internet. And that's why there is so much noise about tech and internet companies, because soon enough we already have 500 million people online. Transacting users are still less, but they're growing massively. And also I think India and China will emerge as possibly, winners out of this Asian market as the biggest markets. And we'll probably leave behind US, and it's already happening in China with, you just covered AI and ML, you see a lot of that, autonomous cars, etc. So moving forward, why is that? Is because India has cheapest mobile data. This might, change now that Jio is starting to charge money. But sooner or later, it might go up, but we still have that advantage for now. India is a new startup capital. This is not a thought anymore. It is a reality. We have more than 100 plus VCs. In 2010, when I started investing in India, I was actively 20 or 25. So that has changed. 1,000 rounds are being funded. Almost 14.5 billion was raised in 2019. All the, Jeff Bezos was here last week. And you see all the PR and the importance he's giving to India, which tells you every leader who runs a large internet company is looking at India very, very carefully. Also, the speed of getting to unicorns is actually reducing. If you see in 2017, we had almost, 2019, sorry, we had, almost 18 unicorns or 25 unicorns that got, new unicorns that came into existence. Also for Swiggy, it took less than 3 years, 3.5 years to get to a unicorn. So the cycle to unicorn is reducing. I mean, some of the earlier companies, Make My Trip, took a long time to get there, but since the market has matured, you can start a company and really create a lot of wealth for yourself and also some really good products. So this acceleration is helping for the new talent to jump into the new economy and start their own enterprise. So what do we look for? We, as investors, we are always looking for largely the underserved segments of the economy. So I'm going to talk about a couple of them just as examples. For example, e-commerce. E-commerce by any means is not done in India. We are just getting started. So if you want to start an e-commerce venture, it's not too late. Flipkart and Amazon might be there, but you can still create a lot of niche. I'm going to talk about it. For example, if you can see, the China market is still far ahead of us. Similarly, US is at 517 billion, China is 1 trillion, and we are at 50 billion e-commerce market. So it's still very tiny. If you take a look, PDD, which is Pinduoduo, which is a social selling platform in China. PDD actually does 68 billion. This is one company doing 68 billion GMV. Alibaba does 850 billion. And our whole economy, e-commerce put together is still smaller, right? So you see there is a lot of scope for us to actually launch new products and get acceptability into market. So there's a huge room. Obviously, GDP per capita comes into account, economy comes into account, but what I'm trying to showcase here is that one company is actually 1.3x size of total e-commerce of GMV. So we are still pretty small and just early in the game. And if you look at India, it is quite promising. Just looking at e-commerce, there are verticals which have been created. It's almost like, many parallel trains are running. So we have, the first generation e-commerce companies like Flipkart, Amazon, Snapdeal. And then you have seen the new generation e-commerce companies such as social e-commerce building up very nicely. So for example, Meesho is a great success story out of that, which is using the power of WhatsApp to do social selling, and everybody can become an entrepreneur sitting in their house. So this market is going to grow from 50 billion to 200 billion. I don't know where else, if you were even a early stage investor, where else can you play if not in e-commerce? So I think e-commerce is not done. There's Nykaa, which is close to becoming a unicorn. Big Basket is already there. PharmEasy is doing really well. Yes, a lot of these companies don't make money, and when will they make money might take long time. But once they start to churn cash, I think the future will be in India, because just the sheer numbers that we will throw will be really big. I'm just also want to reflect on mobility sector for a minute. I think mobility has huge opportunity in India. There are 200 million daily rides which still happen in India, which are largely unsolved. You know, our infrastructure is not great. And you guys must have read today that Bounce raised $105 million US, and that's doing the last mile logistics or last mile mobility. And therefore there is so much excitement in the mobility sector, because I don't think the government has all the wherewithal, but to solve the problems it's the private enterprises that will have to solve for it. We also have an investment in this in Ixigo. So I also want to reflect that you know, Uber and Ola, they really cater to less than 2% of overall rides. So there are still 98% which are left unsolved and need solutions. Because who is riding Uber and Ola are people probably in this room. It is catering to a very higher segment of growth. So therefore you will see Rapido, which is a company which is a pillion ride model. There is you know, Bounce, Vogo. We have invested in a company called Local Rides recently, which is trying to solve the next you know, 300 million problem of mobility solutions. So I think the EVs are in this sector going to emerge as big winners, and also people who can give a ride at 10 rupees rather than 60 rupees is what people are really looking for, because not everybody in India, or large majority of India, cannot afford 60 rupee ride. So we'll see lot more people coming into this segment of mobility. So these were two examples from my side to share that you know, we're just getting started, and you know, there's a long way how we can leverage technology to create really meaningful solutions in the market. Now, second thing we look for is strong founding team and also strong founders. You know, most of the investors like to see that the founders have vision. So when we look in investing, we want to partner with, because it's a true partnership. You know, it's almost getting married. And you know, we want to work with individuals who have the vision, who are seeing something we are not seeing. So here are some of the qualities which I could, because we at Naspers I invested in Flipkart, and at Force I invested in delivery. And when I look at both of these founders, I do find them to have obviously very high EQ, but also very high, you know, very high IQ, but also EQ is equally important. How do you grow your team? Because after a certain point, once you have proved the model, I think Sanjeev is going to cover 0 to 1 journey. After that, it's about scale, and scale comes with team. And it's very important that you have high EQ so you can, you know, grow your organization together. Obviously, young and energetic is important, because you know, doing businesses in India, as you all know, is not easy. So you need a lot of energy, a lot of long hours, a lot of dedication. Also, we need to, you know, they should have power to build world-class team, and I think Sahil and also Binny and Sachin had this capability of, you know, bringing in the right people at the right time to build a very, very solid world-class team. And also sometimes, you know, they see what, you know, you and I cannot see, and that's what is, I always try to invest into an entrepreneur from whom I can learn, and who knows about his particular industry and has deep knowledge, because that sets him apart, and he's looking at something which I'm not seeing. I also want to stress upon ability to raise money. Without raising money, you can't build big businesses. So you need in your co-founding team somebody who has ability to raise money. If you don't, then it'll be very hard for you to scale, especially in this competitive environment. So if you don't have one, please try to get somebody in your team who has ability to raise money. Third, you know, when we think about investing, we look at either disruptive products, disruptive business models, or disruptive technologies. You know, it's not that, you know, earlier the taxis did not exist. They were always there. But when Uber came, they came with a product which was so easy to use that made sense for everybody in the ecosystem. And that's why they scaled so fast. So there are a few examples. Again, taking example of a disruptive business model is delivery, because delivery doesn't really own any of its infrastructure. You know, they don't have trucks on their platform. But what they have done is, using technology, created a very solid network which actually used technology as a layer. So you can ship a box from Delhi to Madurai in the best possible network and the most cheapest price. And that's why they were able to, you know, grow. So it's almost like what AWS did, you know. Similarly, if you look at Kisht, which is one of our other portfolio companies, which they have come up with a disruptive technology of assessing you, not by just using your credit score, but also by using your social scores. For example, your LinkedIn, they get feeds into your, where you spend money. Based on that, they can make a decision within 30 seconds whether to lend you money or not. So they have created a very disruptive technology. As a result, they are lending now more than $15 million a month. So they're scaling really well based on the technology and the algorithms they have built. Obviously, everybody knows about, I don't have to talk about WhatsApp, but yeah, just to give you an example, there were only 40 people in WhatsApp when they got sold. So they built such an amazing product, which to scale does not need to scale their people. And as a result, it was sold at such a high price. So these are some of the things we look at. This is a little bit complicated, but when we look at investing, these are some of the things we, as investors, look at is what is the unit economics, what are the risks of the model, what are the technology that you are using, and obviously every investor at the end of the day wants a return. So we always look at what are the exit opportunities for us. So as you are thinking to raise money, you should also think about, ultimately where do you want to take your company? Is it going to be an IPO or is it going to be sold to someone? Because as investors, we also have obligation to return money to our principals, and we want to make returns as well. And also, look at large problems that you can solve, because that's where you can actually build very massive companies. I just want to also say that there is no better time to be an entrepreneur or investor than now, because this decade is going to be much better than last decade. I think a lot of work has been done by a lot of great founders and investors, sitting in this room to grow and got India internet to this place. I think the next 10 years will reap the benefit. I just want to take example of Bombay, and when I go to Bombay, it always fascinates me because you have almost parallel worlds living in Bombay. On the left side, you have high-rise building, people spending money in bars and hotels, and on the right side, you have the biggest chawl. So you can live in Bombay with 20,000 rupees salary, and you can also have endless millions of dollars, right? And there is unicorns or good businesses, not only unicorns, but good businesses that can be created for both segments. So sometimes we just try to always go to the top of the pyramid, but there are enough and massive businesses that can be created in the fat belly or the bottom. I think there is large opportunity that exists in India today, especially after the Jio. I was in Madhya Pradesh in a small little village, and I was really impressed that the 4G was working there. So I think these people have now got phones in their hand. They now need products which they can buy. They are not going to go to Myntra and buy a 3,000 rupee shirt because they don't have that kind of money. But they still need to wear a shirt. So you need to think about certain products which can actually fit to their bill. And the last one is, I think I want to say that at least we'll see 60 tech unicorns in India. And these are some of the spaces which I think that they will come from. E-commerce, like I already spoke about, there's still a lot of opportunities. Logistics, I see at least 5 unicorns, if no less. Payments, I think Paytm has done a fabulous job, but still the market is huge and it's growing by the day. Education is another sector. We can't build enough schools and universities in India. It's just not humanly possible. And the only way to solve for educating Indians is through tech. We are seeing on the social and the content side, mobility, we are seeing a lot of exciting companies. When I say food, it's more like food delivery. I think food delivery, you can have 1 or 2 more unicorns, but it's hard to beat because Swiggy and Zomato, because you just need so much burn to start another company. And I think B2B is another big opportunity where we already see Udaan as a success story. And many others such exist because we are such a fragmented market. And if we can organize some of them, we'll see much more unicorns coming up. So thank you. That's from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
So this is a 3-pronged session, and I'd like to thank Mr. Kapoor for being here. But we'd like to call you back once again on the stage. for the felicitation and of course the fireside chat with Dr. Batra. Now? Okay, sure, please. Yeah, please. Thank you. So with this, we'll move on to the next speaker, the founder and senior managing director of Helion Venture, who was also our jury chair for BW TechTors 2020, to speak to us on how do companies go from 1 to 10. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. I wanted to start with a question to the audience. How long do you think it took India to become a $1 trillion economy? Any guesses? Absolutely right. 2007 we turned 1 trillion. The second question is, how long it took to get a 2nd trillion? And you can't answer. 7 years. So 2007 we were 1 trillion and 2014 we are 2 trillion. So like Tej mentioned, India is not opportunity constrained. India is all about operational excellence, and there are opportunities galore for building an interesting company in many, many segments of the market. So I think the subject of the discussion is how do you go from 1 to 10? Are people familiar with these terminologies, 0 to 1 and 1 to 10? 0 to 1 would really mean that you've gotten your basic product market fit right, and it is working with a small set of consumers. And then 1 to 10 is, like Tej was saying, how do you convert that into a $1 billion company? So I think India is very good at 0 to 1 stage. We are very good at innovating and pioneering, but the wheels come off when we go from 1 to 10. And my experience in the 1 to 10 space is partly through my own startup called Daksh, which we sold to IBM. And then partly as a board member of Make My Trip, Big Basket, and Farmeasy, which are all close to $1 billion companies. So these are some of the learnings that I have tried to condense and try to present to you. How many are in the 1 to 10 stage in this room, based on the definition that I just laid out? Great. So everybody else is in the 0 to 1 stage? Okay. So I think for companies that want to be unicorns, one basic principle that comes through in all interesting companies is, are they in the middle of a mega trend? So mega trend can be digitalization of consumption. So that has happened to retail, that has happened to transportation, but very early for, let's say, logistics or financial services. So I think if you start a company which is in the middle of a mega trend, like a tsunami, you will benefit from that mega trend and create scale. So, for example, environment is a very interesting mega trend. I don't know whether you noticed yesterday, BlackRock, which is the largest asset manager, said that they will not invest in coal-based thermal plants because they want to invest in solar. So solar as an alternative source of energy is a huge mega trend, and anybody who's building a company in that arena will be a very important beneficiary. So I think when you are building from 1 to 10, you want to do this quick check, quick sanity check, that are you part of a mega trend, or are you in something which is peripheral, or are you in something which is counter mega, like building a coal plant. The second Sorry? Yeah, can you hear me now? So I think first one was this mega trend. Environment is a very big mega trend. Digitalization is a very big mega trend. Other some more nuanced trends are people buying experiences rather than buying products. So the travel, for example, holiday travel company would be in the middle of a mega trend versus a product company where people don't want to own products anymore, especially millennials. And the second piece, which I think Tej alluded to, which I am reaffirming, is to be part of a large market. And our thumb rule is that if you become a leader in a $10 billion market, then you can potentially create a unicorn, which is a company with $1 billion market cap. And the principle is that if you are in a large market and you take 5% market share, then your revenue is about 500 million, and you get typically valued 2 times the revenue. So I think large market, mega trend, those are the two interesting elements to look at. The related point is that you should be a single product company before you start to diversify. A very good example would be Swiggy, that their first $1 billion valuation came through food delivery, and then they moved to grocery and other lines of business. Because each line of business consumes too much of management energy. So you want singular markets that are very large, where with one offering you can create a lot of revenue and therefore associated market cap. That product, that anchor product for Make My Trip was airline booking before they moved to hotels. For Big Basket, that product was grocery, or you can say planned grocery. Not instant grocery, but planned grocery, which you order once every week or once every 10 days. So I would say these are 2-3 things that you want to be careful with when you're trying to test your business model vis-a-vis scalability going from 1 to 10. I think the other big equation, to my mind, there are 3 elements of building a unicorn: the market, the people, and the execution. So we talked a little bit about the market. On the people side, I think most founders are very good at strategy and thinking. And in Hindu mythology, they are very good Brahmas. But for every Brahma, you need a Vishnu who is going to convert your vision into execution. So I think pairing yourself with a Vishnu who can complement your forward-looking skills is a very good way of thinking of team construct. The second piece that we see there in almost all successful entrepreneurs, whether it is Sudhakar at Basket or Deep Kalra at Make My Trip, is that they are very good at letting go. I think one of the problems of small companies staying small is that they are not willing to delegate and decentralize. And I think these people are very good at two things. One is to delegate and let go, but at the same time set up a very good review mechanism to make sure that when you have let go, the wheels don't come off. You're very well informed of what's going on. And therefore you can create a scale business. And the third piece I feel is that in scale companies, supervision is a waste. And one way you can cut supervision is by becoming a very values-rich organization. And Infosys would be a very good example, where you articulate what you stand for. It can be customer centricity, respect for all. And then you make sure that your hiring, training, reward process is connected to permeation of these values. So if you get a combination of Brahma and Vishnu, if you can decentralize very deeply and make values your operating system, then I think the scalability can be very seamless. And then last but not the least is the execution. You got the team, you got the market right, and hopefully you've raised the money. But how do you convert this into world-class transactional engine? And I think a very simple way to put that is how focused you are on your customer. So in our industry, there is a metric called Net Promoter Score, which basically says that if you have 100 customers, how many recommend you and how many detract from your services. And the difference between the two is a Net Promoter Score. So how do you create a customer-centric company which has a very high Net Promoter Score? Because then that becomes your moat and your cutting edge. That one customer who costs so much money to acquire will say so many good things about you, then additional 10 customers will come to you at relatively very low cost. So I think those are the thoughts that I wanted to share, that it's all about putting yourself in the right place, making sure that you have the right people, and then the execution engine that brings it all together. Thank you.
Just one second. And with that, we'll move on to the next speaker, founder and CEO of Sixth Sense Ventures, who will speak on innovation versus disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Nikhil Vora on the stage. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't upload properly. Nobody turns up. And this is the twist wherein I don't know where Mr. Vora is. Do you have any news on that? Can anybody from the team let me know? When can we have Mr. Vora here? So once we have Mr. Vora, we'll be moving on to the fireside chat with our keynote speakers here. Dr. Anurag Batra will be joining us on the dais for that. Okay, since I have time, I would like to thank our partners for making the day possible for you all. Presenting partner JumpNet, thank you so much. Smart lighting partner Havels, real estate partner Bhutani, infra co-working partner Springhouse, knowledge partner Primers Partners, and outreach partner 10 times. Also, I'd like to request, since we have a bit of time here, you can use the hashtag BW TechTors in order to spread the word around and let the world know of the conversation that we're having here. It'll be much appreciated if you can use the hashtag on all your social networks. So we'll take 2 minutes for Mr. Mohra to step right here. In the meantime, I'm sure it's one of the best networking places for you all, so this is the time where you can capitalize having a chat with each other. On that very note, how many of you actually know each other? How many of you know the person sitting on the table with you? Like, for real, you know the person. I mean, not just the name and the designation and the money on the bank accounts, the actual person. I'll start with this table here, sir. All the 4 gentlemen know each other? All 4 of you? Just the 2 of you, 3 of you? Okay, the gentleman in the center, you feeling good? Fantastic. That's how Amit Shah feels most of the time, you know. All right. The ladies sitting in the center, right? I hope the table knows each other. Do you all know each other? You don't? Yes? Okay, great. So let's take 2 minutes. Since we have time, I would encourage you all to get a conversation going. I'm absolutely sure it'll be a fruitful time for you all. So have a chat, get to know the people sitting on your tables, and probably once you're done with it, give a high five just for the pictures. That looks really nice. So in the next 2 minutes, we'll have Mr. Vora come in. In the meantime, get to know the person better. Thank you. we'll continue. So we'll continue with our session in the next 2 minutes. Please utilize the time to the best of the opportunity. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Check. All right, so continuing with the power package of the most influential investors of the industry. We finally have the gentleman that we all have been waiting for. I'll request you all to settle down. Once you let me know, we'll start with this next keynote. And before we begin, I'll request all of you again to put your phones on silent or vibration mode so that we can have all the attention towards the orator coming up on the dais. Okay, I think we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much for being so kind and letting me do my humor, which I don't really think it's too good. So yeah, you're kind. Thank you very much. With this, let's welcome back on stage the founder and CEO of Sixth Sense Ventures, who will be speaking about innovation versus disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, you know if you don't applaud loud, he'll not come on the stage. I'm serious about that. Please welcome on stage Mr. Nikhil Vora with a humongous round of applause.
Hi, thanks for having me here. So I just realized the topic that I'm speaking on is innovation versus disruption. I didn't really realize that's a topic. Frankly, I thought I'll just talk about, it's not really about, I think it's more about talking about experiences, specifically for most of us who are entrepreneurs in their own right, some of them in a very early stage of entrepreneurship. So I thought I'll just take some of the learnings that one has had over the last 25 years plus that I've been in the industry, significantly as a professional and last 5 years as founder of Sixth Sense. I thought I'll just reflect on some of those elements and just have a free feel conversation on it. Sorry, is this working? like in any tech platform, the tech always goes bad. Okay. This looks okay now. Okay. So what I thought I'll reflect on is talk about 6 or 7 traits of entrepreneurship, of learnings that one would have over a period of time, and see how it really gets reflected in most aspects of what we do in our normal working life. So, you know, and this just okay. So, can I drop this presentation, I guess? I'm okay without it, I guess. Okay, before this starts to work, just a brief of what we do. We are India's first consumer-centric domestic venture fund. This is what Sixth Sense is, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sixth Sense. We hope that we invest in disruptive businesses as we move forward. We invest in brands, we invest in products, services, distribution, anything that we think is going to be relevant for the consumer of tomorrow, today. That is really the vision of Sixth Sense. And over the last 5 years, we've done decently well. We are 2 fund old. We've been the best performing fund in the country over the last 5 years. The first fund has been the best performing fund in the country by a fairly decent mile. We've been 40% odd IRR. We've also been the only fund in the country to have returned capital back in less than 3 years. In the second fund, we also did for the first time in India, which is a 0% management fee. So we said that if we don't make money for our investors, we'll charge nothing. And I think that's very, very important. You know, I think in normal life, right, any business, any product that one works, you know, if we make a bad product, we get penalized, and we should get penalized, frankly. So if we are mediocre or poor, we should get penalized, and that should be it. Fund management is the only business in the world where even if we do a mediocre job, we never get penalized. So if the fund becomes a $1 billion fund, and Sanjeev is here who's seen enough of it, if the fund becomes a $1 billion fund, we'll make our $20–25 million of management income every year, irrespective of what we do to the fund. So we said we'll take nothing like that. We hope to be doing things which we believe is extremely credible in its own right. So we said that if we don't make money for investors, we'll fund ourselves. That is the skin in the game in some form that we will have. We also put our own significant capital into the fund and so on. We've also been invested by MOC, which is Ministry of Commerce, so which is quite nice for a young fund, which we are. For them to show faith in what we are trying to do is a good accreditation for us. So even the second fund as of now seems to be doing quite good. So some of the names that we've invested include Bira, Viba, Saffron Stage, Hindustan Foods, Fraternity, and so on. So fairly large, diverse set of companies. As of now, around 23 odd investments across the first and second fund, and we have already sold out around 5 of them. And Out of the balance 17, 18, around 11 of them have already seen the next round of investment happen at a much higher value. So it's been a fairly decent journey, very early in our days. So hopefully we maintain what we are doing. And if we fall, hopefully we get up faster. So that's the idea. Okay, hopefully if this works. Okay. I think in anything that one does, it's not about where one is today, but where one will want to be over the next 5, 10 years. So entrepreneurship or businesses are always about what we see, what we want to be over the next 5, 10 years and how we'll be relevant over a period of time. So my reference point and a lot of things that I've done is really about real life events or real life events in some form, which is what one would look at in this.
मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ नैना, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, गिरना भी चाहता हूँ, बस रुकना नहीं चाहता.
This is what all of us do, I guess. We all want to move ahead. It is not about, staticness is a sure shot recipe of almost death. So I think just as in every business, everything that one does, I think the idea is to really look forward to what we can do and thereby build further on it. And this is so much true about businesses. There's nothing which remains on autopilot. I've been an analyst all my life. I've seen thousands of businesses. A lot of times entrepreneurs, founders keep saying that now this business has gone on autopilot. That doesn't require too much of indulgence from the sponsors and so on. It's never like that. The fact is that 90% of Fortune 500 companies die over decadal. They should be autopilot businesses because they are the best in breed, be it in scale, profitability, execution, management, capital, market cap. Everything is just about perfect. And yet 90% of them die. And not a single player dies because of competition. You can very easily take on the known. It's the unknown which kills you. It's the failure to see trend change which really kills a lot of businesses. So even larger entities have the onus on them to change course, to move faster ahead of time, because the consumption, if it is consumer businesses, or innovation, if it's technology driven, is changing so rapidly that you need to keep pace, you need to move, you need to be just a step forward. So I think that's very critical about all that we would do. And entrepreneurship is also about the belief that we will tackle things as it comes. So a lot of things are unknown. It's something which is a belief, and that's the reason entrepreneurship really happens. It's the overt, in some form I would call it arrogance, which is a brilliant thing to have for entrepreneurs, by the way. I love entrepreneurs' arrogance. The belief of what the entrepreneur can do, and the belief that he can do everything. I think that is an innate quality of someone who's doing his own stuff. And the fact is that he will learn it on the move.
शाबाश जवान दी मुझ करना क्या है? करना क्या है? बस बॉल फाड़ और सांड की तरफ गोल पोस्ट की तरफ भाग बस। मेरे सांड को पकड़ के तो दिखा।
Why do you think this slide is there? This caption is there? So, this is very, very interesting, I think, and I can give it a lot of reference on this. There's a guy who knows nothing about the sport. A lot of time, entrepreneurship have very little clue of how the business will evolve every step. They would not know. And this is perfectly normal. A lot of investors like us, we invest in business based on what we see today. But I can guarantee you this, not a single investor knows that, or rather, every single investor knows that what he's investing in today is not what he will sell out 5 years later. These are two different businesses, right? Because life will change. Your ability to spot a sponsor, to change course of the business, if it's required, is what really will drive sponsor wealth or investor wealth. So here you have a case of a guy who did not know the sport, but knew the goalpost. I think for all of us, it's important to know where we want to be. The path to that could be very different. So, as long as you know the goalpost, you will have obstacles, but you'll be able to take it on its way. To me, this is a very good example of that the guy had no clue of what he's doing, but he was told that this is where he needs to do, this is where he needs to reach, and as long as you're clear about the path, about the end, I think you'll clear the path somewhere. So, quite interesting.
रिया, कहीं पहुंचने के लिए कहीं से निकलना बहुत जरूरी होता है. सही वक्त पे कट लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो गिले शिकवे होने लगते हैं.
While I'll talk about the fact that entrepreneurs should be arrogant about what they do, should be arrogant about their belief of the business and so on, sometimes, rather most times, it's also important that we should also know when we are on a wrong path. I'm not of the favor. I can tell you one thing, right, that I think in India, every fifth guy in India is an entrepreneur in his mind. He's got an idea which he wants to execute on ground. And believe me, there aren't so many ideas that can be executed successfully. So at points, it's important to know that your idea may not really have a life beyond. I was part of part of judging this business world, disruptors, well, obviously, a lot of ideas have its own rationale to exist. But I would also want to believe, and I'm generally critical of businesses, I think a lot of ideas have no reason to exist. It's tough for entrepreneurs to believe that, but I think it's also important that entrepreneurs realize that the journey of that business is too short-lived for him to be able to make a difference, for him to be able to monetize it or create value for any stakeholder in that process. So sometimes you also need to know that maybe times have changed and you haven't, and thereby the business that you thought will have a longevity which will go beyond may not really exist. So you should know when to cut short. I think the good part about entrepreneurship in India today is that unlike 15, 20 years back, where you possibly had one life and you died, today you have numerous lives as an entrepreneur. Because the business life cycles have turned shorter. So if you fail fast, die young, live again. Because you will have a chance to do it again. It's great to pursue your course if you believe extremely strongly about the way it looks like optically going. But somewhere, if the business does not seem to get enough reason to exist, if it's not making a difference to the consumers, it's not making a difference in tech space somewhere, or we are too antiquated for being relevant, I think we should know when to call it quits. Contra to what I said earlier, which is about having contextual arrogance of a sponsor, which means belief in what you do. But I think the belief also needs to get tested every moment. I run a venture fund, a consumer-centric venture fund. Tomorrow, for whatever, right? If that market doesn't exist, I can't be so sticky on what I'm doing today. If I have to be relevant, I think I will need to change course, move ahead, and so on. Again, everything that happens around us, we obviously overestimate what would happen in the very near term and underestimate the impact of the same over a fairly longish term. This is true in everything about businesses and politics and economics and everything that one would look at. So, in the Indian case, all these event calendars which have happened, I think at first it looks like the biggest event that would happen, and thereby our expectation that these events should unfold a lot more sooner, the impact should be a lot more sooner and so on. But if I had to take a call maybe 10 years later, or in retrospect if I have to look at this, hopefully, I would want to believe that this would be the most meaningful changes which would happen in the Indian market, Indian economy over a period of time. I think these would be defining moves. One will be proven right and wrong in retrospect, but I surely wouldn't want my daughter or my kid to live in economic framework which possibly I've lived in for a fairly prolonged period of time. So if we've got used to cash as an economy, frankly, which is true for most of us, I surely wouldn't want her to go through that same journey. I think if there is a way to regularize something, and this is not just about individuals, it's about businesses also. Today, it has become challenging for most, I would say, illegitimate businesses to operate, and which is perfectly normal to do in any growing or in a mature economy as we speak. So I think what is legitimate today, because it hurts a lot of us, looks slightly illegitimate. I, for one, personally believe that any changes which are fair in the context of what the market should be over a 10, 15, 20-year period or sustainably, I think it's perfectly okay for a lot of us to go through a pain period which is a lot more shorter for the benefit which is far more sustainable.
इतना मत सोच गहरी हो जाए तो फैसले कमजोर हो जाते हैं.
Disruption is going to happen because of you or might happen to you itself. Like I said, the Fortune 500 is a very, very good case study that businesses do get disrupted, and they will disrupt if you don't disrupt your own business. I see that as a big challenge. I've been a listed market player or listed market participant all throughout for almost 25 years before I started a venture fund, ironically. So while I was a public market guy, what I started was a venture fund, which is quite two different ball games. I personally believe, and I continue to believe that there is just so much of, and I'm just talking about markets right now, there's just so much of disruption which is happening and will continue to happen in public market. When I'm saying public market, it is more about mature stage businesses. So if I have to take a call about what is mature stage businesses, which are theoretically listed companies, to emerging businesses, which are private businesses, I think my choice is very clear. Because I can't see leaders doing disruption in their own way. I can't see leaders disrupting their own businesses. Leaders have too much of success baggage, and success baggage is the toughest baggage to dislodge. You don't adapt to change. And that's the reason why Fortune 500, 90% of them die. I see the same situation to happen. While I have a lot of hope, but I don't have too much of belief that leaders will disrupt their own businesses. I can't see that happening in India. Most leaders are also operated by professionals in their own right, and professionals very disrupt their own businesses. They're very happy with status quo or near term. It takes entrepreneurs to disrupt their own businesses. I find it very, very challenging. And that to me is also the biggest opportunity to look at in India. So if we look at disruption and disruptive players and look at what's happened in the last 5 years, and it's just a dipstick of what possibly will happen in the next 20. If I remember right, there was some 30 unicorns in India in public market 10 years back. There are 35 unicorns right now in public market right now, 10 years later. There was one unicorn in private market 10 years back. There are 25 unicorns in public market right now, and possibly growing as we speak. So clearly, one is about where values are migrating, and I'm not justifying values. I'm justifying the fact that there are a lot of fair businesses which have been established. So I've been part of Paytm, and I'm not saying that Paytm is the right value of the business right now. That's all up. But I think it's the right business model. Oyo is a right business model. Ola and so many of them, I think they've just created the right business model which ideally the leaders should have been creating today. There's no reason for a Indian Hotels or Oberoi's to set up Oyo or do something like Oyo. There's no reason for a Mahindra not to do a Ola. There's no reason for a financial play to not try a Paytm at some stage. The fact is that leaders never innovated, never disrupted their own businesses, and it took challenges to create that business. And for a moment, if we forget about values of those businesses, because those can be challenged, the fact is that those businesses have created customer profile, customer skill set, customer touch points, and that to me is the biggest thing that disruption does. And I think in India again, You know, what I really love calling, I think India is a lovely 2% market. So even if 2% of the market converges to a different way of consumption, it creates one of the largest markets pool in that category, which is super. So if 2% of Indians decide to drink Scotch, India will be the largest Scotch market in the world. And that's true for almost most relevant categories that one will look at. The irony is that most of the 98% guys don't look at the 2%. And that 2% suddenly starts to creep in and becomes a lot more lower. So they disregard the growth that was possibly there in their book till date, and then they disregard the customer set. So they forget the basic tenets of businesses, which is about existing customers, more customers, and new customers. I think that to me is getting serviced a lot more by disruptors who are trying to create that capability. So, yep.
किसी महापुरुष ने कहा है कि कामयाब होने के लिए नहीं, काबिल होने के लिए पढ़ो। सक्सेस की तरफ भागो, एक्सेलेंस का पीछा करो, सक्सेस झक मार के तुम्हारे पीछे आएगी।
Yeah, it's very interesting. So when we were doing this, judging the potential winners in this, there were a couple of guys who actually made a pitch and said that, I'm building a unicorn right now. And I was like, it really hit me. Means whoever, if the guys are here, please just dismantle that theory that you want to be a unicorn. It's the most rubbish thing that one can ever think of. You need to build a business which is relevant. Values will change. Whether it's a unicorn or whatever it might be, I think values will come by itself. I think most entrepreneurs, because they've possibly got used to this, the habit of becoming the earliest unicorn in the country, I think we're chasing wrong metrics, wrong businesses also, because we do a lot of things which are not appropriate for the business. And it is a sure recipe of our ability to run the business as effectively as you would have done and focus a lot on the business rather than focusing on the values of the business. So my just humble request and suggestion is that values will change. In businesses which are relevant, there are more than adequate relevant investors who will come and chase the business. I think our only attempt should be to create a business which creates either scale or profits or touch points. And in different categories, obviously, but I think as long as we get these three attributes somewhere, the values will get created. If we are chasing any other attribute than these three, believe me, there is no sustainable value that you will have in the business. Had to get Marlon Monroe in this. Yeah.
मुझे जो सही लगता है मैं करता हूं, वो चाहे भगवान के खिलाफ हो, समाज के खिलाफ हो, पुलिस कानून या फिर पूरे सिस्टम के खिलाफ क्यों ना हो।
Okay, we're not talking about doing illegal thing now. No. Okay. The idea is, like I said before in the opening remark, I think it's about, I see a lot of companies and businesses which come to meet us and stuff, and just to somewhere just test them also, right? As investors and potential partners, I obviously keep telling them and saying that maybe this could be another way of running the business. And sometimes I see sponsors being very amenable to the change that I tell them about, which is completely weird. You want them to listen to you, for sure, but if as an investor, for me it is one investment out of 20 or 30 that we're doing, right? If for whatever said and done, if let's say we mess it up, I don't know whether you can use any other term, but if we screw up, it's one drink away. For the guy who's running the business, it is 5 years of his life or more. So there's a lot more in the game for the sponsor. The fact is that he's germinated the idea, created that. So you you need to also have that arrogance of believing in what you do. Don't get floated very easily with what investors tell you to do. It would be in good jest also, but I think there also has to be a lot of belief about what you guys are doing. You know, if we as investors had the ability to had the capability to operate a business, I think we might have done that. I would possibly say, and this is despite the fact that there are a fair bit of very prominent VCs and PEs here, I don't think any PE, any VC, almost any, has the ability to operate, has the ability or the capability to run the business on their own. We possibly have a sight of business. We have a line of sight of what the business should do, possibly what the business should not do, give a framework about it, give an ecosystem which can really trigger that faster. But we are not operating guys, right? We don't think that's the right thing to do. I think it's the right attribute is for, as entrepreneurs, your belief in what the business is, with the underlying thought that maybe I need to take these attributes into account when I'm building it up. So don't get swayed very easily. Maybe sometimes you're just getting tested, for all you know. Yep, that's about...
कहने का मतलब ये है कि पहले साल 50 लाख पर 10 करोड़ का मुनाफा है।
50 लाख पर 10 करोड़ का मुनाफा?
चंदन, तुम में इतनी भी अकल नहीं कि अपनी कमजोरी और लालच के भेद किसी गैर आदमी तक नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए।
Sorry, I was just referring to this earlier. I think it's, as entrepreneurs again, you know, at times it's important to package yourself well. Let me give an anecdote, right? So if you look at consumer businesses, I'm slightly closer to that, I'll just refer to that. You look at consumer businesses, every product is similar. There is no IP attached to any consumer products, right? So there's no Intel inside a soap. There's no Intel inside a Colgate. I can do a Colgate as good as Colgate does it. I can make a Dove as good as Unilever does it, and so on. But the fact is that it still has its own franchise somewhere. So the packaging of that or the communication of what you do is what creates the aura about that brand. It creates a mindset for what that brand signifies to someone. So at a lot of points, you know, and obviously we keep meeting a lot of players. I think a lot of people do effective businesses or are trying to create a very strong business mode. It does not get communicated well enough. Try, if possible, to also package your product well enough, which means a lot of attributes that you would want as a business to be there. Entrepreneurship is a lonely journey, so sometimes it's great to have created some sort of an ecosystem before you really reach out for external capital. It's also important that you create some sort of proof about what you've been able to do, which will make someone believe in what you guys are trying to do. Just a pure boardroom stage entrepreneurship is a bit challenging. There are not many. There might be a lot of players who would be willing to fund that out and so on. But it's a very sketchboard idea, and I think sketchboards will possibly die there. Most of them do. So I think it's just important that sometimes you package yourself well enough, have that confidence when you reach out to funds also. Sometimes just the baggage of maybe not cracking something plays on your mind, and it really shows out. While you may not speak it, but believe me, sometimes we are slightly more psychologists rather than just investors. We look at the body language of people who are coming to you. We want to see whether he's really confident enough about what he's talking about and take a call based on a lot of things that we see that time. So just be slightly more confident when you approach guys. Be very sure about the direction at which you need to lead them. Talk about 3 reasons why that business is good or bad. Why the business is good, not bad. Don't go all over the place. I see a lot of companies where they literally sketch out the idea which they will plan for the next 5 years. You know, I've been an analyst all my life, and I was fairly decent at my work. I've never been right in my year 3 numbers. Yeah, so there is no way that you can sketch out something which is going to be as grandeur as 5 years, 10 years. What is important is you sketch out your thought process in that period, how you see business migration happen, and that logic should be very, very non-invasive in some form. So be slightly more, I would think, for want of any other word, slightly more solid about what when you reach out to investors. Sometimes it's very half-baked ideas, and you don't really get a second chance with the same investor. That I can guarantee you. Or it's very, very rare that you'll get a second chance. So just make the best out of it, and all the best to you guys. I didn't mean this to be preachy. I hope it's not. But this is seriously what one would do every day in their life. So as much as I would be critical of my own business or what we do, we would be critical of all businesses, and that's the way it should be. So my only piece would be that if you need to die, die young. Thank you. They have some more time floating, so any questions?
Thank you, Nikhil. That was a good session, in fact, and we like you for the fight about the simplicity. So just two very short questions. Do you feel investing is just like going for a surgical strike? Entry strategy, exit strategy and everything. And secondly, how comfortable would you be, supposing that you like a business idea, pros and cons, and if the founders are not an IIT, IIM people, how comfortable are you investing into that business?
Oh, let me answer the second one first. Extremely comfortable. I have no illusions or belief that, and you know, when I said this unicorn thing, right, and maybe I'm just digressing a bit, but a lot of this unicorn thing also emerges from a lot of IITians because some of them have cracked it. It is a very, I think, a very crazy notion, frankly. So I'm not a great believer of just from where you emerge from. I think it's great if you are. It doesn't belittle anything, but I think it's very, very important that, and as an investor, what one would look at, I need to like the face of the guy I'm investing behind. Believe me, that's literally the sole criteria. I need to like the face, which means that can I have a drink with him 5 years later? Can I believe that he's got the ability to think slightly forward? Can I believe that I can trust him long enough? Can I believe that he sees businesses as much and slightly better than most? I think so it's literally about the face of the guy that you're betting on, right? Especially if it's early stage life cycle. So perfectly normal, perfectly okay to look at anything. Second is also that what IT or IIM would do, and this is true for any frankly, it's great that a lot of ideas come from there, but it gives you an ecosystem. So it's a great platform, so nothing to take that away. But I think those platforms exist with a lot of funds also. I think ecosystem or what you need to create for the business, I think a lot of things exist within an environment. So I'm not too fussed about them emitting from one spectra. The only, I think one interesting part about them is that frankly the fact that they are trying out entrepreneurship is a great thing, because they could fundamentally just step out into the corporate world and get $500,000 jobs. Anyone would, most of them would. So the fact that they're willing to let that go and take a shot at what they believe in, it's a great attribute. So one would really need to balance that out, but it could be from anyone, right? The first one was?
Is investing just like a surgical strike? You need to prepare that much. Getting into a business, having an exit strategy in place,
oh, okay.
Anything?
I can talk for myself. I don't care about exits. And we still have recorded the fastest exits by any fund in the country. But I don't care about it. I don't care purely for a reason. I think, and you know, I've been an investor personally in a lot of businesses before I started Sixth Sense. I've done 5 exits in the last 2 years, and these were all private businesses which were bought out by, one by Alibaba, one by Oyo, a lot of other players and so on. So I think the only thing that you need to look out for is, if the business scales, there are 10 investors waiting to buy, whether it's private or public. So the liquidity risk that some lot of us think about in secondary market, frankly, in private market, I don't think it really exists. It is as good or as bad as secondary. If businesses don't do well, you can't sell secondary anyway. Or you can sell, but it's just no price or irrelevant price. If businesses do good, there are 10 layers of investors who will be willing to buy you out in private. So I don't think liquidity is an issue at all. So exits is not something which is very heavy in our mind. I think even entry is not so relevant, frankly. I think the entry is not about the price, it's about the guys whom you're wanting to bet on. I think price comes by itself. As long as we think we can map each other, we think we can go along for a long time and so on, and we think we can add value. So we don't invest only if we think there's deep value in a company. We don't do it right now in 6 Sense. I hope the DNA of 6 Sense doesn't change on that. Hopefully we'd never do that. We don't want to invest in deep value businesses. We want to invest in guys whom we want to bet on, and where we are slightly involved investors, not operationally, but because maybe we've seen a bit of it. I think that's more important. So surgical strike, no, it's not shoot and move, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Done? Oh, yeah.
Could you share insights about what you've learned from companies that you didn't fund and that went on to become successful companies? And what did you learn from that?
Learn from companies which have become successful.
A pitch to you,
Yeah.
you did not fund them or didn't select them, but they went on to become successful players.
Yep.
You must have learned something, some insights.
So, this could be the height of pompousness right now, but I can't remember an extremely successful consumer company which we have missed. Okay, cut that. No, frankly, I frankly don't get any. If we've liked something, like I said, it's not deep value, so it's not that we'll lose our investment because we did not pay the value, or we don't. I don't think we lose investment because of that. Maybe we lose investment because it's not the scale at which we want to invest in. So if, let's say, our ticket size would be anywhere from $3 to $7 million is what we are good with. If it's not in the zone, obviously we don't invest because we will not be as relevant investor in some form, which is okay, which is what your choice is. It's not about, you don't need to be in every boat which makes the shore or hits the shore, something, whatever. I think we've been very happy to participate in businesses which have really done extremely well. I can share some names that we've invested in and so on. So Bira, it still has to be successful. It's created brand franchise. I don't think they've yet cracked it. Hopefully they will. Viva, which is another one. Fraternity, Hindustan Foods, Saffron Says, Eupheus, Fasten Up. So there have been plethora of ethos watches. There have been plethora of businesses which have done very well in their life journey, where we've been there right now. So irrespective of that, I think learnings would happen irrespective of whether we're investing. I don't think that's really contingent on that. I think what would be interesting and what would be a learning for, I'm sure, all of us is that all businesses, irrespective of their success cycles, will go through some periods of softness. Softness could be in different aspects. Could be business softness, could be value softness, or whatever, right? I think the learning for me would be that the ability of a lot of players who've made it right, for them to stay put on what they were believing in, or either change course to make it relevant. I remember Epigamia as one, where he had come to meet and he was selling ice cream at that point, Hokey Pokey, which I thought was a okay-ish business. I didn't really see too much meat in it. Hokey Pokey is almost out. It's there, but it's not as relevant. They morphed the business. So obviously people, as long as, either you remain very sticky to the cause. So Paytm did that. He remained very, very sticky to what the belief was, which is fantastic. Hokey Pokey changed course, but again, it's fantastic. So it really depends what you want to learn from so there's no set rule, right? There's no set agenda. I think the idea is to pick up attributes which you believe are relevant, because business life cycles are shrinking, right? So if maybe earlier successful businesses were of 25, 30 years, now successful businesses are of less than 15 years. And if we don't want to be part of the first 2-3 years and the last 3 years they are already peaking out, then you have 10 years to milk out a great business opportunity. Which means that if you have to be successful, you have to be successful in that 10 years. Which means that either you stay course and you pass it, or you change course fast enough because you don't have too much time left. As long as we are in sync with that, we've been very happy. So whether we've been invested or not, I think it's great to see successful businesses emerge and maybe take some learning from there and figure it out. Like for example, maybe I just add one. I think Oyo in some form, and I'm not talking about values, I think that's proved how you can use a very ineffective balance sheet invested in India to sweat P&L. Now they've not done that yet, but they sweated balance sheet very well. So there's a lot of assets created in India which is completely redundant or not sweated well enough by, so they did that P&L, right? So I think that capture was very good. So if, and which we've done, so let's say we've invested in Fiternity, for example, which is a fitness platform, which is India's largest fitness platform, right? So they're not setting up fitness gyms or clubs or swimming pools and so on. They are aggregating all these half-kilometer, 1 kilometer business radiuses. So you don't go for a swimming more than 1 kilometer off for a gym and so on. They're aggregating all those platforms. So there is already balance sheet invested and they are sweating the P&L. Or what Saffron Stage does, which is the premium holiday home play. So every one of us who's made some money, the first form of wealth disposition is to buy a property, a second home or a holiday home, because property reduces and you end up buying it. And then after a year or two, you figure out that you've possibly invested 10 crore in a holiday home and you're going possibly 15 days in a year. And after that, even that reduces. So they take up those properties, right? So there's no balance sheet investment, but it's already done by someone else. So I think Oyo gave that clue of what possibly is what you could sweat on in different forms. So learning can happen anywhere, right? So hope that answers a bit. Thanks so much. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vora, for giving us all of the time that you did. With this, I think we'll move on to the fireside chat that we told about. And of course, I would like to call back on stage Mr. Nikhil Vora to kindly join us. You want to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman back on the dais. Along with him, we'd like to call on stage Mr. Tej Kapoor, who's sitting right at the front and is going to get on the stage as soon as you start applauding. That didn't work out. He was already on the stage. You didn't applaud. That's not fair. You want to put your hands together for Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal. All right. So before we dive into the session, yes. So we saw you had a lot of questions earlier. So I have all these three gentlemen out here who are probably at the top of their game as investors. So if you have any question to either of them on the stage, now is the time. We have 5 minutes for that before we begin the fireside chat. Any questions from anybody?
How leaders will very circumspect about busting their own business.
What we call market segmentation and actually fund entrepreneurship, because they don't have the core competence to actually bust themselves. So challenge yourself by creating a whole series of smaller issues. Would that work? Would I be able to fund other companies which challenge my company? Is that a system?
I have a new revenue model for business world. Anybody who has to ask a question has to pay $1,000. And if the question is not good, he has to pay another 5,000.
And then you get a discount of 10,000.
Yeah, that we'll be happy always. Offers are welcome. Ranjan, you are allowed free questions. With my friend for 20 years. But they can answer, but I'll tell you, leaders, whether political leaders, who have become marketeers, countries have become marketeers. You know what is UAE? It's the largest marketing agency in the world. They've created everything on marketing. You know, you look at political leaders, whether in our country or look at the US, they are doing market segmentation in fact, they're appealing to their audiences. They have large digital teams. they're creating content for their audiences, they're segmenting. So I do not agree with you on, that the leaders are not doing it.
So you're not agreeing with Nikhil, you're agreeing with me.
I didn't hear what he said, but...
That's why, see.
So, we'll get back to our discussion. And I missed you, Nikhil, because I have other duties that I needed to do, which I did and have come. I think these are the 3 stars on the panel. You have Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, who's an entrepreneur, now leads the fund. Please give him a big round of applause. He was also our jury chair of TechTors, so if you do not like the winners, he and Mr. Vora are the 2 people you should reach out to if you haven't won. Right, but on a serious note, I'd like to thank them. Nikhil, of course, again, you were in news today with my friend Mr. Yog. You've put money in a venture. It was reported today, I'm sure. And he was, what I liked about them? They were very involved. Like Nikhil gave a suggestion that ideally only these many companies should be there. And the best way to say that we value is that we followed that. Because we don't have an agenda, right? And Tej, of course, runs Fosun. He's backed many startups, both as Fosun and in his previous avatars. So please give them a big round of applause. Now, I missed Nikhil's presentation, but the topic of our session is winning in the tech disruption-led world. So is tech disruption an opportunity or a problem? For whom is it an opportunity and for whom it is a problem?
So I'll maybe intersperse the question that you asked also in this. I think, to me, it's firstly on leadership thing. Leaders very rarely tend to be innovators. Yeah, so it's almost inconceivable that that they will create the change. There's just like
Clearly
I said
you're not
before.
referring to our Prime Minister. Nikhil, are you referring to our Prime Minister or not? Is he included in this leaders list?
I don't necessarily share the opinion that you have, so
No,
that's
I don't
okay.
know. You don't even know my opinion.
No, you did. Okay.
But but anyway.
Yeah, I think what's happening, having said that, like for example, firstly, there is, frankly, if one looks at a lot of relevant businesses which have evolved, there is no reason for those businesses to evolve in the first place, right? You look at every vertical, it could have been serviced by an existing large player, and it wasn't rocket science to do it, right? Aggregation could have been started by any one of the auto guys, a Tata or Mahindra and so on. And they're forward-looking guys anyway, so Mahindra surely is. They did not do it. Hotels, OYO started and you didn't have Indian Hotels or Radisson or anyone trying to do something. And print,
I'm not in the print.
I have an opinion on this.
That's the opening slide of my investor raising presentation. I am not in the print business.
Okay. So the reason why he said that he'll charge $1,000 from everyone is that the print business model is collapsing.
By the way, it's not collapsing, but it's reinventing, it's pivoting. It's called orbit change. And the great brands. We are in the business of brand and content. We're not necessarily in the print business or the digital business or the experiential events business. We are in the business of communities, we're in the business of content, we're in the business of commerce, we're in the business of digital, experiential and influencer.
Yeah.
I've given you my investment
I
deck,
completely take that.
so I hope you write me a check for one of my businesses.
No, I say this with some, I talked about
But
this,
we get your point that
yeah.
leaders are status quo, they don't necessarily think of new ideas.
Yeah, I think, so for print, for instance, right, I think everyone in the world knew 10 years back that print is a push medium and no longer the traditional way of consumption print. It does not mean that we are not going to read print. It does not mean that Indian literacy level will not go up by 5 times in the next 10 years, 20 years, which means print should grow and so on. That's not the point. The idea is that the business will grow, but the consumption points will change. So the consumption point change into someone who was pushing it digitally, right? So why couldn't the Bennett group, why couldn't the Jagan group, why couldn't the HT group think about this as a cycle of evolution? There was no reason for InShort to be born or someone else to be born, right? There's just no purpose. But
Let's not monopolize this conversation. Let's take it to the larger audience.
Sorry. So anyway, so I think leadership finds it difficult to change course. Having said that, I also believe that current leadership, which is there in the country, and I'm talking about India right now more, some of them are very seized about this. I can say it for, let's say, I'm saying it on cam, let's say a Sanjeev in Unilever. Normally it's very tough for the organization to get wedded to a startup sort of a mentality. Because they are running a few thousand crore brands. It's very tough for them to say, okay, try and sell this water, which is a new one, and stuff like that. They'll not do it. But if the CEO of the company says that, okay, I want to spend time on these guys. I want to spend time understanding what they are doing. Not about investing, understanding what they're doing and stuff. It sends a message deep down that this is what the organization wants to look at and focus also. So I think it's nice that what he's doing. Does it mean it will change course for levers? May not. Large, but I just think that's a great sign of how players can get involved a bit more. Can they do what you're suggesting, which is literally start to seed a lot of these ventures and vehicles? I think precisely. They should be doing that and doing that multiple times over. I really can't understand why every player, every leader category wants to run a family office but not run a business which will align to what the future course of their own businesses will be. It's just...
So strategic incubators, accelerators within the company.
Completely.
For example, I mean, Nikhil may or may not agree, and Mr. Agarwal may or may not agree, may agree, is let's look at True North. They're a great combination of a investing company, private equity, and True North, and being an operator, it's a cross between an investor and a holding company. Now those clearly what Nikhil is saying, levers could do that. I mean, could have levers incubated raw pressery, right? Or for example, can they create the raw pressery in, say, the milk category, right? The people who are creating that, you and me know that. So clearly, existing incumbents are familiar with something, and you rightly said the status quo is. Going to Sanjeev, you set up a KPO 24 years back?
About 20 years.
20 years back. You sold it about 14 years back or 12 years back?
Yeah.
Around that time? Now you've seen lots of, I mean, as Rohit was talking in the morning, we had the Y2K thing, then we said 2020. So we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a host of new technologies coming up. Is there a formula to catch and understand which technology will click and you kind of bet big on it? Is there a way to kind of hack it? Because you see many technologies. So how does somebody like Sanjeev kind of hack, I know that this is going to work. Blockchain is again touted as the next game changer for every sector. So tell us if there is a formula at figuring out technology winners.
That's a question I have never been asked before, so I am not very competent to answer it. But I think before you came, I was talking of responding to mega trends.
Sure.
So mega trends in our current milieu are digitalization of economy. So that has already happened in retail.
Sure.
That has already happened in transportation.
Right.
And therefore you can extrapolate that this will now
go to every aspect.
Yeah, go to logistics, it has already happened in media.
Of course.
So I think that is one way you can get a sense that how pervasive this would be.
Sure.
The other big mega trend is environment.
Sustainability.
Yeah. So if you are building a business that is in the middle of sustainability, then you will have a lot of capital available to you because a lot of investors are now having this charter of investing in ESG compliant businesses.
Companies.
So I think the way that technology gets applied to a particular problem can give you clues to whether this has legs or not. And internet, digital, these are technologies that have leg. Mobile, blockchain is unclear as to what is the application of blockchain, where it will find users. And then you don't want to be a first mover in a particular technological arena. You want to be an early mover, but you want to have superior execution.
Sure.
So when we started BPO, contrary to the belief, we were not the first mover.
Sure.
There were at least 10 more companies already in that space. And in fact, some of them were an inspiration to us. What we did was we thought of the business at a much different scale than they were doing. But the inspiration was not us. Inspiration is that this already works. Somebody has already demonstrated the pilot, but he is not very good at scaling. So the way I think of entrepreneurs in India, which is more about application of technology rather than creation of technology.
Because we've not created a single product company in any sector.
Yeah, and there is nothing wrong with it, because application itself has created $100 billion tech industry. So look at sectors which have been impacted in the US, sectors which have been impacted in China, and then the customers are the same around the world. And you begin to apply those to, so at least my background is more on that rather than doing pure R&D and things like that, which has a very high mortality rate.
Like, you know, and Nikhil, you may want to comment, but I want to ask, how do you discover Vijay Shekhar Sharma? Or how does the Vijay Shekhar Sharma discover? And I mean, I'm using that example. You want to use, so Sanjeev, how do these companies come to Helion? They know Sanjeev, you know, you'll meet maybe 2 of the companies that you saw here were of interest to you. But is there, you know, what I'm trying to get, is there a certain checklist that you look at? Is there a certain elimination that you practice? Yeah. And if there is a thumb rule to that, the entrepreneurs in the room can benefit. And Tej, I want you to think about, is there a late mover advantage in investing? I'll come to you for that.
Tej goes first?
The first.
So I think Tej made a very good presentation, and that captures how you should think about whom to fund. And in my book, I think first I look at the founder, and what I look at the founder from is that is he a good first principles thinker? Because of the simple reason that entrepreneurship is not a linear journey. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step backward.
Sure.
So therefore, if you are just a replicator and your business model is not working because replication didn't work, then you are going to be floundering. Then you can't pivot to a different business model. So there are many ways to look at entrepreneurs, but to me, in my book, the biggest driver is he a first principles thinker? And then on the second part, it is and a delegator. He may not be very good at execution, but he got to be excellent at strategy. And first principles thinking and strategy is very tight. So I feel that execution can be delegated, but strategy can't be delegated. You can't say that I am an operations-oriented founder and I'll have a chief strategy officer who will complement me. That doesn't work. Strategy with the founder, and then execution you can bring a professional. So that is one theme. The second theme is markets which are about $10 billion in size and are fragmented, which means that there is no clear
winner
or
a dominant player.
Yeah, or a dominant player. So for example, used car industry is a very good example of a fragmented industry where we have funded a company like Spinny. So our belief is that if you invest in a $10 billion market which is diffused and you take 5% market share, then you create about $500 million of revenue in a decade, which can be valued for $1 billion. So there are many more, but these would be the top 2 that I'll share. But I think Tej's presentation...
Is there a late mover advantage? Is there a late mover advantage?
I think Sanjeev sir is an example of that in a way because he just mentioned. No, I think there is because the first mover always.
Can I give you an example why I say that?
Yeah, I will.
Look at SoftBank.
Yeah.
They invested in companies that like valuations there, and look at Chinese companies. Your Fosun, they're investing here. I mean, right now Chinese are got active in India now.
Yeah.
So is there that's why I asked you that question.
No, I think as a VC, I would want the market to be as deep as it can be. Because if you look at China market, it's very deep. So I don't know if you know about Luckin Coffee, but it's a super success story. The company has become $2 billion worth in 2 years. And that is because people already know how to order a coffee online. You are not educating them. And therefore, and everybody sits around the office, they want the coffee to come to them. So they just figured that out. And instead of somebody going to Starbucks, they started delivering coffee in the conference rooms. And then after that, they went offline and opened the stores. Now in China, that could happen because everybody knows how to use a mobile phone and to order a coffee. Very simple thing. But in India, still that
Since they can't post comments about democracy online,
yeah,
they can order coffee.
Yeah, there is no democracy, so that's a separate debate. But what I'm trying to say is that definitely when the market is deep, you have the advantage. One example is again Flipkart, right? Flipkart did all the hard work of educating people. And then the companies which followed.
Amazon, you mean?
Amazon, for example, they already had 50% of traffic, right? All they had to put was a booking engine at the end, which they did. So, but they did not teach the market how to, buy a book, which was done by Flipkart.
That's the pioneer's burden, right?
And the same thing I say is about Paytm. Paytm has done a fabulous job of educating people how to use QR codes. They were the first ones to go out there. And there will be many people on top of it, which will build their companies and leverage like BharatPay, for example. So there is always, but you should not be, like Sanjeev sir was saying, you should not be too late. This is a wave, you need to ride the tide. If you are sitting on the sidelines for too long and then think ki ab to gaadi nikal gayi, then it's too late, right? So you need to time it right.
Everything in life, timing is important.
Correct.
In a game of cricket, whether playing poker, investing, and I want to come to one thing.
I just want to also just finish one topic. I think the first generation of Indian entrepreneurs, as I compare them to Chinese, their ambition also is a little bit limiting. And why I say that is, for example, take Alibaba. Alibaba created Alipay. They created a mega logistics company. And they created Taobao. They created many other products which followed, and they are control freaks. The whole ecosystem that they create is fabulous. So I think
it flows from the Communist Party. They like to control everything.
Yeah, I'm not blaming whatever entrepreneurs did a fair job, but I think that ecosystem approach will start to come in. I think more businesses out of same business, that will.
In that sense, I want to ask you this question all three. I met a very successful entrepreneur. He is himself an entrepreneur, and he runs a very large fund. I'll take his name, Kure Patel of Fuse Capital. And he said to me, I had a 3.5 hour chat without a mobile phone. And he said to me, and I kept thinking for 1 week, he said, which matches what you're saying, Indian entrepreneurs want to be rich, they don't want to be wealthy, because they think small. Indian entrepreneurs want to be rich, they don't want to be wealthy. He said, without taking, when they get a big funding, they buy a house in Golf Links. I'm not suggesting anyone's name, but he's a very good friend of mine. But he can as well buy a house in Golf Links. There's no problem, right? We all aspire to have a house. Mr. Adani's bought a house in Golf Links. That's what I was referring.
But that's
ironically, sorry, I actually don't agree with you again. There are exceptions obviously in everything that one looks. But the fact is that if you look at India...
You don't agree that Indian entrepreneurs...
No, I don't.
They think big?
No, I'll just take Tej's point and... obviously India, China is different and so on. India was possibly in analyst lingo, India has always been 7 years behind China. So everything that we do, we take India 7 years behind other India. But the fact is that unlike, we have to look at where India was and where it is today.
Sure.
Rather than frankly going into a different zone. The fact is that if maybe any one of us had funded an Indian entrepreneur 10 years back or 20 years back, I can guarantee you that if you funded him $10 million, assume the first $5 million is out of system. Yeah? That is the golf fling. That is the golf fling thing that you're talking about.
What does that mean?
So I don't
understand what it means.
So I'm saying that if earlier investors funded a lot of businesses in India, half the money was not even in the system. Right?
It was not used to
the money was
growth.
not productive for the business that they were generating.
Got it.
I think today, if one look at entrepreneurship in India, I think it is a fair, and again, there will be exceptions, but there's a fair chance that the entire money which is being funded is there in the system for growth. They may fail, they may succeed, but the money is in the system. That's a call on investors, how good or bad they've seen the business. So frankly, if entrepreneurship fails, it's not entrepreneurship failing, it's about investors failing in identifying the right guys.
Fair enough, point boss.
And I think that's the pain in India. That today, $130 billion or $140 billion has been invested in India by PE guys. Only 35-40 billion has actually come back to investors. It is not entrepreneurship failing, it's investors failing to do their job.
Or the environment?
No, environment is true for everything in India. Sure. Or everywhere in the world for that matter. So I frankly think that, it's an easy route out for all of us to say that this guy failed because he did not do this. The investor failed because he identified the business wrong. Period.
Sure. Nikhil, you had successful exits. I mean, we are talking about technology and TechTors and technology founders. But then, how many of you want exits? The businesses you own. Where do you want an exit? Tomorrow or today? Yesterday, okay. So tell us, tell us from an entrepreneur standpoint, what is the best time? Is there again a formula? And from an investor, because a lot of you yourself talking of not good exits, or backing wrong businesses. But you exited at the right time from Paytm. You entered at the right time, so your exit was at the right time. You entered Fog, right? So tell us, is there again a formula to Nikhil Vora?
I don't think there's any formula to anyone, so don't even get into that zone. But I think what is important is that, like I said before in the presentation, that success, and this is again, that's my belief, it will be different from Tej and Sanjeev and Anurag and so on, and every one of us. My belief is that India is a two-land zone, right? There are guys who are willing to back innovation significantly, and there are guys who are willing to back disruption. These are the only two elements. There's nothing else. I, for one, don't believe that India is great for innovation. It's my mindset. I don't think India is good for innovation. So I don't want to invest there.
Give us an example between innovation versus disruption. I get it, but for the
audience. There is not a single player. So he actually talked about Flipkart being the first player in the zone. The first guy through the door gets shot almost always.
They made a lot of money.
Yeah, but Flipkart, by the way, replicated Amazon's model. So it wasn't really the first guy in that sense, right? It's, my sense is that India is great for disruption because disruption happens in a market which is already established. Yeah, so you're not trying to change the habit of the guy to think differently, to act differently, to behave differently, to consume differently. Disruption happens where the market already exists, but the leaders are playing a static role, whereas the consumer is saying that I want to do it differently. I think that is great market because you're not creating even that $100 billion or $10 billion of opportunity. Wo exists hai. It already exists today in India.
As Sanjeev said, it happens in execution or a differentiated business model.
It could be, and it could be just one element which disrupts businesses, right? You don't need to get a lot of elements right. So if it is about Paytm, for instance, or Fog, maybe that's a better example to look at. Fog operated in a DO zone. For some of you who don't know, it's a brand run by Vinny. It's in DO. 5 years back, it was a non-starter. It just about started life. I was personally an investor in that. But they did one thing, right? It's a normal consumer business, FMCG, fast growing. There's a leader established. Lever is a leader in Axe DO. Everyone thought that you put on a Axe or put on a DO, you smell good and 10 girls chase you. That is what DOs are supposed to do, right?
I don't use a DO.
You smell good and girls chase you. That's why you're surrounded by guys right now. Yeah. But Fog said, okay, the virtue of people using a DO because it smells good is a given virtue. So no sense overpopulating that virtue. I would populate the virtue of saying zero gas, which means that I'm not getting cheated for the DO that I'm using. And that moved the market completely. He's suddenly 22% market share, levers, Axe is at 15%. Almost irrelevant or not as relevant. So I think it's about one virtue of a business that creates disruption because market exists.
It's their DNA. They
Yeah,
have it in their DNA.
completely.
You know, I want to focus, my last question to you, and we'll close this panel, and if there is one or two questions. Tell me two technologies that, you know, you talked to me at the jury meet about consumer internet, right? But two technologies or the example of those technologies that Nikhil Vora would want to invest in 2020, that Sanjeev Agarwal would want to invest in 2020, that Tej Kapoor would want to invest in 2020. Sectors, companies, you can give us examples.
So, so it's not about investing today. I think we would have done it, or I'm sure the trends needs to get pregnant in mind before we start to invest, and it will evolve. But some of the things which I think very big about as an opportunity, and it could be consumer tech or it's a consumer disruption in some form. We're not really tech investors, so I'm not really qualified to invest or talk about that so much. But I think there are two big trends in consumer-oriented businesses. One is about consumer contract manufacturing. I think that is an obscenely large space in India, and what Sanjeev talked about, fragmented and stuff, I think it has been fragmented till date. It was a principal-agent relationship till yesterday, literally. But my sense is that that was the case because businesses were duopolized in India. Two brands, two companies control 70-80% of any market, any category that you think of. And that was not because the brands were super powerful. It's not that every one of us wanted to use Dove or everyone wants to use a Colgate. It happened because distribution pipe was controlled. So if distribution pipe is controlled, even if you throw junk in that pipe, it is good to sell. Yeah, I think that is changing because distribution pipe has changed. So suddenly, because of technology disruption, distribution has changed, and thereby there is a lot of avenue for newer brands to come and compete.
Understood.
Which means that the existing brands will say that, let me go off tertiary things like manufacturing, because I don't need to protect a 16% ROI, I'll protect a 60% ROI business in brands. And that's a great opportunity because no second generation guy or no entrepreneur I have met wants to invest in backend, create a backend for manufacturing. Everyone wants to create the next big brand, but manufacturing किसी को करना नहीं है. And existing guys who have done it do very well. So like Hindustan Foods is one of our investments which is actually done ironically. We invested at $40. It's a listed company at 3 years back. It's at 600 plus right now. 20 times in 3 years, which has been possibly the most challenging market times in India. 20 times. The business was 35 crore in 2017. It will be almost a 1700 crore business next year. And in manufacturing, it's nothing tech, nothing. Second, as a tech business, I would think is, you know, what digitization and smartphones have done, right, is about, and obviously the Amazons and Flipkarts of the world have done is, people have started to transact disproportionately. So that's become a way of life. But every player that you look at, be it Amazon, Flipkart, Paytm, Snapdeal, maybe Reliance at some stage, all of them have the same TG, which is about frequent shoppers, somewhere discount shoppers, slightly price sensitive and so on. But if there are verticals which emerge outside this TG, I think they'll become extremely valuable. So if you start to have a TG which is, let's assume for instance, a female shopper, which is also a frequent shopper, but not as price sensitive, I think that's a great market because Amazon can never address that market. A Flipkart can never do it.
Sure.
So a Nykaa and a Purple, which is personal products, beauty products, I think is a great category. Because they start as a platform, then the platform becomes a brand because people start to buy the platform.
So, a beautiful example. Sanjeev, your 2 bets or 1 bet?
I think if I can pick 1 bet, it will be how internet is applied in distributing to the next 300 million. Because it has already permeated the urban areas and the upper middle class. But there are a lot of consumers in the base of the pyramid that are waiting to be served.
Example of a company?
Example of a company would be, Shop Clues would be a very good example, which serves the...
is it still alive?
Yeah, very much so. Which serves a discerning customer who is very focused on budget and is looking at products at the right price point. So social would be the other good example.
Sure.
Yeah.
Stage?
Yeah, so I agree.
You're invested in Trello.
Sorry, in?
You're an investor in Trell.
Trell, yes. Trell,
Fosun is investor in Trell.
That's right. Yeah. So it's a social shopping. But I think so I'm also a big believer in the next 300, 500 user, very different than us, not coming to Imperial, Anurag.
I came for you, Tej. I wanted to do this at IIC because this was going to open only at 12. I shifted to IIC.
So one thing I'm doing personally.
I came here for you, Tej.
Personally, what I'm doing is I'm spending more time in tier 2 cities, visiting a lot more often, because I see a massive, sort of a different, way they behave than us. I mean, TikTok is super popular.
Are you on TikTok?
I am. I like
I'm not.
TikTok. But I think the wave of TikTok is just, and the social recognition is far superior than because we have already reached to a certain scale. Mera bhai ye kar raha hai, mera wo ye kar raha hai is much more. So, and on top of it, I think, like I said in the presentation, Uber, Ola serves 2% of the audience. So there is a lot bigger chunk left.
You're saying companies, products, services that are focused on
correct
the next 300, 500 million.
Yeah, because
tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Because what I'm seeing is they have started to use phone and internet, but the offerings for them is not Myntra or Flipkart. So the offering, there's another company which is not our portfolio company, which is called DealShare, and they are actually serving that audience. In Jaipur, they're doing 12,000 orders, Matrix funded company, and they are delivering products which are like Maharaja brand of Jaipur. So it doesn't have to buy Amul butter, you can buy Maharaja butter.
मैं खाता ही नहीं butter.
हाँ, मतलब आप नहीं खाते. So what I'm trying to say that audience is very different, and other thing is EV and education are the two things. So I think education is now coming to a point where many people can, education.
Got it.
Yeah, so those will be the
Thank you. Please give Nikhil, Sanjeev, Tej a big round of applause. And I can take 2 short questions, Twitter-like questions. What do you do? Yes, and if it's not, I will not allow. Yes, the gentleman there in, yes. Yeah. Stand up and ask the question. इतनी देर में मोदी जी 3 country में आते हैं. आप question नहीं पूछ पा रहे हो. Please, yes.
Yeah, you took the example of shop queues.
What's your name and what do you do?
Hi, my name is Rohit Jha and I represent the company DigiRavel that is into digital marketing, and I also represent BEA. So I want to know how you see the trends of tier 3 and tier 4 cities in the sense of marketing, because the problem arises with e-commerce company. They are focusing more on tier 1 and tier 2 companies.
Got it. We got you now. So is there a difference in the way companies, products, platforms in tier 2 and 3 approach marketing, and are they only focused on those? That's the kind of question. Sanjeev.
I think those companies would be well served to not use digital marketing, which is paid, but more content driven marketing. So example would be a company in our portfolio called Rail Yatri. They help you figure Rail Yatri. They help you figure out whether your train is leaving in time or not, whether you will get a seat confirmed or not. So the traffic comes to them for that reason.
And then they monetize that.
And then they monetize that by suggesting to them a bus as an alternative.
And they get an affiliate marketing fee.
Yeah, because the average revenue per consumer is so low in the next 300 million that digital marketing through a paid channel doesn't work. Sure. You need to find organic
Beautiful
ways
example. Beautiful example. One more question we can take, if otherwise we'll close. We'll close. Please give them a big round of applause. Yeah. Sheila. Okay. Yes. Can we get her a mic? Go ahead, ask. Don't waste time, please. Sure. Next time we'll get more. Okay. We'll get more. Thank you. That's not a question, that's a comment. We got it. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Please give them a big round of applause.
Gentlemen, can I please request you to all get a picture together? Ladies and gentlemen, as before, if you have anything that you want to have a chat with These gentlemen will be available offline. Let me quickly thank once again Mr. Tej Kapoor, Mr. Nikhil Vora, Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal, and of course, Dr. Ragbhadra. So this is the time. We'll take a short break for 15 minutes. High tea is being served once again. Please join us back in the next 15 minutes. So there'll be 5:40. Looking forward to host you guys once again. Thank you so much. In the meantime, you remember the hashtag, that's BW TechTors. Please make sure you use your smartphones and let the world know through your social networks. Left for the day, and then we'll be diving into the awards. So we'd love for you all to grab onto your seats once again so that we can kickstart the proceedings and dive into the panel discussions. So if I'm audible outside, I'll request everyone, all the ladies and gentlemen, to kindly grab onto their seats, come back into... Yeah, we'll be starting in the next 2 minutes or so.
Testing. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request you to be seated? We'd love to start the last two panel discussions now. All right, so we hope you enjoyed your tea. Let's start with the next panel discussion. Can I request everyone to kindly grab onto some seats? Kindly be seated. As soon as I see everyone taking their seats, we'll start. Okay, so the next session is on the rise of Indian tech startups. I'm sure you're looking forward to listen to what we have to say. For that matter, I would like to request you all to put your hands together and welcome the panel on the stage, starting with the Chief Business and Strategy Officer for ShipRocket, Mr. Akshay Gulati. Can we please have a huge round of applause for the gentleman walking up on the dais? The CEO for Home Technology, Mr. Vijay K. Jayarajan, is amongst us. You want to put your hands together and welcome him on the stage, along with co-founder and CEO for Hyper Exchange, Mr. Dipanjan Purkayast. Thank you, 5 people applauding. For the rest of you all, what's up? The CEO and co-founder for Buddy for Study, Mr. Manjeet Singh. You want to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman on the stage. He's joined with founder and COO for Agatsa, Ms. Neha Rastogi. And finally, the session chair, founder and CEO for Unnati, Mr. Akshay Dutt. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your panel. I want you all to put your hands together and show a huge appreciation for your valuable time here.
Good evening, everyone. So, is my voice audible? Now? No. Okay. First disclosure, this is the first time that I am moderating a panel event, so I'm going to ask you to go easy on me. Let me start with a very, very brief intro about everybody here. I'm just going to talk about them as a person and give them 30 seconds to talk about their ventures. So starting first with Akshay. There's Akshay. So Akshay is a product of Ivy League institutes in the US, both Harvard and Wharton, after which he did a stint in management consulting. Post that, he started his first entrepreneurial venture, which was a stock exchange that eventually got acquired by the BSE. Then he did another stint with Amazon, and as of now, he is the founder of ShipRocket, the co-founder of ShipRocket. Just 30 seconds about your venture.
Akshay, again, my namesake, thank you for the kind introduction. So, very happy to talk about ShipRocket. We're a logistics aggregation platform and a fulfillment partner for SMEs across India. And in a nutshell, what we try to do is for anyone who's selling directly to consumers, whether it's on Facebook, WhatsApp, or on their website, we help give them an Amazon Prime-like experience so that you can deliver your products within 1 to 2 days to your consumers. You can have a great consumer experience. That's what we aim to do, is to bring excellent consumer experience to SMEs in India.
Thanks, Akshay. Now coming to the only person in the panel who has his own Wikipedia page, probably one of the very few people in the room with his own Wikipedia page is Vijay. Vijay did his education from JNU and ISP, after which he joined Jet Airways, where he was heading their loyalty program. He started Loyalty Rewards and exited from Loyalty Rewards in 2017 at a valuation of about $100 million. So a very rare breed of entrepreneur who gave a multi-bagger return to his investors. And currently Vijay is the founder of Home. Vijay, tell us about Home.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the interesting intro, Akshay. Home Technology, this is my second venture. My first venture was a B2B services business based out of India, and that went well, and we try to now do something which is very innovative. It's a consumer tech product business, essentially introducing a concept called private ownership on the internet. Something very similar to how in the physical world, all of us, everybody in this room, end of the day after finishing all of this will go back home. So each person has a private space in this world, which is what we call home. Similarly, on the internet, we go to various different places, put our data in various different places, but there isn't a place any individual actually owns as his own private place on the internet. Something similar to a digital home. It's an innovative concept, and it's not something which is easy to wrap your head around in the first instance, but we're trying to create something like that which people can use to keep all the digital assets and keep a private place. So it's a tough one, but interesting, trying to build something which is new and disruptive.
Thanks, Vijay. So coming to Dipanjan. Dipanjan is a product of SP Jain, after which he did multiple stints in the BFSI sector. His last stint was with Tech Mahindra, where he was heading the BFSI sector globally and was responsible for a pivot towards products instead of services at Tech Mahindra. So based on that experience, he became a serial entrepreneur and investor in startups which are product focused. His current venture is called HyperExchange.
Thanks, Akshay. HyperExchange is one of the largest marketplaces for pre-owned electronics in India today. In addition, so that's growing fast. Market's growing at a sizzling pace. It's for people that don't know, it's a $25 billion market growing at 40% CAGR. HyperExchange is growing slightly faster than the market. But what's unique for HyperExchange is that it has its own IP product called the Faraday, which is the world's first evaluation platform for devices. So you just pop your devices in and it actually gives a valuation and every kind of detail and challenges with what the device is. We own 3 patents on it. We're getting some more patents, and the product basically is application both on the B2B and the B2C side. We have a retail front as well as a B2B backend where we discuss with large procurement players and essentially are evolving as a significant market maker in this space globally.
Thank you, Dipanjan. Now, coming to Manjeet Singh. So Manjeet has had a very unique entry into the world of technology. He trained to be a marine engineer, joined the merchant navy and decided it was not for him, and became a self-taught software engineer. His venture is called Buddy for Study. Before this venture, he had a software services company which he successfully sold. Manjeet, tell us about Buddy for Study.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. So Buddy for Study is India's largest student financial aid platform. So on one side, so we have sources of funds, and the other side, so we have students. So currently, we are working with corporate CSR and HR partners. So currently, we are working with about 100 customers, including L'Oreal, Fair & Lovely, HUL, Tata Trust, Colgate, HP, in almost 3 countries. And we have a student base of close to about 3 million registered students on the platform. In 3.5 years, so our student base organic traffic has grown almost from few hundred users currently to about 80 to 85,000 students per day. And in the last 3 years, so we have helped close to about 85,000 students, and we have disbursed a fund of close to about 93 crores.
Thanks, Manjeet. And last but not the least is Neha, the only woman entrepreneur on stage. So Neha and her husband are products of AMU. Neha was in the software field and her husband was in the hardware field, which actually makes it a pretty complementary marriage. They are, of course, co-founders and life partners, which I think is really great. So after a personal medical emergency in the family, they realized the need for better health devices, and which is what led to the foundation of Augusta. Neha, tell us about Augusta.
Thanks, Akshay. Hi, everyone. So at Augusta, we are solving the problem of early detection and regular monitoring of non-communicable diseases. And the first product that is there in the market, which is our own innovation, is Sanket Live, which is there to monitor cardiac diseases. So it's a pocket size, in fact, a car keychain size ECG device, which can be used by anyone, anytime, anywhere. And it just takes a medical grade ECG. So it's basically a hospital ECG miniaturized into a car keychain sized device. And we are basically connecting cardiologists with the patients at home so that an early detection can be done and many lives can be saved. Thank you.
Thanks, Neha. So we have a pretty interesting panel with 2 people from hardware product background and the other 3 from tech product backgrounds. So before I start this discussion, I'd just like to ask all of you audience members about your views on something which Bijay said yesterday. I did a pre-event call with him, and he told me that in the last 10 years, globally, there has been no major technological innovation. How many of you agree with Vijay that last 10 years there's been no major technological innovation globally? Globally, across the world, no major tech innovation in the last 10 years. Do you agree with this? Okay, very few. So, Vijay, would you like to justify why you made the statement?
That's definitely not a good start. It's like nobody, no hands. But basically, the thought is that every global technology product that all of us use every day, starting from Google to Facebook to Uber to WhatsApp to everything that we use, and I'm talking about things of scale. Any product that has been used by at least 1 billion people. There are plenty of them today in our lives, but none of them are less than 10 years old. You might actually be surprised. Uber is more than 10 years old. Airbnb is more than 10 years old. Blockchain is more than 10 years old. Bitcoin is more than 10 years old. You tell me, I mean, you guys didn't put your hands up, but you tell me what has come up which is disruptive, which has made an impact globally, and it is less than 10 years old.
Would any
Ola
other
or
like
Uber or Amazon or Flipkart or Paytm. Paytm is still limited to Indian scene, but I'm saying India or global. Even in our everyday life, pull out your phone and see what are the apps that you're using.
So, would any of the panel members like to respond to Vijay? Yeah, Neha, please.
So I heard, I think Nikhil was speaking just some time back, and he said that for disruption to happen, you need to think 10 years ahead. So you cannot think regarding a problem which is like 2 years from now, which is the current problem, and think that a disruption would happen. So to think 10 years ahead, obviously it will take 10 years to reach there. And I think because I'm into medtech industry and I have been seeing the technology advancements and innovations happening, and especially in India, that I am very well, I can assure you that in 10 years from now, there will be disruption. They are solving real problems.
Let me hear from Dipanjan also. I'm sorry I'm cutting you short, but our time is pretty limited.
I think I would respectively disagree. I think that's a very sensationalist headline, so it's got us all talking about it. But I think if you look at segments like retail, where IoT and AI mixed together has seen fantastic development. So I'm not going to say, innovation is not just core IP, right? Innovation is also how you utilize IP in real life applications. So if you see retail points like Amazon Go, I don't know if any of you have experienced that in the US, it's not in India yet, but you can essentially shop without anybody helping you, and you walk out, you don't even go through a checkout counter. So that's one very simple one. There are very large ones. People like Elon Musk sending people to Mars and planning to do that in the next 7 years is definitely walking the talk on innovation, right? When somebody like Elon Musk makes that statement, that makes sense. Smaller players, obviously, she's too humble to mention it herself, but the fact that an Indian startup is creating an ECG machine that is portable and can be utilized is a fantastic innovation. We talk about our Faraday, right? It's something that was staring the industry in the face for the last 20 years or so. Nobody developed it. We went and did it, and today we are selling it to large American telcos. Innovation, right? So I think there's a lot of elements that's happening. There is innovative, a lot of products out there. MedTech specifically, retail a lot. Some electronics, but I think there's a lot of innovation. So sorry to disagree there.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on, and I'll ask Manjeet and Akshay to contribute for the next question. Again, I'm going to start my next question by asking you guys for what you think about it. Again, during our discussions yesterday with the various panel members, someone said that Indian companies are good at copying what the West is doing, but they are not good at creating innovative breakthrough products. So what do you guys think? Again, a show of hands if you agree that Indians are good at copying. Okay, very, very minority opinion over here. But Akshay, what do you think about this?
So again, this is a topic that I'm fairly passionate about because I think the word copying is very broadly used for many different things, right? So let me talk to you briefly about my experience. So we're a shipping aggregation platform. We aggregate logistics partners across India and make them available to SMEs. So when we started this concept 4 years ago, no one was actually doing it. Everyone was doing only tech because we did a tech plus services platform where we used to take care of the logistics end to end, right? And in the US, everyone was doing tech only because that's the way to scale. 4 years from now, most of my contemporaries in the US are doing tech plus services. Does that mean they're copying me? No, it doesn't. Right? It's what works. And I think if you find an idea that works, so for example, you have an Airbnb which started off in the US, you have an Uber that started out in the US, right? And Ola in India, are they just copying Uber? They've taken, yes, absolutely a lot of inspiration from Uber, but if you think they could just copy paste an idea and execute it to a multi-billion-dollar company in India, it doesn't happen. You have to innovate. You have to be able to work with the idiosyncrasies of the Indian market. Indian drivers, Indian consumers, the lack of loyalty in Indian consumers. There's a lot of work that you have to do. So it's very easy to say that a lot of startups in India are copying, but essentially that idea or that inspiration, when it executes into a full-fledged business, looks very little like what initially it started off as.
And Manjeet, what do you think about this?
I think I completely agree with him. So I like the word inspiration. And honestly, what I believe in is idea, if you talk about, is only the 5% of the value. The real thing, 95% is the execution. So when I was running my last startup, it was corporate education, and I had that idea of this online learning, the entire platform for online learning, and we were doing classroom training. So I had that idea for a very long time. We tried doing the execution, but we are not able to do it successfully. So I think that's where when you get into the execution and when you have different geographies, so there are a lot of nuisances that comes with different geographies. So execution, I would say, is the very important key element, and then maybe taking that inspiration and then making sure that it works in that specific geography, those nuisances is the real innovation that happens with that idea.
Vijay, you had pretty strong views on this, so I'm going to come to you again.
I'm itching to say this.
Yeah.
I'm saying zero. I'm disagreeing with, let's not be all nice and good to each other. Actually, zero. India is supposed to be a technology powerhouse of the world. India has not created a single breakthrough global technology product. Starting from Google to Facebook to Amazon to Twitter to Snapchat to Instagram to whatever else that all of us use. It's all come from outside India. India has never given the world a product, a global product used by more than 1 billion people, to define it so. I've heard all these interesting words like inspiration, we can call it enhancement. Uber start from a line called mobility solution. And from there to evolve and go through a process of creating a product which eventually sees a small app where a car coming. That's innovation. And then the world likes it so much that the whole world starts using it. Or something like Google Map, where each one of us use every day. Taking an Uber and creating an Ola is an extremely hard thing to do. I agree with execution. I've ran an organization for 10 years, built it to scale, got acquired, and Khoon Pasina actually. It's very hard. But that's not called creating something new. India has not given the world a single product so far.
Dipanjan, do you agree with this? Okay, we'll open up our audience questions.
I think the numbers speak for themselves. So I'm not going to completely disagree with what Vijay is saying, but see where this is, right? Let's look at numbers, right? Since we're talking about numbers. Around $70 billion was this last year's investments globally by venture funds in deep tech products. Out of that, $2.2 billion was in India. And that might seem like a small number to you. Understand that 2 years before, that number was under $150 million. Okay? So there is clearly an increasing focus on product. So whatever historically has happened is not important. What we are doing now is what's interesting. $2.2 billion. Of course, if you look at the number a little deeper, you'll realize that 40% of that is actually going to Series B and later companies, which means these are companies that are building products to enhance or entrench their existing businesses. And around another 30 to 40% is going to corporates. So P funds and all that. So I'm including that in the venture. So only around 10% is coming to early stage companies that are building deep tech. I think there's a lot of the funding community present today here. I'm not sure if they're still here, or I did see a few in the last session. I think it's a message to the industry that we need to start encouraging these early stage product companies to succeed. And it needs a lot of belief. It needs a lot of perseverance. But if we don't do it, we're going to end up where Bijay, I think, with a very dystopian future is painting on that, we're going to end up there. But I think I see hope, because I see a lot of, I work with startups across, I mean, apart from being a startup myself, I'm also an angel investor on some platforms. And I see startups talking about products now. So I think there's a positive future here.
All right. So there's a screen out there which says time up, big orange screen. Most of you can't see that. But ma'am, they had a question. Let me just end with that. Yes, ma'am.
Which we had no backers, nobody funded.
Can you start from the beginning? We couldn't hear you.
Okay. So, as I said, I beg to differ that there has been no product company. I was the product manager for a product that won international award, was used by 10 Fortune 500 companies, was used some of the award-winning project executions for billion-dollar smelter plants, used the technology. It was an object-oriented design development system. And, but there was no company to fund the operations. We just ran out of money just because that there was nobody coming forward to fund it. And I'm talking about 92. From 92 to 96, 97, we really struggled to really keep alive, but then we had to kind of. But the product was bought over by Deloitte, and it is being used as a consulting platform till date.
So, which is
so this is, you can say that it was, it's that there is no support available from the investor community for technology products. And I take a lot of pride that I have been helping product entrepreneurs to develop products, and there are 4 products that I have taken global.
So, which is also what Dipanjan is saying.
So there are 4 products. SMS Gyan actually rode on Airtel's this thing, which is a mobile internet on mobile search engine, which went global. Vinod Khosla kind of a person invested in him, and I take a lot of pride that I actually pushed him to do that.
So maybe you could connect with the panel.
I just want to say one thing, very respectful of what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we are not smart or we don't try. I'm just saying historically, just the product that you made, it's very unfortunate that large PE fund didn't come and bankroll you with $100 million, and then that went on to be used by a billion people.
So nobody will fund, nobody from outside is going to fund an Indian product.
It's
and
unfortunate. Maybe that's the reason why we haven't yet given the world a product.
Yeah, so we need to really build Indian community to really.
I would like to make a point. We have Zoho also, which is an Indian product going global. And I think products do not become global on day one. So we talk about Facebook, WhatsApp, and Uber and everything. They took their own sweet time, and then they went out and, they made their mark. So, India has, it's starting with its startup thing recently, and I think more products are definitely going to come up, and they're going to go global.
So is Zoho really an innovation or a copycat?
No, I think so.
It's a product, and
let's call it enhancement.
It's not a copycat, but yeah, it's there in its own way. It's an innovation.
I think
which has
the
gone
fact
beyond.
that Mark Benioff has been trying to buy Zoho for the last 10 years is a testament to the fact that it's not a copycat product anymore. We can keep saying that a lot of what Salesforce does comes from Microsoft Dynamics. That story is just a cyclic story, right? The fact is that it's, by the way, ma'am, it's a bootstrap product. Nobody funded, and in fact, Sridhar didn't even ask for funding. Fantastic example. But there are more. I mean, look at iFlex. Nobody remembers iFlex today, but iFlex financial products are used in every financial services company in the world today. So again, it's not a Google. It's a B2B product. But there are examples, sure, it's not as, it might be statistically insignificant compared to what US has, but we are catching up now. I think as long as there's focus, there's hope.
So before we get kicked out,
corruption.
Sir, I am WIPO awarded inventor. Sir, even our Sam Petroda was filing bogus patents. This is a very big tragedy. You know, our IITs, you know, they are filing bogus patents. You know, this is very big. In CSIR, they have not created a single product, you know, and they are spending billions of dollars, you know, and we are giving big, bogus awards, you know. We are giving, there are hundreds of events in all over India.
It's
and
unfortunate.
we are giving, you know, sometimes, you know, you can say, dismantled products, you know, they will improve it and, you know, they will claim that it's an invention. Such kind of things are happening.
Actually, can I just take 45 seconds on this? Somebody used the word dystopian here. You know, sensational as it might be, I'll make another dystopian statement for us to just think about it, right? You know, internet plays a very important role in everybody's lives today. Humor me for a second. I'm just asking, you know, what is internet? Internet is a whole bunch of servers connected to each other. And on these servers lie a lot of data which we access, we create, we ping each other, send pictures to each other. They're all broken down to bits and bytes lying on servers connected to each other, and that's internet. What if I tell you that all the servers connected to the internet put together and all the data that is lying cumulatively on the internet, 99% of all data on the internet are lying on servers controlled by just 2 organizations in this world. I'll repeat, 99% of all data on the internet are lying on servers owned by just 2 organizations in this world.
Which 2?
You can do the math. You can do the math. So, you know, it's this one thing to be deeply submerged in tech like all of us and use technology saying, hey, I'll be there in 23.5 minutes because Google Maps, and then you Twitter something and you email something, connected totally. But it's also another thing to draw back a little bit and look at the picture, what's going on here, and where is this going? Maybe there's some corrections are required and some real technology innovations are required.
We have one last audience question.
Actually, if you guys do the math, you'll actually be surprised that it's more than 99%.
Yeah, my question is specific to Vijay. I request you to react to this. When we are talking about product companies from India, specifically ma'am mentioned about Zoho. There is another product company in India, probably we could not remember all, but it is part of our life. And it is being used by billions of people. That is Tally. And that is also not funded at all. It is all, nobody has really taken any stake. So what do you think? I mean, Tally, when it was started, it was definitely an innovation, and still nobody has cracked it.
So, you know, huge respect. I'm in your side. We are all on the same side. I'm an Indian and I love this country. And I'm not saying that we are not good at tech. I beg your pardon, but I actually meant by saying global technology product is consumer end product. End product used by consumer. Tally is not, or Zoho is not. End consumer used product. Uber is, Airbnb is, Google is, Facebook is, Twitter is, LinkedIn is, Snapchat is. End consumer use product, more than 1 billion. I can sit here and count few of them just from Google's house. Multiple products used by more than 1 billion people, end consumers use products. India's never created one. And I'm on your side, I wish we did. And we are a very strong technology powerhouse. Maybe environment, maybe VC support, maybe the innovation spirit. You know, just last thing, Jack Welch in one of the recent interviews said, it's all my mistake. I could have made India a product company instead of a services company. You know, this whole technology services started off with GE coming into India and using India as the back office. And Jack said that I took the call to place services in India. I could have chosen to create some tech product labs in India, and Indian technology ecosystem's character might have been different. Maybe yes.
No, I think the points are great, and the questions obviously very polarizing. But the comment, I mean, obviously there's truth. But I think If you see China, there are multiple, I'm not saying again we'll emulate what China does, but there are learnings there. I mean, one is obviously they closed off their product ecosystem to global products and hence were able to create multi-billion-dollar players in a local product. But the way that India uses products, the way India works around its life is different from how US does it. So while emulation of China is not the right answer, emulation of the product strategy of how products have evolved in America is also not going to help us. For example, if you look at the B2B side, America, the resources are very expensive. Human resources are very expensive. As a result, all of their product innovation focused towards automation. However, in India, that's not the case. Which means in India, we have a large population of people, but they're not people that are either very high level of sophistication of education or activities. Which means you need to smarten up these people in the absence of any less politically correct, more politically correct word, smarten up this workforce with products that augment their productivity, not replace it. So if you create products that basically are like America, which replaces people with robots or kiosks and stuff, I don't think that's the innovation India needs. We need our kind of innovation and our kind of products that supplies our country first. And if we are able to do that, fulfill that demand, I think we'll be able to create a world-class product also by default.
On that note, I want to thank everyone in the panel. Please give them a big hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was your panel, Mr. Gulati, Mr. Jayarajan, Mr. Singh, Mr. Satogi. Mr. Dutt, can I please request you to hand over a token of appreciation to the panel out here on the dais? Mr. Purka is there as well. Mr. Dutt, you left your card here. Either you take the card or you tell us the ATM pin. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the last panel for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be talking about from the founder's heart on what it takes to create some magic in terms of So once we're done with this last panel, we'll be moving on to the awards, the much awaited awards that you all have been waiting for. I'm absolutely sure that you saw earlier, we've had some amazing number of entries, and it was really difficult for the panel as always, for the jury as always, to narrow down on the winners. So you want to stick around for that. Make sure that you show your appreciation to the winners. And if you haven't won this year, as Dr. Batra always says, there's always a next time, and keep doing the good work that you're doing. There's so many people and so many things being done through your hard work. So with that, I think I would like to invite on stage the next panel as soon as the ladies on the stage get their work done. Okay, so the last panel will talk about from the founders' heart. Please welcome on stage the CEO for SunSource, Mr. Adarsh Das, with a huge applause if you can do that. The louder the applause, the more drinks will be served later on. Let's welcome on stage the founder and CEO for Bobble AI, Mr. Ankit Prasad, with a humongous round of applause. Keep that applause coming for founder and CEO of Zapfresh, Mr. Dipanshu Manchanda. Let's welcome on stage the co-founder and CTO for Glam Studio, Mr. Firoz A. Khan. COO and co-founder India Lens, Mr. Mayank Kachwaha. I see the intensity of the claps going down. Can we try and bring it up a little bit? Thank you. Keep that going for founder and CEO for Bolo India, Mr. Varun Saxena. And the chair for this session is the co-founder of Love in Store, Mr. Aditya Goyal. Let's have a huge round of applause for the whole panel.
Okay, good evening everyone. Thank you so much. I'm the one between the awards and the drinks, so I'll not take too much time. My name is Aditya Goyal. I run a B2B tech services company called Love in Store. My co-founders are here, the best set of guys I know in my life. What do we want to speak about today? We're going to keep it a very informal sort of session. It's called From the Founder's Heart. Right, and I know like me, the founders here are very, very emotional about their businesses, right? I'm sure everybody here agrees, right? I don't know, I don't have children, but I'm sure I'll love them a little less than I love my business whenever I have them, right? Okay. What we want to speak about today is actually very relevant, especially in today's time, right? We want to say from the founders' heart what founders expect from investors, governments, and stakeholders in their pursuit of success. All of us here on the panel have been in business for the last few years. Of course, we have seen changes happening in terms of, availability of the internet. We've seen GST implementation. We've seen Startup India. A lot of India government initiatives that have sort of come out. And from the panel, my expectations is that, do share your personal experiences. I mean, everybody, you run very formidable startups, and a lot of you, I'm sure, have a lot of thoughts to share. Let me start with Mr. Adarsh, right? I think you run a renewable energy company. I'm sure you're often interact with government sector partners. What is your view? What do you think, and what do you want sort of should happen in the ecosystem? You can use the mic.
Thanks. So, thank you, Business World, for the opportunity. The first thing I think the audience should know is what my company does. You could think about us as a B2B solar energy services provider. We solve a whole lot of problems for commercial and industrial customers specifically. We don't work in very large solar plants. We don't work for residential customers. Only B2B, and what we do is provide solar projects for them, both on an energy sale basis as well as a project sale basis. There's a whole lot of innovation and work that we do around technology. We've done floating solar, we've done energy plus storage, we continue to do larger and larger plants in very strange environments, from Leh and Kaza, in very cold weather to tropical weather such as Andaman, Nicobar and so forth. Also a lot of value. So that's kind of a brief view of the company. We are present in more than 25 states in India as well as several geographies internationally. So to answer the question, renewable energy is a part of the energy sector, or let's call it the power sector, to take a narrower lens. And the power sector is a heavily regulated area, so we have to deal a lot with the government. And because we build and own assets as well, there's a lot of work that we have to do with investors as well. So from the government, the expectations are, from our perspective, see, this is power, energy is infra. So our expectation from the government is essentially that they would let us get on with the work. Stable policy environment to the maximum possible degree, simplifying procedures and all that. I used to live for 10 years in the US, and then I've been running this company for a few years now in India. And basically the difference in the Thank you. What I was saying was that what we would appreciate is policy stability, and the biggest thing is clarity. You know, for a whole lot of things that we do, there is actually, you know, there's no there is a law. And then there are policies which are very, very different in multiple states. That is also fine. You know, power is a concurrent subject, so states are okay to rule on whatever gaps are there. But then what happens is a lot of the times the procedures and processes are not clear, the rules are not clear. So the biggest thing which we would appreciate from the government is clarity and stability in terms of processes. Overall, a couple of additional things would be if they were to help contracts be more enforceable in India, judicial reforms and so forth. And the last would be helping create a long-term bond market in India, so that the nature of infrastructure is something which can be married with the right kind of capital over a long term.
Well, thank you so much. I think that's a great thought. I think policy standardization is a definite need for every entrepreneur, right? I would like to move to Ankit from Bobble. How many of you guys use Bobble here? Very few. You guys should use Bobble. Try it out. It's a very, very cool product. Ankit, why don't you tell them what you do?
Sure. We run a deep tech company called Bobble AI. We build technologies around input methods. The input technologies are those which actually connects the end users like you and me with these smart devices. Our flagship product is called Bobble Indic Keyboard, through which we have impacted lives of 25 million plus Indians. The core USP of that product is Indic languages. We support 37 plus Indic languages. Now we have started supporting 77 global languages as well. But Indic languages have always been our USP, and the expressive and personal content that we create in that keyboard, which is in the form of stickers and GIFs that you share on WhatsApp, it has given it another USP. So so that's
great.
what.
As a B2B2C business now.
So we work with very smartphone manufacturers, mostly from China, obviously. And
unfortunate, but true, yes.
Unfortunately and obviously, that we work with various smartphone manufacturers in China, and we preload our keyboard into their phone so that when people buy these phones in India, they get our keyboard by default on those phones. We work with Xiaomi, Foxconn, and various others.
Right. Any specific challenge that you think you've faced which...
I would like to make a comment here actually, just on this Chinese angle. China is actually the manufacturing hub of the world. I think nobody will deny that. Probably because they had the cheapest labor and therefore they created it as their own strength. London has been the fintech capital of the world. Obviously because they had so much money they had looted from across the world, and therefore they deserve to be the fintech capital of the world. India had the brightest minds in the world, but we have a chance to become the technology capital of the world, and I believe that India is on that path. If we focus on our strengths, not on our weaknesses. We had never been super successful in manufacturing. I believe Make in India is a good initiative by government to strengthen some of the weaknesses that we have had in the past, but I believe Deep Tech India would be a better initiative wherein we empower and facilitate entrepreneurs here, tech entrepreneurs here to create, innovate in technology and become the technology capital.
I think that's a fantastic thought. I must congratulate you on that. I think we do definitely have the talent, the entrepreneurial mindset. I think we're born with it. So I'm sure there's a lot more that can happen. I would like to speak to Mayank here. Why? Because I think Mayank is in a very interesting space. Guys, Mayank runs India Lens. If you could throw a bit of light on your business and also talk a bit about, what can drive you to success, right?
Sure.
What can others do to drive you to success?
Sure. So India Lens is a credit tracking platform for consumers. So about 6 million active users on our platform. They're checking their credit reports every month, and on the back of that, what we're able to do is we work with about 60 financial institutions. So we're actually offering products, proactively reaching out to the customer and making proactive offers that are customized to that individual's needs based on the credit reports that we have on that customer or the data that we have about the customer. We've been around 5 years. Now we acquire about close to 700,000 new customers. So it's been growing rapidly. And I think when he said that, London's the fintech capital of the world, I think I would completely deny or completely disagree with that, because I think now India is becoming fintech capital of the world. And I think a great example on that is UPI. I think the previous discussion we were talking about zero technology that's actually gone out of India, that's built in India. I think UPI is a great example. I think Google had a letter that was sent to the Fed like just last month that talks about implementing UPI. I think there's a lot of good work, and I think one of the things that I wanted to talk about in this forum is that there is a lot of good work that is coming from the regulators and the government, especially in fintech, right? So we're actually thankful that we're in this space, that there is a lot of active participation from the government. But I think from a support perspective, and I think this is something as a first-time founder, both me and my co-founder struggled with in the beginning, is that there isn't enough support ecosystem. And even if there are a lot of entrepreneurs around, we're not seeing enough people, especially in Delhi, I'm not seeing enough people actually helping each other out, right? And there are some problems that are getting solved again and again. We're reinventing the wheel, right from hiring to understanding what technologies to build, to what technologies to use. A lot of people are going through this, but we're not helping each other out as much. And there isn't enough of a community building in the startup ecosystem, especially in Delhi, and I see this in Bangalore a lot more, but especially in Delhi, I don't see enough of a startup ecosystem that helps each other, that guides each other, because I think that's where, if you start from scratch, I think you'll take longer, but if you start maybe already having a head start on certain things, it definitely helps, and I think that's one of the things that I would like to suggest we start doing.
No, I completely agree. I think I meet entrepreneurs from Bombay and Bangalore, and of course, especially Bangalore, they speak a lot about the ecosystem that is there around them. It actually motivates a lot of people, to work harder, probably build more companies and start afresh. I think which is a great thing. I hope that happens here as well. Anything specific for your business that you think, because India has a lot of underbanked population, do you think a government can take some initiatives which helps sort of the underbanked population get loans? Because the unfortunate truth is people who don't have bank accounts need loans the most. But it's most difficult for them to get it.
So, see, the government's already doing a lot on these lines, right? I think when you think about the whole Aadhaar ecosystem that was built and e-KYC and all of that, I think the government has done or the regulators done for the last 10 years was all tailored to be able to solve that problem. Unfortunately, we've still not been able to solve that problem because there is, I think, in our understanding, right, not enough understanding of what happens on the ground, especially when some of the policies made, right? And that's why I think we formed an association of digital lenders when we're participating in these conversations even more, trying to tell the regulator and the government, this is exactly how, or these are the problems that we're facing on the ground, and these are the things that we need to solve for. And we're seeing a lot of positive movement inside the regulator, with the regulator, that, they're helping us work out these solutions. Very recently, I think the video KYC norms came out, and I'm not sure you guys are familiar with that. But that, I think, would be breakthrough for the problem that you just spoke about, when you don't actually have to send a person to do original scene and verified KYC, but you can do it over video. And that, I think, is going to be breakthrough in the coming years.
Right. No, of course, I read about it, and I think it got me very, very excited, right? I think entrepreneurs think of a new idea every time they see a news article. And I think this one is going to be a very big one for sure. Thank you, Mayank. I loved the thoughts. Thanks so much. I want to speak to Dipanshu now. Guys, Dipanshu runs Zapfresh. I love cooking. I use Zapfresh a lot. They give very, very fresh meats to my house very often. I would love Dipanshu to share a bit about his journey, his business. And surprisingly, when I spoke to him, before the discussion, I asked him that you're such a consumer sort of oriented business, right? Is government angle very active in what your business is? He actually said yes. So love to hear your thoughts on that, Dipanshu.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So just to introduce ourselves, we do fresh meat delivery at home. We've been in the market for about 5 years. We have, a total consumer base of about 500,000. Just to tell you, I'm sure a lot of people don't know that India domestic meat consumption is about $35 billion in terms of the size. And India is top beef exporter and top 5, one of the top 5s in prawn exports. Unfortunately, domestic market has been struggling, and it's very fragmented. So we started with the thought that the domestic consumers would look at a delightful product. We work with the farmers to get the right product to the homes. We deal in poultry, mutton, seafood, ready to cook, ready to eat products. It's all fresh produce. It's nothing frozen. And so where government basically comes in play in the fresh produce side is the cold chain infrastructure. So we are dependent a lot on no cold chain for our own movement of goods and dependability with the partners we work with. Where we see government intervention is there are a lot of subsidies and a lot of rebates in setting up a business in the category. Sure. And we are backed by SIDBI also. So agri as a category is something which is of interest to government. And fortunately we don't have tax also in our category, so not many challenges there. We get benefited. So broadly I think there are a lot of schemes which government is running, but where we see a challenge is in terms of the execution, because it's a very unorganized play and we don't see a lot of educated class coming in front to basically help that scheme in execution. So I think ecosystem is missing, but government does play, some role in introducing some of these opportunities. So that's about it.
Thank you so much, Dipanshu. Thank you. I'll move to Varun. Thank you, Varun, for being here. Varun has recently raised the pre-series A round, from what I read online. Right? Of course, he doesn't share that with me. He runs a company called Bolo India. I think a very, very interesting, very Bharat-focused platform. Why don't you tell them what exactly you do?
Good evening, everyone. Bolo India is a short knowledge videos application, which allows you to share your experiences, opinions, views in your local languages through short videos. Now, I'm pretty sure that if I ask everyone sitting out over here that, do you have any single opinion on any of the topics out there, be it political, social, economic, or say, do you have a knowledge to share, around technology, finance, marketing, all of you will have something to say about, right? Now, if I talk about, do you have a lot of platforms out there which allow you to converse, interact with others who share similar interests, and do not let the language be a barrier. Platforms which allow you to be the raw yourself. Are they out there? I'll say, I hardly find out any platform out there. So that's what we are building towards. We want Indians to communicate with each other, interact with each other, build a strong community, among themselves, based on their language and based on their interest areas. We don't want language to be a barrier anymore. We use machine learning, we use all the new technologies coming up to trigger those conversations, to connect people so that they can grow as an individuals and leverage a lot of things out there. One of the things which I was reading a couple of weeks back was that 90% of Indians, they earn less than 12,000 rupees. It was a report published by Economic Times, right? And if we see this and we see the kind of economic growth which we are having and how the internet industry is shaping in India, right? We see a lot of scope about gig economy. We will see a lot of solopreneurs coming up in future. Do we have platforms which could help these people to leverage a lot of stuffs which they already know, rather than forcing them to learn new things, learn new languages to be able to achieve certain things in life? That's where a platform like Bolo India comes into the picture.
Sure. Solopreneurship platforms is a very, very interesting idea. What you're doing as a current business, right? Do you think your investors or whoever you consider stakeholders, right? How can they sort of help you in your pursuit to success?
Right. So I see that are different stakeholders, right? If we talk about investors, right? Investors, they first of all need to believe this idea, right? And they need to help you to take it forward, in your own way. Where if you ask me, our aim is to reach at least one smartphone of every Indian household, because every Indian household today has a language speaking user. We were never born speaking English, right? So how can your investors open up new channels for you apart from the traditional capital thing? Can they open up new channels for you to scale up for distribution of the content, right? That's very important from investors' perspective. From government perspective, I guess, since we are a user-generated content platform, we would probably love to see more freedom as a platform to allow the users to interact with, rather than government is imposing a lot of regulations on user-generated content platforms, right? And thirdly, your consumers, your biggest stakeholders, right? They are virtually going to be the brand ambassadors of your product. They are going to take your product everywhere. If you have to reach to 10 houses, using one user, it's your customer who is going to do that, right? So yeah, everyone has an important role.
Sure. Thank you, Varun. I would love to share a bit about my business and what my views are on these things. I run a B2B services company, right? So we serve about the top FMCGs in the country. What my expectations are, I think, and they're very, very simple, right? I was one of the entrepreneurs who's been an entrepreneur since GST happened, and I think the government is doing a lot of things, be it GST simplifying it, be it Make in India, be it Startup India. But when I speak to the entrepreneur community, like I go to a lot of forums, right? I realize the communication is not happening to the right set of people. It's very, very surprising, right? I'm a part of maybe 4 WhatsApp groups, right? Gurgaon, Delhi entrepreneurs, South Delhi entrepreneurs, all that, right? And when you share a document there, people are like, what is this? And I said, this has been issued by the company. He said, we can understand it. But I think it's very important that I'm sure a lot of great work is happening on the other side, but it's very, very important that it gets communicated in the right channel. I think secondly, I don't know how many of you guys saw Jeff Bezos' fireside chat recently with Amazon, right? Fantastic, right? I love that guy, right? One thing that he said, very, very important, I think the most important asset an entrepreneur has is time, right? Time is obviously most valuable, right? I mean, I would love to work 24 hours, but I have to sleep, 3-4 hours a day. What the problem, let's say with a stakeholder or a government or anybody else, is that if it takes too much time to do certain things, that is taking away from the entrepreneur's time which could have been spent on building the company for them. So I think policies or any initiative that somebody takes should be simple enough, right, that helps the community create these jobs, right, for sure, right? Stakeholders, I mean, a lot of B2B businesses here, right? I think a very simple one-line answer to them, please pay us on time, right? I think my stakeholders are my customers. If they pay us on time, we build as a business, we grow as a business, grow fast. I think that would be the right approach. Thank you so much. We have about 2-3 minutes left. I would love to open the questions to the audience. Let's take about 4 questions and then we'll close, right? So why don't you, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Feroz, I'm so sorry, before that, sorry, coming to Feroz. Okay, guys, Feroz runs a company which I actually really admire. It's called Glam Studios. Glam Studios is a tech company plus a services organization, plus they built a fantastic model around a branded salon. Feroz, please share a little bit about your business, and so I'm very sorry that I missed calling out to you.
Yeah, so we are Glam Studios. We are basically either creating entrepreneurs or helping entrepreneurs. So, like there is a gap, but there is an ecosystem gap in the middle section. So there is a saloon owner who is running his saloon, but okay, his expertise are in the operations and basically haircutting and all that stuff. He doesn't know what is a branding, what is a marketing strategy. He doesn't know how to use technology. He doesn't know how to attract customers. So there is where actually we come in and we help them. Now, basically, that ecosystem gap we are filling up in a large extent. Coming to the policies from the government, there are many policies which have come in the last 5 years, but somewhere what I feel the awareness is missing. I'll give you an example. So we were having a meeting with Bank of Baroda, North Zone head. He said, okay, there is a Mudra loan scheme and we want to reach out more and more guys. Okay, yeah. They did not have enough applications where they are applied. When we talk to our partners, they have lack of funds and they don't know whom to approach.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
So towards the government side, they don't have customers. Towards the customer side, they don't know how to get that loan. Okay. So that is the biggest awareness gap which we have. Similarly, if you talk about the GST and other stuff, GST is implemented and overall the startups and the big organizations, they are treated in the same way. Probably I would not be sitting here. I would be closed down 1 year back just because of the GST. So that is my personal opinion.
Wow.
So like 1 year back, there was a backlog of GST and we had to file the GST, we had just 15 days. Okay. So
sure.
Again, there was an awareness gap and we could not fulfill that.
Right. No, so I completely agree. I think building a company where solopreneurs will is sort of getting a platform. I think it's a great thought which Varun said. Very agreed with what your thoughts are. But do you think that the idea of just, if you're able to connect salons to, let's say, get them to get loans sort of build up. Is that a big opportunity for you to sort
It
of
is a
grab?
big opportunity and we are helping them. So in South Zone we have the tie-ups. In North Zone also we are actually doing lots of tie-ups with the banks and the government.
Right.
And we are actually getting lots of entrepreneurs. So now initially we were targeting the existing saloons where they are already running the saloons and they were coming to our platform. But now there are most of the saloons who are coming on board, they are those guys who want to run the new business and they have like a fund. Because of that they were not able to come on board.
Sure.
So in the 4 years we have reached from 0 to 170 saloons as of now. Officially we are the largest saloon chain in NCR, which was Naturals earlier. They had something close to 515 and we have achieved 1/4 of it. We have 4% of market share in the saloon space as of now.
Fantastic. Any bankers sitting here, you know who to approach, right? I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. We'll close here. Thank you so much. We are still running short of time. The awards have to start. Thank you so much to the panelists and thank you for being a great audience. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll request Mr. Goyal and the panel to stay back on the stage and Mr. Goyal to help us in showing our gratitude to the whole panel here. Let's get you in the center and get the pictures. Tanvi, can you please join me on the stage and help us felicitating our session chair, Mr. Goyal. So Tanvi, I'm absolutely sure most of you know, is the senior GM and group marketing head for BW Business World and E4M. Thank you, sir. FYI, all these horns, whistles are much appreciated. As a matter of fact, requested. Everybody from, yes, people from South Delhi, thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we all have been waiting for. This is the moment we announce BW TechTors Awards for 2020. This is our second edition and we could not be more happy with the bunch of amazing people that we have here. So with this, I would like to thank all our speakers and everybody in the room for being here. Thank you so very much for giving us your valuable time. Of course, I would like to thank all our partners for making this possible. Before we get to the list of the winners, I want to announce two upcoming BW Business World initiatives relevant to the audience present here. Some lady asked in the question answers beforehand that the number of women on the dais is not so high today. So we have these two amazing initiatives coming up and I'm sure you'll be really happy to see the images that we have on the screen for you. Can we please get the slides? The first one is BW VESA and the second one is BW Best Co-working Play. So what we're trying to do is recognize top women entrepreneurs with the summit and awards, or VESA as we call it, and Superspace, India's best co-working and co-living spaces. That's a story for another day, but I'm sure you'll be excited to be a part of it, as excited as we are. So coming back to today, today is all about honoring the tech mavericks whose endeavors have won the hearts of very influential people. कहते कांच टूटना अच्छा होता है, so I think that's a good sign. We've got the heartbreakers in the front table, I guess then. Oh, somebody agrees? Well done. We'll have a chat later on. All right, so BW Business World and BW Disrupt TechTors is a search for India's most innovative tech companies, products and brands. This year, in the second edition, we received over 150 nominations. Following the initial round of review, BW editorial board arrived at a short list of around 80 nominees. 30 of those shortlisted attended the jury meet to present in person. For the remaining entries, videos and elevator pitch presentations were presented to the jury. After 2 rounds of discussions and deliberations, the final winners, decided by the 8-member jury panel, will be awarded tonight. I have more information coming up, but before that, I want to thank all our partners once again for making this possible. It was not possible without their support. So let me quickly thank our presenting partner, JumpNet. Thank you so very much. Our smart lighting partner, Havels, real estate partner, Bhutani Infra, co-working partner, Springhouse, knowledge partner, Primers Partners, outreach partner, 10 times. Quick reminder, please use your expensive smartphones. On the social network, the hashtag that we would encourage you all to use is BW TechTors. Let the world know what's happening in this room. I would like to invite on stage the man everybody knows in this room and probably adores way too much, because he is one of the funniest and probably the finest gentlemen that I have the pleasure of knowing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Chairman and Editor-in-Chief for BW Business World and Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Bajaj. Some whistles, some hoots and some round of applause.
Good evening. Let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of us suitors. I won't keep you long. But it's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the second edition of the TechTors. TechTors, as I said in the morning, is our technology founders, technology startup entrepreneurs, technology entrepreneurs list. We're an editorial product, whether in print or digital. And for us, an event is an editorial product. My senior most editorial colleague, Noor, is there. She had black hair when she joined us. She has white hair now. That's a proof that she works. Roel, you still have black hair after 7 years. Okay? Get them to be at least gray, if not white. But, you know, Noor was explaining to the team in the morning that for us an event, a jury is an editorial product. You know, who's in the jury? Why should they be in the jury? Who are the speakers? Why should they be the speakers? Are they relevant to this forum? And we try to do a editorial filtering of everything we do. So we could have done this list without having a jury process. But trust me, having a jury process does 3 things. 1, it really brings integrity. 2nd, it brings knowledge and domain expertise from the people who are investing in this ecosystem, who are engaged. And 3rd, it lends another layer of filtering, credibility. You know, can I request you to be silent? So I have a professor in me, it comes out, you know, academician parents. So really when you see this list, a lot of my friends text me on our awards and I'm thick-skinned in that sense. I have actually a template that I text them back. A lot of people say, I mean, some people, you know, I have to tell you this story, now 40 under 40. There's a young entrepreneur couple and they're very close to me and I couldn't go to their wedding and they texted me, oh, you couldn't come to our wedding, but make sure at least we win in 40 under 40. Hello? So I have a template that I send to such people. We do our awards honestly. Can they be better? Nikhil, most certainly, both in terms of process, data, enlarging. But let me tell you about events. I know a little bit about events. We do 170 between both of my companies as of this year. Hopefully 250. I'm not being able to be at every event, but events grow up like children. They grow in stature. We did the same event, Chetan created it, and he had a boss called Rohit, and we did it in the co-work space with 40 people last year. So here we are, it is the 2nd year. It is the 2nd year. And our jury really adds to the event, the quality of people who enter add to the event, and the quality of deliberations add to the event. So this is the 2nd year. It takes about 3 to 5 years depending on what domain, what subdomain for the product to become what it is in terms of the process, criteria, and its, you know, gravitas in the marketplace. So I want to especially thank our jury members. Some of them are in the room. I can see Mr. Ravinder Pal Singh. He is a CIO with Vistara. He's an angel investor. So please give Mr. Ravinder Pal Singh a big round of applause. He's been part of many initiatives. I must also acknowledge the presence of Mr. J.K. Dadu. He is a former bureaucrat. He went to IIM Ahmedabad, if I'm not wrong, and then joined the bureaucracy, and he writes beautifully. So he's a columnist with us. He has a very nuanced point of view, and we welcome you here. I'd like to welcome our, a very active jury member, and we did go with his suggestions, and they were all absolutely in the right earnest. They were strategic and about the process. They were not about any individual. So he was really looking, you helped us strengthen the process. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Nikhil Vora from Sixth Sense, Nikhil, you're being part of the jury. Please give the jury a big round of applause. They're the really heart of what we do. Mr. Tej Kapoor, we missed you on the jury this year. I know you had a date on Saturday, that's why you didn't come. No, I'm just kidding. Date with your mom? Yeah, I must clarify before it gets out of hand or you're a handsome-looking guy, right? But Mr. Tej Kapoor, thank you for being part of our previous jury. I also talked about our jury member, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari. Mr. Tiwari, if he's not in a room in the evening or not at home, he's mostly on a television studio or a television set trying to make sense of what's happening around us, and he's a spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party. But I must tell you that, of course, that's a job he does very seriously. He believes in a certain value system, and we respect every kind of you. But he's also an edutech entrepreneur. He went to IIM Ahmedabad, then went to Harvard. So he's really an entrepreneur. He understands the entrepreneurial ecosystem. He's raising money for his venture. He's raised money in the past. So really welcome Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari on the jury. So please give them a bigger round. Otherwise, these jury members won't clap for you when you're in. And let me tell you a secret about clapping. Nikhil has just agreed to invest in a clapping company with me. We'll loan it to event managers, and we'll be a big customer for you. Media companies will be big customers. But clapping is good for heart muscles. If you clap, it's good for heart muscles. It's a scientific, don't believe me. And I would never bullshit people like you. You know why? You know why? You want to know why? I never bullshit bigger bullshitters. But on a serious note, it's good for heart. Second, you'll be up here on the stage and you'll need the applause. So for that reason, build your karmic goodwill. And last but not the least, the government has not yet taxed clapping. So you can do it freely with no inhibition. So you can clap for the jury. If there are other jury members I am forgetting, please forgive me. There is a jury AV and you'll be on air. So I don't want to stand between you and the winners, but I want you to look at our jury process. I think the core of what we do is integrity. We can make mistakes, we are humans, and we are an editorial product. So sometimes I say at the end of it's our list. It's also the jury's list. So please have even more stringent criteria than the jury members have. So we own the list, because we do know what's happening in the domains. 20 of my editorial colleagues are in the room. They really know what's happening, and they have an idea of who the winners are, and we pride on discovering you people. So I want you to look at the jury, but just before you do that, it's customary to thank your colleagues who put together the event at the end of the evening. At the end of the evening, the bar may open, but there's no liquor today. I'm kidding. About some part, which part you figure out. But I want to thank, it's a teamwork. You cannot put an event like this without the team. But some people have contributed more or led. Everyone has contributed. There's the audience team, there's the entry team, there's the sales team, there's the content curation team, there's the execution team, there's the hotel sourcing team. We had an issue with the hotel because suddenly we realized that the road to the hotel is not open till 12. So we had to, kind of rejig the flow of the event. So I really want to start by thanking two people, and I want to call them on stage because they are the winners. Really, I want to call Chetan Mehra. Most of you know him. Please give Chetan a big round of applause. And Nitish. These are two gentlemen. Ma'am, you can again say there is no woman I have called, but I'll call them, be patient. But And then I'll call the people who haven't contributed anything, you know who I'll call, right? Ruhel, but I'm kidding. I like to call the audience team Afifa, Preeti, Prerna, Tarun. I got all the 4 names right? Please give them a big round of applause. There are 2 women in the team. They are the audience team, you know. They work on paid delegates and stuff. Tanvi, who's our head of marketing and really works an extension of me, you know, so to say, in creating the IPs that we are creating. Tanvi? She's a little shy. In spite of sharing her birthday with Donald Trump, she's okay. She's, you know, some people who are born on 14 June are okay. She's one of them. Can't say about, I've got my American visa for 10 years, so I'm not that worried. And there is Prashant who does the event, you know. Noor and the editorial guys are there. They've been doing stories. Sheena is there. Our photo team, Ritesh doesn't need to come for our events. He goes to shoot big people, really. But when he comes to shoot somebody, as in take a photograph, he's never killed anyone. Not likely to be a very mild-mannered person. So Ritesh, Himanshu, our video team, Rachit, these are my senior edit colleagues. You know, editorial product is not just about content, it's about how you package it. And, you know, Ritesh makes people look good. So, you know, when you're we do a special issue of TechTors, so your photos are taken by Ritesh and Himanshu and the video team. Abhinav Trivedi and Rachit are here. They were entrepreneurs. They set up a video content company and they merged with Business World, and they'll make sure we are a 100% digital video company in the next 12 months. So I can go on thanking people. You know, my EA who has to deal with the crazy person I am in 3 cities someday, in 1 day at 5 events in 1 day, Himani. So please give my team a big, our team a big. Oh yeah, Tanvi's marketing team, I forgot. Raghav, Ekta. Raghav, you know, can you look at Raghav, tell me which actor he looks like? It's a quiz question. Raghav, which actor? Yes, you got it right. Next year we'll give you the latest iPhone, okay? But next year. So Raghav, Ekta, the social media lead. Raghav is in the marketing team. If I'm forgetting anybody, please pardon me. Sheena, I've already thanked you. Noor is the most silent. She's worked 16 years with me. Last 6 years she works with me in Business World. We acquired an asset in Singapore. So she worked out of Singapore for 2 years. And, you know, she's really put all this together because she understands, she was the one interacting with you, because she has a certain meticulousness, as you would have, you know, she crosses the T, dots the I, which is very important in award process, tabulation, and making sure there's absolute integrity, right? In fact, I didn't even look at the list because Noor is doing. I broadly know it because I saw the short list, but I haven't really looked at the list. So this is the team that put this together. Can we have the AV?
I think it's a very good place to encourage entrepreneurs to come and submit their applications, and then this forum has very wide audience to whom this category of entrepreneurs are showcased. So I think it's in a way fostering the technology startup category.
I think it's a great platform because it does encourage people to really get motivated and do much more and more once they get recognition from someone like a brand like Business World. And so it's very encouraging to see Business World doing this because it's an extremely great motivator for entrepreneurs who look forward to these kind of endorsements and validation of their plans.
We have a great set of individuals and organizations such as Business World, which is giving these ideas and entrepreneurs a platform to tell their story in a way that it motivates more people, and in a way that it motivates the founders themselves.
I must congratulate Business World for this. This is an amazing platform for tech entrepreneurs, and I believe that every company should be participating in that, and winners definitely get to leverage it because they network with a lot of budding entrepreneurs. They get to see a lot of investors. They get an opportunity to meet a lot of strategic partners also through this platform.
Quite impressed with the participants who've been there. Some of them, I think, truly have a shot at making it big and large.
I think overall it's been an extremely enriching experience. Doing our mundane jobs, we don't realize that there are so many innovative ideas that are floating around.
Get your ideas paid, and that's very important. Don't delay it. Second thing, when you create a differentiator, make sure that differentiator actually converts into a good flow of revenues, and then a cutover into profit margins happens quite quickly.
So I just want to, we have some of our jury members there, not all could come. So I want to request them to come on stage. These are the reason why you're here, and they've put in their time, efforts, knowledge, expertise in selecting you, and they were very involved. Some of you, we spent 20 minutes when we said 5 minutes. So really, I want to call up the jury members here. I want to call, I remember, Tanvi, I eat almonds in the morning, so it's okay. I have a book of PJs coming. I hope you can invest in it. But I'd like to call Mr. Nikhil Vora on stage, Mr. Ravindrapal Singh. Please give them a bigger round of applause. Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari. And Tej couldn't make it to the jury, but Tej, you were there in spirit, so we'd like to call you. Please give them a big round of applause. So if some of you haven't won, these are the people to go to. If you won, I'm the guy to thank. Okay, on a serious note, please give our jury a big round of applause.
Okay, we'd like to request the jury member, Mr. Nikhil Vora, founder and CEO, Sixth Sense Ventures, to kindly share a few words with everyone out here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vora, can you put your hands together?
Okay, up again, third time, fourth time on stage. Okay. Frankly, while Anurag has thanked everyone in business world and everyone in the jury and the audience and so on, thank you, Anurag, for having us here. I think it's genuinely been fab. Just the fact that you have a shot at looking at 50, 60 businesses at one shot, get the broad pitch in 3 minutes, get consumed in 3 minutes, think through what the entrepreneurs have done for 3 years or maybe 30 years in some cases. I think it's a brilliant thing. I need to say this, obviously most of us are investors in our own right, either directly or through a fund and so on. I think some of the guys who made the pitch also had angel investing from some of us. And yet the process was so transparent that, and it's a small investment, frankly, it shouldn't take, and everyone's credible enough to even ignore their own investment, I'm sure. But actually they went on board saying that they've invested, so pretty much exclude themselves from the process. Anurag did that, I think, sorry, I'm so sorry. He did it, which is very, very credible for them to stand up and do that. I think the process was fab. Obviously, I do believe that it will keep getting refined as you move forward. I think there are obviously, India is such a huge entrepreneurial market that you will have, I think it's important to make this, and I'm a votary of actually having as less number of participants in terms of awardees than actually expanding it. It's slightly contrary to what a media guy would want, ideally. Yeah, but yeah, it went. I think what's important is that we make this award extremely credible for participants or corporates or companies to participate. It should become like a national award or a Filmfare award. It should not become the another screen award or something like that. I'm just giving an anecdote. But I think there are enough awards across, be it 40 under 40 or these awards. I think it's important to create credibility about what we do. And I think Business World, Anurag actually have been fairly steadfast in how they've planned about this. And specifically in a media business, which is pretty anarchist in the way it is run, I think the way they handled the award, the way the entire process was handled, I think was fab. My last bit is that, there are obviously some guys who will win it. There are obviously a lot of guys who will not win it. But even of the guys who win it, it is no recipe for success. Please take that into account. It is just that maybe out of the entries that one had, they were the better guys. I think there's a lot more to be done by everyone. And I'm just being very critical. I am like that. I think there is a lot more to be done. While we can rejoice this movement, and all entrepreneurs should do it because it's their day today. But I think there's a long way to go. So don't assume that this is the way to success only, or this is the only thing to do, and you can just on it. I think just keep developing your products, your technology, your customers, and I'm sure we'll have awards which will say this is unicorns which we created out of these or whatever. I think so. All the best to all of you, and thank you again, Anurag.
Thank you, Mr. Vora. So without taking much of your time, just a couple of things that I really think I should say. All the winners, you need to stay back after you've received the goodies getting on the stage. Please step down on the left-hand side, get a picture with us, and once we are done with all 40 awards, we would need all of you along with the jury to be on the stage for a group photograph, because that will go for the BW TechTors special issue. So please make sure that you stay back. And all the awards are in no particular order. All the 40 winners are just being called upon in the alphabetical order, but everybody who's won it fair and square and hands down. Okay, so with this, I think we're good to go. Are we all set? 5 people in the room, thank you. People in the back, are you good? Can't hear you. People in the back, you good? That's more like it. Who's this person from Gurgaon? All right, once again, all of us, can we make some noise before we begin? In 3, 2, 1, Delhi, make some noise. Superb. All right, so that's the best way to start, I guess. Then the first award, after I announce it, sir. Thank you. The first award, ladies and gentlemen, will be given to, can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Bolo India. Can we please have the CEO, Mr. Varun Saxena, to come and collect the award on the stage? And yeah, so I understand we only have a select winner, a few winners out here. So it'll be difficult if you haven't won it, I understand. But I hope that we all can join in showing our appreciation for the hard work of all the winners on the stage, yes? Mr. Saxena, before you leave, can I please request you to kindly come and say a few words?
First of all, I would like to thank Business World for giving us this opportunity to showcase Bolo India. And secondly, I would like to thank my team, which is sitting over there, Tanmay, Ankit, Anshika. Without your team, you cannot build an awesome product, right? So we are just working towards that. Thank you.
The next one to make to the list in alphabetical order this year is, can we please have the AV? on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the founding member with us, Puneet, to come and collect the award from the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep that applause coming while Puneet makes his way to come and collect his award. Puneet, I request you to kindly come and say a few words.
Well, I'm a short guy, sorry. So, very quickly, thank you so much. So we are a startup. We have this popular saying amongst the founders that if you want to, you're a man, you want to experience motherhood, you should do a startup, right? That's when you come to know, what a woman really goes through. When you do that, right? So, I thank my team for this. I think my founding team, my whole team, we've done really well, and I hope we continue to do that. Thank you so much, Business World. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, jury. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next winner to make it to the list this year, can we please have the AV? Congratulations, Hari for study on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO with us, Mr. Manjeet Singh, with the team coming up to collect his award. Manjeet, before we let you get back and get your picture, a few words, please.
I would just like to thank Business World for really recognizing the efforts that we are putting in, and it's a great platform, and thank you so much everyone for helping us get the award. Thank you.
Sir, if I can request you to get a picture with us. Thank you. All right, moving on, the next one to make it to the list this year. Can we please have the AV? Congratulations, Clear Tax, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us Territory Sales Manager North, Web of Tharija, will be coming and collecting the award. Let the applause come, people. Come on, don't stop. Well, before you go, can I get to know how do you feel being a part of the list?
Well, thank you BW for this opportunity to be on stage and then represent ClearTax getting this award for fintech company. So we thank you, all the jury members who have selected us. Thank you so much.
Just want to correct him that it's not BW, it's BW Business World because there's a nightclub called BW. Once I was with someone in December end, say I go to BW every day. I said I also go to BW every day. With different BWs, but
yes, it's BW Business World. My bad. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome, Vaibhav. All right, thank you. Please, let's get a picture, sir. Thank you. Moving on, the next one to make it to the list this year. Let's find out who the winner is. Can we have the AV, please? India Global, we have Ajay Verma and Shirod Roth will be coming to collect your on behalf of the brand. The loudest cheer in the room gets to sit with 20 investors for half an hour. Can I please request you to kindly let us know how you're feeling making it to the list?
Thank you, Business World, for giving this great honor for Fear Technology. And actually, we are representing the IT team of the Fear Technology. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir. We'll get a picture from that, sir. Okay, for all the winners, once again, please, while you're stepping down, step down from the left-hand side, get a picture with us, and then move back to the seats. All right, so with this, let's move on to the next winner. Can we have the EVPs? Congratulations to Lemma Technologies for making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO, Mr. Gulab Patil, who will be coming to collect the award. And request Mr. Patil to join us on the stage. Before I let you go, a few words.
I would like to thank the jury and of course BW Business World for sure. Thank you so much.
Sir, from the left, we'll get a picture from the left. Thank you so much, Abhimanyu, and well done for the last bit. Moving on, the next one to make it to the list in alphabetical order this year is, let's find out, can we have the AV please? Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Love in Store, BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO, Mr. Aditya Goyal, coming in to collect the award. The CEO as well for the brand. Sir, if I can request you to kindly say a few words.
Okay, thank you so much. We have three founders. Nishit is the CEO, Ali is the CTO, I manage everything else, right? I think it's great to be here. Thank you BW Business World. Thank you to the jury for identifying that a B2B tech service business can also be cool enough sort of to be on a panel or you know, an award. Really appreciate it, and I hope we are back again and again. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, so it's time we move on to the next winner. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations, America Bazaar, for making it to the list. I would like to invite on stage the CEO, Mr. Vivek Tiwari, to come and collect the award. sir, if I can request a few words on how you're feeling right now.
Thank you, Business World and esteemed jury. When we started, I think the vision was to make healthcare healthy for India. I think we have done some journey. We are progressing, we are changing over. It's been 4.5 years, and every day I feel I have just begun. I have 2 senior members of my team, and they look grayish, but I can tell you the energy is great and the passion they bring is amazing. So we just begun, guys. Please watch out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. J.K. Dadu, IAS retired, to join us on this stage and help us in felicitating all the winners. So once he comes back, he'll join us on the stage. In the meantime, let's move back to the screen out here to know.
While Dadu comes, can I invite a leading architect of India, also a Vedic expert, also my young friend of 23 years, Mr. Daksh Bhardwaj. You know, I like him in spite of he doing something really bad to me. He built the hotel in which I got married. I still like him. Can you believe how nice person I am? Every time I go to that hotel, I sweat. By the way, it's not this hotel. It's the Meridian. He built the Meridian and many iconic buildings. But his passion is Vedas. He wants to give back to Vedas, and you know, it's really, and he incubates entrepreneurs. He works with entrepreneurs. He guides them. So, Mr. Daksh Bhardwaj, while we have Mr. Dadu coming back, I thought we'll utilize him.
You want to put your hands together once again for everybody on the dais here? Okay, so with this, we'll move on to the next winners who made it to the list. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations to My Gate. We have with us the General Manager for North India, Mr. Sanjay Rai, who is collecting the award.
And I would like to also thank the MyGate family of 1,000 plus crazy and passionate professionals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations once again. Let's move on to the next winners who made it to the list this year. Can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, your next winner, Rate Gain, who made it to the BW TechTors 2020. We have with us Senior Vice President for Products, Mr. Gaurav Singh, coming in to collect the award. Let the applause come, people. Can we have a huge round of applause for the winners? Can I please request you to kindly say a few words? Let us know how you're feeling making it to the list.
Thank you very much, Business World, for the opportunity.
We at RateGain are trying to solve various problems around global hospitality and travel technology. If at all you are doing anything in that space, we would be very happy to collaborate. Please feel free to reach out to us. I think that's this platform is about, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Congratulations once again. Let's have a group photograph with all of you. With that, we'll move on to the next winner who made it to the list this year. Can we have AV, please? Congratulations, Ship Rocket, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us Chief Business and Strategy Officer, Mr. Akshay Gulati, who's coming in to collect the award. Congratulations, Akshay. A few words, please.
So thank you, Business World. Thank you, the jury, for giving us this award. It means a lot. We've been at it for a long time. And a special thanks to my 250 strong person team, which is based in Delhi, and my 30,000 strong SME customer base. We are here because of them today, and we hope we continue doing the good work. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Akshay. The next one to make it to the list in alphabetical order this year is, let's find out. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations, Small Case, on making it to the BW TechTors 2020. Team Small Case is stuck in traffic. We congratulate them. We will move on to the next winners. That's okay, but you still can put your hands together for the team. They have won it, yes? Wonderful. The next one to make it to the list this year is, let's have the AV, please. Congratulations, Socially Good, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us the CEO, Mr. Bhaskar Inanganti, who's coming in to collect the award. Let's keep that applause coming. Dear Bhaskar, I please request you to say, how are you feeling right now making it to the list?
This is our first prize. It's very prestigious, and I don't have words to express the business world and the jury for recognizing this kind of innovative venture. We work in a social service sector. We are not a charity, but we work for only charity organizations. Thank you so much for recognizing and encouraging, and hope to make a big disrupt to the social service sector. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Let's get a picture. The next one to make it to the list this year in alphabetical order. Can we please have the AV? Congratulations, sir. Tax Security, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us the CEO, Mr. Trishneet Arora, who is coming in to collect the award. Keep that applause coming, people. Let's have a huge applause for him.
say about Trishni that he is the youngest founder in the list. So please, he's 26. Please give him a big round of applause.
Trishni, the few words on how you're feeling right now.
Thank you so much, Anurag ji, and especially the Anurag G. B. Anurag Batra, that is better. So, and especially Business World magazine for recognizing us. So, sorry, but didn't tell why we have got this award. We are a cybersecurity firm. We are focusing on the AI, and we are based out of Silicon Valley and here in India, started here in India. And we work with Fortune 500 companies, and we are, yeah, somewhere around. And proudly say that we are India's first cybersecurity company to work for the United States government. Thank you so much. And special thanks to my crazy tech family that I'm receiving this award on behalf of them. This award doesn't belong to me; it belongs to them. Thank you for them who are not here. Thank you, everyone.
Let's get a picture.
So Dr. Batra is asking what Donald Trump had for dinner last night. It depends if you check the Twitter or not. I'm sure he must have told it to everybody. All right, with that, we'll move on to the next award. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations, Windsor Games, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO, Mr. Praveen Nanda, coming in to collect the award. Pawan, congratulations. Can you tell us how you feeling making it to the list? He's telling it to Dr. Batra right now, but you'll get to listen to it in a bit. All yours.
Hey, sorry, I'm not Pawan. Pawan is on his way. I would like to just thank BW, because probably we are just youngest organization. It's been just 6 months to 1 year for us in a growth journey, and it has been a fantastic year. I would like to thank Jury and Batra sir for his constant motivation, and thanks a lot. Thanks, guys.
I ask everyone, the big thing about these events is you get to meet new talent, new companies, you get to experience new ideas. That's the real value for jury members, for all of you. It's not about free booze, food. I hope it's not about that. But, I asked him, what does he do, and he says, I'm from MD. I said, we still gave you an award? That's the college I went to, and some of my colleagues here went to. I jokingly say that, what does MDI stand for? Huh? Who said that, sir? Vivek Tiwari, you know my friend. But it stands for Management Development Institute. I just wanted to tell you that, but all the best to. It's always a proud moment anybody from MDI does well. It's my community. I got in when the quality control was bad, but I didn't know the guy. I didn't know he's from MDI. I was not even in the jury room when his team was presenting, so really, but it feels good anybody from MDI. All the best.
Thanks a lot.
Let's get a picture on that.
Gentlemen, if I can have a picture with both of you, thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the one that made it to the list this year. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations, Unibai got making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Project Manager, who is coming in to collect the award.
Thank you, Business World and esteemed jury members, to provide us this opportunity. VULU is a mobility as a mass service. You must have seen blue color electric scooters outside this Janpad metro station and other Lutyens area. So as a company, VULU, we really am glad that we have received this award from Business World. Thank you.
To help us in handing over these tokens of appreciation, of course, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ved Shukla, the founder for Milo Mart, who will be joining us on the stage. You want to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman on the stage? Okay, I understand we can only have a certain number of winners, and some of you, it's best of luck for the next time, but you need to applaud the winners. It's a lot of hard work. You guys are looking, some of you are looking at the stage the way Punjabis look at vegans, or banks look at Vijay Mallya. Choose whichever you want, but I want you all to put your hands together for all the winners. Can we do that, Delhi? Yes? Perfect. All right, let's move on to the next winners then. Let's see who made it to the list this year. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations to Acco General Insurance on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the Vice President Business Operations North and East, Mr. Tanmay Roy Chaudhary, coming up to collect the award. You want to put your hands together and welcome Tanmay with a huge round of applause. And of course, the Delhi love. Tanmay, how are you feeling making it to the list? You want to let us know, please?
I just wanted to thank Business World for this wonderful award, and this award is actually on behalf of all the Accers, as we are fondly known, all the Acco employees. So thank you for this wonderful award.
Congratulations, Tanmay, once again. The next one to make it to the list in alphabetical order this year, can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, now the next winner got the software on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO, Neha Rastogi, who is coming in to collect the award. You want to put your hands together and invite the winner on the stage. Neha, can I request you to share how you're feeling making it to the list this year?
Hi everyone, the feeling is wow. Thank you Business World and the jury members to recognize our work. We are not just solving a problem for India, we are actually solving a problem for globe. So hopefully the association goes longer. Thank you once again.
All right, so the next one to make it to the list this year in alphabetical order. Let's find out who the winner is. Congratulations. Congratulations, East by Trip on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO and co-founder, Rikanji, coming up on this stage. You want to put your hands together for both the gentlemen. Rikant, can I request you to let us know how you're feeling making it to the list this year?
First of all, I would like to thank Business World and rest of the jury members for recognizing 12 years of our efforts in bringing travel and technology together. And yes, as Mr. Anurag said, it's a tough world where we are here. So, but yeah, we are the only profitable online travel agency in India. And what we've been able to do is just with the help of technology. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next one to make it to the list of BW TechTors 2020, let's have the AV. Congratulations, Leverage Edu, on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have the CEO, Akash Chaturvedi, coming in to collect the award. You want to put your hands together and welcome Akash on the stage. Oh my man, Samrat is here. Samrat, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to put your hands together for Samrat Kar here. Samrat, can I please request you to let us know how are you feeling making it to, of course, the list that is the most one here.
Of course, thank you so much, BW Business World, for organizing this. Thank you to the jury members and judges. Thank you to the attendees for staying and clapping the applause, of course. And thank you, Team Leverage Edu, for the hard work with the past 3 years or so. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who made it to the list in alphabetical order this year. Can we please have the AV? Congratulations, S-Ride Carpool. We have Mr. Nitin Chadda coming in to collect the award. Can I request you to let us know how you're feeling making it to the list of BW TechTors 2020?
Thank you, Business World, for this award. When I started this year, I thought that two of the hashtags that I'll use very frequently is Rocking 2020 and How's the Josh. By winning this award in January itself, I'll say definitely Rocking 2020, and How's the Josh is definitely high. Thank you so much again.
Congratulations, Nitin. Let's get a picture. All right, so let's move on to the next winner who made it to BW TechTors 2020 list. Can we have the A, please? congratulations Servify on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us General Manager Devapriya Ghosh Mishra coming in to collect the award. You want to put your hands together and welcome the lady on the dais. Can I request you to kindly share with us the happiness of making it to the list?
Hello ladies and gentlemen. It's a super proud moment for all of us at Servify. This award actually goes out to all my teammates there in Bombay and across the 3 continents that we are. Thank you so much BW Business World and to the eclectic jury. And to the team at Business World who've really worked hard. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that brings us to the last award for the night in alphabetical order. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the AV. Let's welcome your last winner, Zolo Stays. Congratulations on making it to BW TechTors 2020. We have with us Assistant Director Arvinder Kaur coming in to collect the award. The last award for the night, ladies and gentlemen. You want to put your hands together for Arvinder out here. Arvinder, how are you feeling? Can you let us know?
Good evening, everyone. It feels really great to be standing here and receiving on behalf of Nikhil Sikri, founder, and the entire family at Zolo. It's a big honor, and thank you, Business World and the jury, for recognizing the work we do and awarding us. And since I'm the last one, congratulations to all the winners here, including us. Bye-bye. Thank you.
That was kind. Thank you so much. All right, one last time, let's have a huge round of applause for all the winners who made it to the BW TechTors 2020. It has been a phenomenal evening. But before we let you all go and enjoy the drinks, I would like to call out all the winners on the stage. We'd love to take a group photograph and keep this as the remembrance. And of course, this evening was not possible without the members of our awesome editorial team. So can we have all the winners along with the team to step up on the stage? You want to put your hands together for everyone stepping up. They've made not just themselves proud, they've made the country proud with such innovative businesses, and I'm absolutely sure they are showing a lot of young generation the way to go. So let's bring them up with a huge round of applause and of course a lot of love in our hearts. Can we do that, Delhi? And while all of them are coming on the stage, I have to thank all our partners who made this possible for us. The presenting partner, JumpNet. You want to put your hands together for JumpNet? Can we show our appreciation for the partners for making this possible, bringing you all under a single roof, and of course, the money matters, right? So let's have a round of applause for all the partners. Presenting partner, JumpNet. Smart lighting partner, Havels. Keep that applause coming, people. Come on. The last few seconds. Real estate partner, Bhutani Infra. Co-working partner, Spring House. Knowledge partner, Primus Partners. Outreach partner, 10 times. So all the winners, we hope that you've met with our team. taking your coverage. If you haven't, I'll request you all to head to Speakers Lounge on the right. Get your bites recorded by the BW team for the magazine, website, social media. You know we're everywhere, right? Winners, I'll request you all to kindly join us in the Speakers Lounge so we can record your bites. And before we push off, I want to invite on stage Team BW who put this event together and made sure that we had a gala of a night. Can I please get Team BW to step up on the stage for a group photograph once we get done with the picture with the winners? And once again, all the winners, if you haven't recorded a bite with us in the Speakers Lounge on the right-hand side of the stage, please make sure that you get in touch with us, get your bites recorded for our magazines, social media, and websites. And also, if you've got any pictures from the evening, you know the hashtag, that's BW TechTors. Make sure that you let the world know you were here, and absolutely looking forward to grow this community. This is just the second edition and we've had such a wonderful turnout. So we're looking forward to have more nominations next year and of course more winners next year as well. Okay, I majorly have just the winners in the room, I know that, but can I request you one last time to put your hands together for everyone on the stage who are collectively here. They deserve every single applause for the amazing work they have been doing, making not just the teams proud, but the country proud as well. All right, let's get some energy in this room. Hip hip. Thank you, 8 people now. Turned up from 5. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. No alcohol for you guys, no. Alright, thank you so much, and once again congratulations to all the winners. Please get to the Speakers Lounge. Team BW, let's get you up on the stage. Everyone responsible for making this evening possible. Tanvi, Afifa, I don't know everybody's names, so don't kill me for this, but you know who you are. Team BW, let's get you up on the stage. Ruhail, where are you? Can I get you up on the stage? Prerna, can I get you please to join me on the stage? Ekta, where are you? Let's get you on the stage. Nitish, Chetan, Raghav, where are you? Can I request you to come up on the stage? Chetan, where are you sitting? Why are you sitting? Come join us on the stage. Himani, can I get you up on the dais? Ekta, let's get you up. Who else? Am I missing on somebody? Himani, I've announced. Himani, let's get you up on the stage. Raghav, I still don't see you. Prashant, yeah, where's Prashant? Prashant, aa jaiye stage par. Nitish, let's get you up on the stage, brother. Am I missing on anybody else from Team BW? Himanshu? Ritesh? Himanshu, Ritesh. Oh, Ritesh is here. Himanshu? अच्छा हिमांशु तो फोटो ले रहा है. Himanshu, join in please. so I know I sound like a needy child in a candy store for asking you to keep applauding, but if you had a good time this evening, this is the bunch of people responsible. If you had a good time, you can put your hands together. If you didn't, you need to make sure that you applaud louder. No, I'm kidding. Please put your hands together for Team BW for bringing up such amazing energy and bringing all of us together. It has been a rigorous process of shortlisting the winners, reaching out to them, then the jury processes, and of course this evening itself is testament to the hard work that Team BW has done. So that was wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining in this evening. My name is Ravin Kundu. I was your host. I hope you had a good time. Please join us for some amazing food. This is it from the second edition of BW Business World TechTors 2020. We'll see you next edition. Till then, keep being awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy the food.